think it's written in the stars, right? In Game 6 back in Toronto.
My, oh my!
Let's go!
Third to second one to first.
Fans of Canada's teams celebrating their club's exhilarating postseason ride. The Toronto Blue Jays fan base stretches right across this entire country, all rooting for a World Series title that could be won tonight. Good morning. It's Friday, October 31st. I'm Heather Hiscox, and this morning we're on the road again, just across the street from the broadcast center this time, Roundhouse Park in downtown Toronto. I get to bat leadoff and start our special full day of World Series coverage on CBC News Network. Now, again, we're just a short walk from the Jays' home turf. There it is from our drone crew. Thank you for giving us the above look. Again, there's that roof, and fans are going to be blowing the roof off with their cheering tonight. Inside, Jays will face the Dodgers in Game 6. And the Jays are looking for another legendary Game 6 performance. Because if you go back in history, the club's two back-to-back titles in 92 and 93, both of them were won in 6 games. This morning, we'll be hearing from baseball insiders. We'll be hearing from former players and from fans, and we'll be hearing from you, we hope, as well. Continue to send in those photos as you get game ready. Morning Live at CBC.ca. For a while on Morning Live, we were able to talk to Scott Regier every single day. It was awesome. He handled sports for us, but now he's on CBC Radio, so you probably hear his sports reports if you listen on radio, but we have you on special assignment today.
Yeah.
You're pinching.
Yeah, pinch hitting right
You're
now.
pinch hitting for
happy
me.
to do it.
Everything is a baseball analogy because everything is caught up in Blue Jays excitement, isn't it, Scott?
Yeah, and you know, listening to Heather talk about the relevance of 6, being at the gate 6
Yes.
here in this 6 for Game 6, and how the Jays won their previous 2 World Series in that number of games. Remember, if you can remember back that far, the Maple Leafs in '67 won their cup in 6 games.
Really?
And the Raptors in 2019, they won in 6 games.
Really? Ooh,
Just saying.
auspicious,
Not that on
auspicious.
Halloween there's anything
Yeah.
spooky going on here.
Okay, well, let's talk about tonight. The big thing, of course, is the pitching matchup. So why don't we start with the Dodgers starter? That's Yoshinobu Yamamoto, who shut down the Jays pretty much in a complete game in the second game of this World Series.
So Sandy Koufax, the Dodgers legend, who we saw at Dodger Stadium watching this game, in awe of Trey Yesavage, I might add, once said, "Pitching is the art of instilling fear." Yoshinobu Yamamoto has clearly done that, both with the complete game that eliminated the Milwaukee Brewers and then what we saw from him against the Jays in Game 2 of this World Series. He's incredible. When he was in Japan, by the way, he dedicated himself to training in such a way in the middle section of his body to get strong there so that he could not only have a long career, but also throw hard while looking like he's doing it effortlessly. And I thought that was interesting. You also see his release. It's deceptive. Not to mention he has a 6-pitch arsenal. Kevin Gausman, like so many others, tonight's opposing pitcher, has 3 pitches. So you never know what's coming, how fast it's coming. And even when you do, the way he releases the ball, Yamamoto, you don't know if you can do much with it. So that's going to be a stiff test tonight. But, hey, the Jays have met every test so far.
So Gausman, you mentioned Kevin Gausman on the mound for the Blue Jays, the rematch of Game 2. Fewer pitches in number, but his splitter can be lethal if he's got it.
Yeah.
And you saw him in the last game, just how closely he was watching the action on the field, getting mentally prepared. What do you think we'll see from him tonight?
Yeah, well, I think we're going to see the gamesmanship that we saw earlier in this series when he went toe-to-toe with Yamamoto. I love Kevin Gausman. Remember, he played for the San Francisco Giants, which has an incredible rivalry with the Dodgers anyhow. So you throw one more layer on there. Kevin Gausman, this is a guy that was on waivers at one point in his career, reinvented his career with that splitter. He's so competitive. He came in relief against the Mariners at one point in time. He'll do anything to win. And if he does do that tonight, we obviously know what the stakes are.
Well, you know, we heard from John Schneider, the manager, yesterday. He met to reporters, answered their questions, and he made it pretty clear he's happy with the matchup. This is what he said, and then we'll talk a little bit more about it.
It should be a fun rematch. You know, I think Kev's outing kind of got overlooked because Yamamoto was so good in game 2. You know, Kev kind of matched him pitch for pitch there until the 7th. It'll be, you know, you kind of think of it as like an old school pitcher's duel about to happen, you know, but we've got all the confidence in the world in Kev. He's kind of been our guy, you know, for the last couple of years.
So all the confidence in the world. He's been their guy, and this is kind of how it worked out as they set up their starting rotation.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting pitching matchup tonight, that's for sure. And maybe the relief corps comes in too, as we've seen so many times.
Maybe Chris Bassett again coming in. The interesting role for him, the starter who has been so valuable in relief. We'll see if that's something that we get from Pete Walker and from John Schneider tonight. Now, as for hitters, George Springer, question mark, ticking all the boxes, taking some swings in practice. What's the latest you're hearing, Scott?
That it sounds likely that he's going to play. How effective he'll be, we'll see. Obviously, when you're swinging at the plate, and if you have a problem in the obliques, that's a very tough thing to do. I'm not a doctor. I can't say how it might affect him tonight. But just remember, George Springer, at the age of 36, had this renaissance season. Since they made him a full-time DH, it's really helped. His on-base plus slugging percentage trailed only Shohei Ohtani and Aaron Judge. That's it. That's what he means to this team. Not to mention he happens to hit at big moments, as you might recall from that Seattle series. So, boy, to have him leading off tonight, even at 80%, that's a huge win for the Jays, and not to diminish what Davis Schneider did in his stead on that first pitch in that last game, by the way.
That's exactly right. Followed by Vladimir Guerrero Jr., who had, the home run, 3 pitches, and the Jays were up 2-0 and all of that. Of course, a lot of expectation that Vladimir Guerrero Jr. will be as lights out as he's been to this point. 8 home runs in the postseason and counting. What do you think tonight will bring?
I think we could easily see Vladdy make the difference tonight. He is having a playoff like few have ever had before. And what a foil that is, by the way, compared to the last time the Jays were in the playoffs. Vladdy, known for that base running gaffe against the Minnesota Twins. Here he is, 2 home runs off a single season postseason record. And I mentioned that on-base plus slugging, that key statistic in George Springer. Elite is 1,000. Average is about 750. Vladdy's on-base plus slugging in these playoffs is over 1,300. If the MVP is to be awarded tonight, cross our fingers, knock on wood, it almost certainly will go to Vladdy Guerrero Jr.
That's really interesting, because there could be Ohtani, could be Yamamoto, could be Vladdy. These are all in the mix for all of that, but that's definitely one. And a lot of people are talking about, could there be the first father and son entries into the Baseball Hall of Fame with Vladimir Guerrero Sr. I mean, that's way down, but people are pretty excited about all of this, Scott. So we'll see. Not to get ahead of ourselves, it's a pretty formidable opponent in the Los Angeles Dodgers, and we'll get that starting at 8 o'clock with the opening pitch. Scott Regier, thank you, and we'll check back with you a little bit later on. This game 6, of course, falls on Halloween night, October the 31st. Blue Jays fans are hoping they get one big treat in a matter of hours, and this is what some of them told us as we count down now. Under 13 hours to go until that first pitch.
So we're out 3-2. First World Series in 32 years. Game 6, Halloween. My son has to go for the Halloween, trick or treat. But then I think it's going to be quite a good talk between me and the family.
How can you not have full support for the team, right? Spanning pretty much my whole life, seeing it when I was about 5-6 years old, and coming up to today. Watching the team just merge, gel together, seeing how they perform, how they all interact. I mean, you just got to get behind them.
I was there for Game 1, the pre-show with Pharrell Williams on the field, where we were doing, I was one of the bodies in the Canadian and American flags, and it was a surreal, once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, and it was just surreal to be there with 40,000 plus people screaming back at you. And to have a win that night, and then to move on now, to come back home for Game 6. Let's go Jays, win it in 6.
There's the rallying cry. Let's go, Jays. Win it in 6. Some of the people who've told us directly, and some of what we're hearing from you as you send in pictures to us this morning ahead of the big game tonight. Let's take a look at what Kay has sent in. Some of the seniors in Mount Forest, Ontario, who turned out to show their Jays pride. This is fantastic. Some of their Jays caps were so old, she said, they had to string together the backs to adjust the size, but they did. They're game ready. Lee at the University of Ottawa Heart Institute. All of the staff dressed in their best Jays gear for Blue Jays Spirit Week. Isn't that fantastic? I tell you, my heart rate was going and throughout, and I'm sure yours was too. We could use these people at the Heart Institute maybe tonight. It's going to be a heart-pumping evening for sure. Now, you have heard from her, and you've probably seen what she's been up to, a Jays superfan who's been taking Blue Jays swag really into her own hands. Her name is Carla Courtney. She flew over from the UK to show her support for the Jays, and what she brought in her bags was a lot of yarn. She's been knitting her way through each and every game since Game 4, pardon me, of the ALDS, so the American League Division Series, when they defeated the Yankees to keep calm. Look where this is going. The results kind of speak for themselves. Well, when we saw those photos, and of course, Carla's been on our network before, ahead of what could be the deciding Game 6, we knew we had to check in on Carla and the sweater. So she's back. We're both here. And the knitting needles. I am a terrible knitter. I am admiring this. This is beautiful. How are you doing?
I mean, I'm pretty pumped.
I would say we just saw the people from the Heart Institute. How's your heart doing?
Oh my goodness, I'm out of my chest on the ceiling.
You can knit today because it's game day.
Yes, I can. Yeah.
You only knit on game day.
Correct. Yep.
So this started in the ALDS. Let's just show where you are.
So that's the mustard stain. One sleeve. So I've been doing it kind of patternless, but today I can go quicker because as I was doing this sleeve, I kept having to put it on, take it off to see if it was the length I want. Now I have the math. So today it's just for the win.
Okay, so you're going to do, are you anticipating a Game 6 win?
It's going to be tough to beat Yamamoto, but I'm ready.
Because you'll have to finish the whole thing in one day.
I mean, it's early. I've got a full day.
I know, but what the strategy? Because what if it goes to Game 7 and you've already finished the sweater?
I'll kind of, we'll see how we are in the 7th, right? Maybe I'll get it down. Maybe I might need to slow down in the 7th. We'll see.
So then you could, go into tomorrow if need be.
And I've also got to sew some things up, so that could be counted as work, right?
Okay.
So yeah.
This is fantastic.
Thank you.
Does it really help, with manage the stress?
Yeah, it does. I mean, I can.
Let's keep holding it up because we want to make sure everybody gets to see it.
I can knit and watch, so I've been questioned about that. Someone even said to me, because I was at World Series Game 2, and someone said, maybe this seat should belong to a real fan who can watching the game.
No.
And I thought, okay, I'm not passing judgment, but why don't you maybe ask the same question to the person who just had 10 beers?
Yeah, exactly.
But I was watching the game, and I can generally watch and knit, but these parts were trickier. So I did this during Seattle, and I will remember that because that was a tough series, and this was a pretty tough part to get through. And it has been quite easy knitting from here.
And what was the part you did through 18 innings? You had lots of knitting time there.
That's interesting. I kept that mark there.
Are you serious?
So I started around here, and you can see that, and then I finished this.
All
and then
of that?
I kind of worked, I think one of the photos you had showed earlier was sort of about to here.
Did you bring enough yarn?
No, I didn't. I ran out of
You ran out of yarn.
Yeah, and I mean, people are saying you should have brought more, but I'm carrying a small bag, right? I can't carry around everything. And I thought, as a knitter, I kind of knew how much I would need for 9 innings. I did make it to 16, so I had
only one other game in baseball history went longer than that.
Yeah.
6 hours and 39 minutes. You can be excused for not anticipating 18 innings worth of yarn.
Yeah,
I think that's probably right.
And I didn't want it to end because I said I end when they end. And so every time it was the bottom of when the Dodgers are batting, I basically knit one stitch and then wait 5 minutes and knit another stitch. So it's not finishing now. I have 70 centimeters of yarn
and the
left.
nails even go with it. I just can't even believe it. So where is the part in the sweater that John Schneider kissed?
It happened so fast, but it would have been up here because I wouldn't have done all this.
This is blessed by.
This is the blessed. I'm hoping he kissed near the mustard because that just makes it more special spot. The special spot.
Have any players seen this sweater?
No, I don't think so. No.
Okay, but you are getting a lot of online attention, aren't you?
I guess so. I'm here, right?
I know. What are people saying to you as they see you around town?
I'm usually called Side Quest Sweater Lady or Sweater Lady from the UK or Blue Jays Knitter. And I've had some people saying that they're going to dress up as my sleeve for Halloween, like the missing sleeve.
Are you serious?
Yeah. I hope if people do, I want receipts.
Carla's missing sleeve?
Yeah.
That's hilarious.
So yeah, people do. I mean, out of context, not necessarily, but if there's any sweater action, people are like, it's the sweater. It's all about
the sweater. Listen, do not change anything. Keep with your routine. Got to go with the superstitions. Yeah. Where will you be knitting on game day? Where are you going to be as you watch tonight? Where
Scotia Arena with my parents.
Okay, for the watch party, just over there?
Yeah.
Okay, with your parents?
Yeah, I want to be with my parents. So,
And how do you think tonight's going to go?
Like I said, it's a tricky one. I think the Jays' bats are good. Yamamoto is a very good pitcher, but I think Milwaukee took 6 off him. So if anybody could do it, we could too. But I don't know. I know we're going to win it. It's just whether can we get it in Yamamoto or Glasnow.
Which would be Game 7.
Yeah.
The hearts can't take it.
I know I can't take it, but I've got work.
You loaded up. You've got work.
I've loaded up.
You've got loaded up with
I'm ready
yarn.
to knit for the win.
This has been such fun. Netting for the win.
Yeah.
I love it. Carla, thank you so much. Great fun. We like to check in with you. You probably met Carla earlier on the network, but we had to find out. And if you're going as the sweater's missing sleeve, that's a fantastic costume.
Thank
you so much.
Thanks.
All right, want to show you this as well. We talk about superstitions and knitting and, not changing what you wear, your hats or routine. Want to make sure that there are other scenes just like this from past Jays teams.
Now the 2-2. Well hit down the left field line. Way back and go! Joe Carter with a 3-run homer. The winners and still world champions, the Toronto Blue Jays.
Hero ever since that moment. Such a huge ovation for him when he came out to throw out the opening pitch. Joe Carter, the touch 'em all Joe home run in '93 to win it in 6. And Canada's hoping to see that again tonight. We're going to speak with a pair of former Blue Jays. Rob Butler was a member somewhere in that. Is Rob Butler in that '93 World Series team. He was a rookie then. He's in the 8 o'clock Eastern hour. Scott Downs is a former Jays reliever, and he's going to join us at 8:40 a.m. Eastern because we need to talk about pitching and that Gosman splitter, the physics of a splitter, what makes it so difficult to distinguish from a fastball and so difficult to hit. So all of that coming up this morning on CBC Morning Live. As we look away from the Blue Jays for just a few minutes and bring you some breaking news this hour, Prime Minister Mark Carney is signaling a new thaw in relations with China this morning. He's giving that direction after meeting with Chinese President Xi Jinping this morning. We have images from their talks on the sidelines of the APEC summit. His meeting with Xi is Carney's first as Prime Minister. Right now, Canada is being squeezed between China and the U.S. in the global trade war. Chinese tariffs on Canadian food exports are hitting hard in a number of provinces, and provincial governments have been pushing for Carney to reach a deal with Xi. As Rafi Boudjikanian reports, Carney is sounding positive about the meeting today, but there still appears to be no formal breakthrough.
Ottawa had laid the stakes low for this meeting. Prime Minister Mark Carney calling it a careful reset to the relationship between Canada and a country where things had long gone sour. So those tariffs that Canada imposed on Chinese electric vehicle imports last year, they're still in place. And Beijing has made no word of lifting the ones it imposed in turn on Canada on its canola and pork imports. Nevertheless, Carney is calling the meeting a success.
This meeting today is long overdue. We now have a turning point in the relationship. A turning point that creates opportunities for Canadian families, for Canadian businesses, and Canadian workers, and also creates a path to address current issues. So very pleased with the outcome of the meeting. Our officials are instructed to work at pace on issues moving forward.
The last time a Canadian Prime Minister had a formal sit-down with Xi was 8 years ago, and Ottawa and Beijing have repeatedly clashed since, from Canada following a U.S. request to hold the CEO of a Chinese telecom firm under house arrest over fraud charges, and China retaliating by detaining 2 Canadians as prisoners for years, to China being found to interfere in 2 recent Canadian elections. However, observers say now is the right time for that relationship reset.
I don't think there's a prime minister out there who would have been in a position to have some kind of a reset of the relationship immediately.
Carney has also accepted an invitation to go to China at a mutually convenient time. China is also hosting the Asia-Pacific Economic Cooperation Summit next year, and Canada is a member. Rafi Boudjikanian, CBC News, Gyeongju.
Rafi, thank you very much. Look at our spot this morning. Could we have picked a better one? Outside Gate 6 for Game 6 in the 6 as you count down to what's coming tonight at 8 p.m. The Blue Jays against the Dodgers, playing at home in front of 45,000 crazed fans with a 3-2 lead in the series. This is what we've been hearing from fans across the country on Canada's team.
I've seen both World Series. I'm really impressed. I have to be honest, I was a little worried about the Dodgers. I've got 2 kids, 7 and 10, and it does remind me of when I was about that age.
They're going to be up against some tough pitching, but it'll be good for them to be back at home and win it there.
Everyone's eyes are glued to the TV, so it's a group effort when we hold our breaths and then let out a big yay at the end, just waiting for that home run.
It's going to be a doubleheader per se on our end between Halloween and families ordering pizzas ahead of time, and then the 9 p.m. game comes along, and go Jays go, we got to bring it home.
For our team, our fans, our city, our country. I'm so happy right now. Unbelievably electric. We love every single one of these fans. This is such an unbelievable moment. I owe it to these fans, this city, this country to give it my all.
The Springer dinger with that 3-run home run in the ALCS. And wow, that made him an epic hero for sure for Jays history for all time. He's already won a World Series ring with the Astros, which is why the Dodgers don't like him very well. Wants another one with his new team, and he has been the real motivator for the team, even though he's been off with this oblique discomfort because of a swing, but he has been swinging in practice, and John Schneider says they've ticked the boxes. He should be good to go tonight. We usually get the roster around 10 and then the lineup around 4 o'clock in the afternoon. So we'll find out if for sure George Springer is part of Game 6. But George Springer is also a hero off the field, and you may know the story. He has had a stutter. He has worked with a nonprofit that supports kids who have stutters. You don't even notice that when he makes his remarks because he has worked to overcome that. But he is so inspirational to those who deal with stutters. And in fact, one of my very loyal viewers sent me a post earlier this morning to say, Heather, you have to see this. It's a message to Springer from one of his young fans. Let's take a look at this together.
Hi, George Springer. My name is Life, and I live in California, and I'm in 7th grade. And I think that you're a super cool person, and you really inspire me that my stutter doesn't have to stop me from being what I want to be. And yeah, I think that you inspire me a ton. So yeah, and also I liked your 3-run homer in game 7 too. So yeah, and I think that you'll beat the Dodgers. So good luck. So yeah, bye.
Is that not fantastic? Good luck. Think you'll beat the Dodgers. A fan and inspired for all sorts of reasons as he watches his player play tonight in Game 6. We shall see. Linda Ward is part of our coverage team this morning. Even though it's early, Linda, even though it was wet and very cold overnight, the Jays fans are starting to emerge. And maybe George Springer is the favorites of some of the people that you're finding already this morning. But what's going on where you are, Linda?
Yeah, the fans certainly are starting to emerge, and I managed to stop a couple here out on their morning walk. I noticed the Blue Jays hats, Heather, Raheem, and Arzina, and one of them, not both, but one of them has special plans for tonight.
Yes, I managed to get some tickets for tonight's game, so go into the game with some friends.
Okay, but you're not bringing Arzina. How are you feeling about this?
Sad, but you know, I made a watch party out of it at our place, so it'll all be good. You know, the vibes are going to be amazing. We're really lucky that we live very close to the Jays, to the Rogers Center, that we hear the horn before it's live on TV sometimes. So we know when the home runs happen.
So, you know, just give me a sense of, you know, from your perspective, and I know you've been party to the party as it's been happening out here on Bremner Boulevard, being so close, but what do you think that this has meant for the city?
It's incredible what sports can do for community, right? So obviously it's electric watching the Jays, and, you know, they're one game away from history. It means a lot to the city, but also when you think about the country and the pride that everyone's taking in this team, it's been incredible to see just what the Jays have done, and just hope that they can close it out and just put a perfect picture book ending on this season.
Arzina, what about you?
It's been amazing. I'm not one to go to every single game or watch every single game, but during this, it's been a nail biter, and I've been a huge Jays fan. All my gear has changed to Jays. You know, you get so immersed in it. Yeah.
Yeah, especially being right in the heart of it
100%.
right here. Thank you so much to both of you for stopping and chatting with me. We really appreciate it. Super jealous, Raheem, but I was saying as well, but glad that you two have smoothed that over. She's not still mad at you. Thanks very much, guys. So Heather, this whole road here, and really and truly the city of Toronto, will be enwrapped in this entire game tonight. I can show you where I am right now. It's very close to the Scotiabank Arena. Now there's going to be a watch party going on here at games on the Jumbotron. $15 tickets were sold for this, but the proceeds will be going to the MLC Foundation charity. There'll be some pre-game activities. And if there is a Game 7, there will also be a watch party here as well. We're just a stone's throw from the Rogers Center where you are, and we know that's where the main party is going to be. But just north of here at Nathan Phillips Square, just outside of Toronto City Hall, there's going to be a watch party going on there, as there has been throughout the entire World Series as well. So a lot happening in the city of Toronto. Toronto police say that they are prepared to make sure that everything goes as planned. They're going to be closing down a number of roads around the area here, and they say they have extra units ready to respond. They're also potentially going to be bringing in police from other jurisdictions if a need arises. They are telling people this whole place around here is going to be very, very busy. Take public transit. We know Toronto Transit is saying that they may have to divert some buses, some streetcars if the party spills out onto the streets. And we do know that also there's going to be extra GO Transit trains. That's the commuter rail system to get people in and out of the city safely. And I know you're going to have more from the Mayor of Toronto coming up.
In fact, she's just arrived, Linda, so I might just wrap for now with you, and we'll talk more about things. I want to get to some more of our viewer photos today. There's a lot to share. People are really getting into the spirit for Game 6. We are now, it is 12.5 hours until opening pitch. Let's play you something that you may well be familiar with, a sound this season. That's the home run horn, and they rolled it out in front of Toronto City Hall earlier this week for the World Series watch parties at Nathan Phillips Square. Boy, it's going to be jam-packed there tonight, we expect. And the host, as Linda said, Toronto Mayor Olivia Chow, joining me in just moments to talk about Jays fever in her city. That's coming up on CBC Morning Live. We're live in Roundhouse Park ahead of Game 6 on CBC News Network. Again, coming back to scenes of Nathan Phillips Square, that's right in the heart of Toronto, one of the places in the city where there will be a big watch party tonight for Game 6 of the Jays World Series. There's one in the Scotiabank Arena as well. No Leafs game, so another spot, but many people will be outside right in the heart of town for a party that is hosted by my next guest, Toronto Mayor Olivia Chow. Thank you for coming in.
Good morning.
You ready for that bash?
100%. Are you kidding?
I know you are resplendent in Jay's gear.
I bought my 93 winning hat.
Like your legit hat?
Yes. That's the...
Look at that.
Yeah, we party big on Yonge Street. I was out there for 3 hours back then.
You remember that. What are your memories from 93?
That my late husband was playing O Canada on his saxophone, and everybody would be cheering, and then they sing, and then they keep partying. and on Yonge Street, it's interesting. People were walking up one side of the street, and then coming down on the other side of the street. Even when we party, we're very polite.
Very, very orderly. That's amazing. That's a fantastic memory. We're showing some of the scenes of '93 there as well that you'll remember when it was a scene. Now, of course, there is a pretty strong opponent in the Los Angeles Dodgers standing in the way, but the Jays could win it tonight in Game 6. So do you think, I mean, how close to these scenes will it be in 2025 if the Jays should win tonight?
We're ready to party. And the Jays, they're resilient, they come back, and they've been underestimated, just as us Canadians. We're very humble. But they play as a team. It's teamwork. They're very united. Because of that, they are stronger together. And they play for the front of the jersey, not the back of the jersey. And it's incredible to watch.
You're confident.
Oh, yeah.
In Game
so
6, you think it's
humble.
going to be 6? Or do you think
So I hope so.
Because
I'm
the
ready
other-
tonight. I'm ready to
You're
party
ready
tonight. I have merino wool all over. I can be out in the street for hours.
You said something, though, underestimated like Canada. Do you think there's an extra political dimension to this World Series?
Oh, yeah.
You're feeling it?
Yes, absolutely.
It's interesting because Ontario Premier Rob Ford has a piece in the Washington Post today talking about the Jays.
the World Series, yeah.
I know, it's pretty interesting. How do you see that done? We saw it with the Four Nations Cup in hockey, and you know, there's Canadians always want to win, but it might feel extra sweet because of what's going on. Do you think?
51st state? Are you kidding? No way. And winning or losing, we've showed the Americans who we are, how strong we are, how resilient, right? How together we are, how united we are. And that itself, it's phenomenal. And it brings everyone, not just in the city, all Canadians, not just in Canada, but outside Canada. I can hear the Let's Go Blue Jays in the Dodgers game.
I know. They've really been representing there. We've had pictures from Canadians in Australia, all around the world, in Spain, showing us as they wear their Blue Jays gear, too. There is a real unifying effect of all of this at a time when, you know, the news is, no one knows this better than I. It's pretty dark and it's pretty bleak, and here's a bright spot, and that doesn't hurt ever, does it?
No, because always when we come together, it's so Canadian. We take care of each other, look out for each other, support each other, connect with each other. We don't divide. We're inclusive. We're very diverse. We build bridges, not burn them. and that's so Canadian because of that caring quality. And it's coming out. And when I saw the games, after the game, the hugs of each other, that team spirit, that's also
They're really playing for each other, aren't they?
Absolutely. And it's also very Canadian.
It's fantastic. Vladdy would be the second Canadian citizen to win on a Canadian ball team if he is to win as part of the World Series.
And he's so born ready.
Yeah, he is born ready. He's ready to go. Let me ask you, just as far as matter-of-fact city details, are you ready? I mean, if there are 45,000 in Rogers Centre, there'll be hundreds of thousands more in the streets. What's the city's level of preparedness?
We have 10 extra subway trains on Yonge Line, on Line 1. And we have...
That's the north-south, and you have extra east and west as well.
Yeah, and that's car. We are very ready. Every game, there is a command center right in the center, and it's the fire, the paramedics, the police, the public transit, economic development, the whole team's there. We have some practice during the Taylor Swift concert, and the concert tour director said to me, because I came in on the last concert on Saturday night, she said that of all the cities, you know, it's worldwide tour, ours is the most coordinated, the smoothest, best ran team. Yeah,
fantastic.
I know.
Well, we'll bring that to bear tonight. Do you have a message? I mean, you just remembered '93 and how orderly it was, even though it was euphoric. What would you like Torontonians to know? And not just in Toronto, there will be victory parties across the country.
It is a parade we've been organizing for quite a few weeks
we
now.
don't want to get ahead. That might jinx things.
Okay,
but just for tonight, in terms of celebrants, you know, what's your message in terms of how you want people, if it should come tonight or tomorrow, whenever it comes, what do you want people to keep in mind as they celebrate? You want it to be
make
happy,
us proud.
right?
Make us proud and make sure everyone little kids, older people have a chance to celebrate together because that's who we are.
That sounds good.
Yeah.
Who's your
let's
favorite
go,
player?
Blue Jays.
Who's your hero in Game 6? Who do you think?
Vladdy. Vladdy. You know, who else?
Vladdy, who else? All right.
Yeah.
You can help me do something as well. Thank you so much, Mayor Chow. Really
Thank you.
appreciate it. Mayor Olivia Chow will be there in Nathan Phillips Square and, of course, watching all the action. But why don't we do this together because we have a countdown clock now. Are you ready?
Okay, yeah.
We have just brought it up. There it is on the screen. 12 hours, 19 minutes, and 41 seconds until opening pitch.
Wow, let's go, Blue Jays!
Let's play ball. You're watching CBC Morning Live. We're in Roundhouse Park, just across from the Rogers Centre, outside Game 6. Did you notice? Gate 6, Game 6, in the 6. We, too, are ready for all of this on CBC Morning Live.
tell them. With the game on the line, I shine.
Game 5 is underway with a fly ball to deep left. Gone!
I'm a champion. I'm a champion. I'm a champion. I'm a champion. It's my competition, they envy me. Followed by dessert, yeah, the sweet taste of victory. So let me ask, what you think of the future?
Some of so many highlights from that dominant Game 5 win for the Blue Jays, and no Jay was more vital to that victory than the starting pitcher Trey Yesavage. He's having one of the most remarkable rookie postseasons in MLB history. He went into the playoffs with only 3 big league starts under his belt, and MLB has put together this video that charts his meteoric rise to the majors. So let's start it here. The 22-year-old beginning the year in Single A, soaring through High A, Double A, Triple A, then the majors, and just weeks later on the World Series mound. in Game 5. He dominated with a jaw-dropping 12 strikeouts. That's a new World Series rookie record, and that has led the Jays to where we are today, within one win of a championship. His electric fastball, his wicked splitter, that even struck out Shohei Ohtani. Some fantastic images of him just throwing him out. So he is certainly one of the most unexpected stars of the season. Kevin Gausman gets the ball for the start in Game 6. He and Yesavage will doubtless see their names on the backs of plenty of Jays fans' jerseys in the Rogers Centre tonight. Don't know if anybody's already up and around, but let's find out what Megan Fitzpatrick is doing, because she's once again, she has the best spot. She's in the Sportsnet Lounge at the Marriott overlooking the field. It looks fantastic. Look at how the condition, it's immaculate for tonight, Megan.
Yeah, let's just show you, Heather. We're right above the bullpen, essentially, above it. But check out the field. It's all quiet. It's all ready, it looks like. The pitching mound that Kevin Gausman will be taking to in a few hours' time, all covered up. Home plate is covered up. But it is kind of cool to see the stadium like this before the crowds pour in and things get going. It's kind of a neat feeling. Of course, this place will be packed in a couple hours. Right now, the bar restaurant isn't too busy. The lobby of the hotel isn't too busy. But I did see Buck Martinez this morning, Heather. I did ask him to stop and chat, but he declined. I know he has a busy day ahead of him, of course. But we have met some fans this morning. I just want to show you. This is Matthew and Margarita over here. Now, they were a little camera shy. They didn't want to do a live interview with us, but I am going to tell you their story, because they have quite the story from an experience they had yesterday. They are staying here at the hotel. They had a room overlooking the field. There are several of those rooms. And yesterday, while the Blue Jays were out on the field, manager John Schneider caught a glimpse of them up in their hotel room. They were looking down on the field. Let's run the video. I'm not sure if you're running it already, but check out the video of what happened next. John Schneider was determined to be throwing a baseball up to them. He was down on the field with a bunch of kids, and it took several tries, but they were able to open their window. They had a glove, obviously, and they were able to snag that ball from John Schneider. And they kept telling me how determined he was. He tried and he tried and he tried until he got it done and celebrate. They were all celebrating after they caught that ball. So that was a very cool experience for them, Heather. And they're going to the game tonight. So they maybe will catch another ball at tonight's game. They're super pumped for that. Of course, they also were here at the Rogers Centre for the watch parties that have been happening while the Jays have been in LA. And so some very excited fans. We talked to them yesterday, also here this morning, and we'll keep trying to meet some fans. But it is pretty quiet here right now. But you mentioned the Yesavage jerseys that likely people will be wearing. I met someone yesterday who was on his way to the Jays shop to buy one of those jerseys. Toronto is just loving Trey Yesavage. But again, it'll all come down to Kevin Gausman starting off tonight. So based on people I'm talking to, some sort of nervous excitement in the city right now, but some confident fans too. They think the Jays are going to be able to do it. We'll see though tonight, a few hours away, Heather. This place will be packed, and John Schneider saying yesterday he can't wait to see and hear and feel the energy in this building.
It's going to be through the roof. Buck maybe didn't stop. He's busy, but Dan Schulman's coming up later this morning, Megan, so that will be good to get his thoughts, too, ahead of what could be an epic moment in Toronto sports history. Thank you so much, Megan Fitzpatrick, in Toronto with that bird's eye view. Let's take a look at the markets for this final day of trading on the trading week. The dollar is down nearly 0.2 cents this morning. Crude down very slightly as well. And there's the gold futures. They're up just 20 cents this hour, but $4,016 a little bit an ounce. Again, back up over 4,000 as a safe haven. For the U.S. stock markets and the futures this morning, looks like it could be a positive day in the making. The NASDAQ is up 326 points and plus after optimistic forecasts from both Apple and Amazon. The U.S. markets are looking for a turnaround after a losing day yesterday.
The market update is brought to you by Export Development Canada. Grow your business globally with support from EDC.
Our countries have a long history of cooperation, engagement, and trade.
There are signs this morning that Canada and China's diplomatic relationship may be repairing. Chinese President Xi Jinping is inviting Prime Minister Mark Carney to visit China as the pair met on the sidelines of the APEC summit in South Korea today. Carney accepted Xi's invite, which would be the first such official visit by a Canadian Prime Minister since 2017.
It's a bit of an embarrassment, to be honest, on the nation, on the country, everyone in general. This is a member of our royal family, these are our leaders, and this is what's happening.
People in London welcome King Charles' decision to strip his younger brother Andrew of the title of Prince and oust him from his Windsor home. This is the latest fallout over Andrew's ties to Jeffrey Epstein. The King made the move after the posthumous publication of Virginia Giuffre's memoir. It revealed new details about her alleged trafficking to Andrew. He will now be known as Andrew Mountbatten Windsor. I'm Heather Hiscox, also making news on this Friday morning.
They could win it, and they are going to win it. One game to win to be number one.
In just a few hours, we'll show you the countdown clock. It's 12 hours and about 10 minutes. The Toronto Blue Jays will attempt to win it all in Game 6 of the World Series. They're back at home, 3-2 series lead for Toronto, and a victory tonight would mean their first championship title in 32 years. But not to get ahead of ourselves, because they have to beat the Los Angeles Dodgers, and that team is stacked with some of the biggest stars. If the Jays do win, this will be one of the, maybe in many people's minds, one of the biggest upsets in baseball history. A lot of talk about the Jays being an underdog, although the Jays team itself doesn't seem to believe that. We'll be here live at our location right up to first pitch, 8 p.m. Eastern tonight. Chris has been giving us our forecast this morning. Yes, our game day forecast. Here's our location. You're starting to see a little bit more activity from where we are in the Roundhouse Park. So where I am ahead of Game 6 is competing with what Chris is all about, which is, of course, Halloween. Yes. Okay, I just want everyone at home to sort of feast their eye on that, because I've seen that this was one of my all-time faves.
Yes.
I remember what this one is.
It is.
Let's give everyone at home time to sort of figure this out. Okay.
So think about
it. It is Chris Murphy.
Yes. Smart Cookie. There you are,
Smart
Heather.
Cookie. I love that one.
I'm going to toss the cap at the end when I graduate from this from this segment. All right, Heather. So we're talking about Halloween.
Are you smart enough?
Well, that remains to be seen.
I know. I was going to say, if you're smart enough to solve Yamamoto, that's what the Jays need tonight,
goodness.
Chris. That's the kind of smarts the Jays need. Now, you have other smarts that you're going to share with us here.
Indeed. We're going to be talking about meteorological smarts. The West Coast and the East Coast, and by the East Coast, you can go as far east as Eastern Ontario, is really the prime time. But let's give you your Halloween forecast. So through the evening hours, still very mild across most of the East Coast, but it will be windy, and we still have the rain showers. Now, the heaviest rain is moving its way west to east, so this is around that 7 o'clock hour. Halifax and west may be out of that rain. In southern New Brunswick, some breaks, but Cape Breton through PEI, northern areas of Nova Scotia, still some rain. I know in Charlottetown, Summerside, and Bathurst, they're postponing the trick-or-treating until tomorrow evening. And Newfoundland, the heaviest rain and the strongest winds coming after trick-or-treating, but it's going to be briefly heavy rain tonight and some strong winds right through tomorrow, and then some sea-effect rain showers. But this storm will be Melissa will be more of a miss than a hit, but it will be windy and there will be some rain showers. Northern Ontario could be cool enough for some flurries and Timmins. The GTA and westwards by the evening hours, I think you're going to be dry, but it will be windy. Kingston, Ontario, Ottawa, Montreal, Quebec City, Sherbrooke, Saguenay, it is going to be soggy. So make sure the visibility of your costumes are really good, because it's going to be dark, it's going to be wet, it's going to be windy, even wet snow up towards Algonquin Park. But tomorrow, those showers taper off, and even some snow north of the Saguenay, and by Sunday, some snow north of Thunder Bay. So pretty good rainfall for you across southern areas of Quebec. Now into the prairies, it's going to be a little blustery into southern Manitoba, sub-zero around Regina and Saskatoon. Windy this weekend for the southern areas of Alberta, and mushing its way eastwards into Saskatchewan and Manitoba through the weekend.
We're almost there. We're so close.
Blue Jay fans making a ton of noise, and now
I think it's written in the stars, right? In Game 6 back in Toronto.
My, oh my. Let's go, Blue Jays! Third to second one to first two. We stand on God's body. You know what
There's the message, one more win. And striking a chord with Canadians this morning, the Toronto Blue Jays' quest for a World Series title has brought us to this moment. Good morning. It's Friday, October 31st. I'm Heather Hiscox. Look at what's over my shoulder. Gate 6 for Game 6 in the 6. We couldn't be in a better position. Roundhouse Park in downtown Toronto. I get to bat leadoff this morning to start our special full day of World Series coverage on CBC News Network. So we're just outside the home diamond for the Jays. That's Rogers Centre, which is the center of attention for the world sports fans right now, particularly here in Canada, where the Jays have united a nation. Fans right across the country are counting down to tonight's Game 6. It is just under 12 short hours from now, although they may feel like long hours, won't they? But 8 p.m. Eastern, that is when Canada's club takes the field against the mighty Los Angeles Dodgers. We will hear this hour from baseball insiders, from former players, and from fans, all expressing their hopes the Jays can swing another iconic victory in Canadian sports history. Looking forward to another hour together. And let's begin our coverage with the host of Metro Morning, David Common, sharing some time with us. I'm at Gate 6, and there you are, 2 over. Hi, David.
I'm at Gate 4, Heather, but look at all the people who are running in between you and I. The at least rumor is that Rogers has just opened up tickets over at Gate 11. So, I mean, look over here. You see people biking, running, trying to get any way they can. There goes a woman in a mustache.
Really
I guess that's a Davis Schneider impersonation. So, yeah, everybody's racing to try to get those tickets that appear to have opened up. Here's a woman with a baby in tow. Are you trying to get tickets? Gate 11, is that what's happening? Gate 6, okay, good luck. That's what's going on up here as people try to get those coveted tickets. Look, speaking of Davis Schneider, a woman walked by earlier. She had to keep going, but I took a picture of her with my phone. Dressed as Davis Schneider, you know, in Game 5, he was that first home run. His dad took that incredible video from the stands, losing his mind off that first pitch. But you got people on this Halloween day in Toronto who are dressed up. Who are you dressed up as?
Bichette, clearly.
Absolutely. And tell me all about it. What have you got to complete the outfit?
Literally just the jersey. I stole my girlfriend's pants.
You're failing
my beard.
Gate 6. Gate 11? Gate 6 or Gate 11? Sorry, Heather. Everybody's asking where are the tickets coming from, so there's a lot of excitement.
Well, it's so cool because this is the thing that they do, David.
I literally stayed up, kept scrolling. My girlfriend was like, I'm going to get an hour of sleep. I'm like, I'm not. I'm ready.
You're ready. Yeah. You're ready. Sorry, Heather, go ahead.
I was just going to say, this is what they were doing. 150 pairs of tickets Rogers is giving away. Of course, Rogers owns the team. On a first-come, first-served basis at a secret location, which they've clearly just posted, for fans who dress up as their favorite Blue Jay. And then they're also going to make potentially 250 more tickets available for Game 7. But that's what the rush is on. The woman going by with the baby was hilarious as she was going right by you, David, too, on her way to Gate 11.
I know. She was slowed down by that baby. I would have just leave it somewhere and get your speed up. Who were you with who went running off to get tickets?
My girlfriend. She's a baseball player, actually. I'm like, you run. I'll just stay here.
Okay, she knows how to run. Yeah. Okay, that's amazing. Good to meet you. I hope you end up with some of those tickets. Heather, I got to tell you, I was speaking with legendary Blue Jays manager Cito Gaston on my program. We phoned him up earlier and got to hear from him. Of course, he was the guy behind the 92 and the 93 World Series win. Been 32 years since the Jays won. And we talked to him just about, what makes up this team. I think we got a short little clip of our conversation that we can play for you now.
This team is different from all the other teams that they played against in the playoffs, the Yankees and also the Mariners, because they get base hits, they get doubles, they get triples. And the other teams seem the only way they win is to hit home runs. And then the Jays, if they get a couple of hits, then somebody steps up and hit a home run. But they can beat you with just singles and doubles and triples. They don't have to rely on the home runs, but they have hit a lot in this series.
Yeah, so there's Cito Gaston. He threw at the first pitch in Game 1. Amazing to see that. Let me spin us around here and point us towards the lake. You see the Wanted All banners that are up on the Rogers Center here. You, Heather, I can't quite see you on the other side of that sort of structure there. I can see the lights for you down there. Amazing that the rain that has been pouring for hours and hours and hours seems to have tapered off. Maybe the skies are opening up. Maybe this is a sign for a lucky Game 6. Knock on whatever
David,
this is made out of.
Just knock on wood. Hold on. I am watching people. I think it's out of my shot, but they are sprinting along the street that I'm right on here because they too are on their way to Gate 11 to see if they can get some of those 150 free tickets. Isn't that fantastic?
I can see.
Hey, David,
I totally see what you're talking about.
Can you see them?
Yeah, I can absolutely see them.
Six,
yeah.
Just for a little bit of Blue Jays history, 1992, the Jays won in Game 6. 1993, with that Joe Carter home run, the Jays won in 6. So if you're superstitious, as so many who love baseball are, an auspicious night potentially tonight, David Common. What do you think?
Well said, Heather. Well said. I love it. I got to go back on the air
listen,
now on my own program, but so good to chat with you. Yeah.
If you don't show up there, I'll be in trouble. Okay, go ahead and do that. Come back later, okay? David Common, who's the host of Metro Morning on CBC Radio 1. Game 6 tonight, of course, coincides with Halloween, and businesses across the city are not scared at all about embracing both events. Here's how some are getting ready for a monster night of festivities.
We always throw a big Halloween party. How do you plan for that, right? So we are trying to do our best to balance out both needs. This time of the year, in any other year, we'll probably only have like 40, 50 people on the staff at this time. Right now, we have about 100.
End of October, November is not patio season, but Toronto loves to hold on to summer as long as we can. And, you know, our capacity out there is so massive that as long as it doesn't rain, we're going to have a ton of TVs, lots of propane, lots of heat. We're going to try and make the party outside as well.
There you go, getting set for what they hope will be a big party this weekend if the Jays win in 6 tonight, potentially, or in 7 tomorrow. There will be hundreds of thousands of fans in Toronto and in cities right across this country. Linda Ward, part of our coverage team this morning for more on the city's preparations. I don't know if you were listening earlier last hour, Linda. I was talking to Toronto Mayor Olivia Chow, and she was remembering 1993, the last victory parade for the Jays, when her husband Jack Layton was alive, and he was playing a saxophone, and they were with all the people in the streets, and she was remembering how orderly it was. People were celebrating. They'd go up one side of Yonge Street and then come back down on the other, so everybody had a safe but still celebratory night. So hoping for something peaceful but very joyous should the Jays win. Why don't you set up the scene for what's in store tonight, Linda?
Well, where we are, Heather, will be really the epicenter of whatever party ensues if the Jays are successful, when the Jays are successful, I should say, this weekend. We are situated right between the Rogers Centre and Scotiabank Arena. Now, Rogers Centre, of course, is going to be where the big party's happening, but at Scotiabank Arena, there's a big watch party that will be happening there as well. So they were selling tickets, $15 tickets to come in, watch the game on the Jumbotron, take part in a number of activities and giveaways, things like that. So there's going to be a lot of people there. Just north of where we are is City Hall, and just outside City Hall there's been this big watch party that's been going on throughout the course of the World Series as well. So the game will be there. So this is really sort of the triangle that is going to be this party here in the city, and hundreds of thousands of people are expected. The city is alive already. We were speaking with some fans earlier today about just how excited everybody is for this game.
Well, I'll be watching at home, but I will come out and celebrate if they win.
I don't know. I'm not a huge baseball fan, but living in Toronto, obviously everybody can't be not excited for this. So.
What are your plans?
I'll probably just watch it with my dad.
The whole city needs a boost, and I think this will be it.
You're going to do it.
They're going to do it. They're going to smash it.
All right.
Smash it out the park.
Smash it out of the park. Now, I know you were talking with David there just a little while ago. We've seen some people running by us here as well, trying to get their hands. You can see them running right here, running along Bremner Boulevard. So they're obviously trying to get their hands on some tickets to be part of this party. The city very, very excited, and we know we've heard from the mayor of Toronto as well about some of the preps that are taking place. Toronto police say they are fully mobilized this weekend to make sure everybody is safe. All hands on deck with the help of neighboring police services if needed. But Mayor Olivia Chow, when you were speaking with her earlier, brought up a really good point, and that is, you know, we have done this kind of thing before. And here's part of your conversation with her, Heather.
There is a command center right in the center, and it's the fire, the paramedics, the police, the public transit, economic development, the whole team's there. We have some practice during the Taylor Swift concert, and the concert tour director said to me, because I came in on the last concert on Saturday night, she said that of all the cities, you know, it's worldwide tour, ours is the most coordinated, the smoothest, best ran.
So, yeah, so the Eras Tour was practice. We know the Raptors Parade, that was practice. And we have FIFA coming up as well. So a lot of this is going to play into just how the city manages all of the celebrations and the logistics around that. But we are certainly well practiced here in the city of Toronto.
I love seeing the people sprinting to gate 11 to get those free tickets. It's been happening behind me too. It's great fun. And of course, our viewers, Linda, continue to send in fantastic photos as they get ready for Game 6, their gear, their memorabilia. We're seeing it all. We've heard from the Canadian bat company, Sam Bat, this morning. That's in the Ottawa Valley, and they are proud as punch because there's the Maplewood bat that Davis Schneider used for that very first home run, stepping in for George Springer, and there it was, sending in, nobody had even settled into their seats, and they got the home run into left field. They call it the Rito Crusher. So that's up there on social media right now. Linda, what else are you seeing?
Yeah. That torpedo bat, that's for sure. That's the big ticket item. Now everybody wants one of those. I want to bring up an email that we got that shows the Kincardine U13 boys watching the Blue Jays game, being pretty creative here because they had a hockey practice. So they set up a TV in the back of this SUV in the parking lot so they could watch the game. So a lot of people being pretty creative here. And yeah, you know, trying to multitask. Well, you're going to be multitasking tonight with Halloween and all of the activities with that. So here's something that we got from the McPhee family in Peterborough. These are their pumpkins. They always put out their pumpkins. This year they had to show their Blue Jays support, so they've painted those fabulous pumpkins, put those outside. I'm sure we're going to be seeing a lot of that as we go door to door tonight. But Heather, before we go, I want to show you something that popped up on my neighborhood social media page, and it's a notice to trick-or-treaters tonight. Attention, all Canadian trick-or-treaters, please be advised that on Friday, October 31st at 8 p.m., all Canadian porch lights will be turned off and Halloween will officially be over as the country prepares for Game 6 of the World Series. Thank you for your attention to this matter. So Halloween trick-or-treaters, be on notice. Get out early, get those treats early, because I imagine a lot of those lights are going to be turned off and people are going to be tuning into their TV sets.
It's great fun. Halloween stops at 8. Can you hear? We got the horns going behind me. We got the vuvuzelas. I think those are, I remember those from soccer matches and the World Cup in South Africa is when we first learned about the vuvuzela. They're here outside the Rogers Centre as well. And everybody getting set for that. But Halloween stops this year at 8 p.m. Linda, thank you so very much. Everyone wanting another scene like this one in '93.
Now the 2-2. Well hit down the left field line. Way back.
That was the moment. Touch 'em all, Joe. The great call from Tom Cheek 32 years ago in Game 6. Don't forget that history, same as 92. But somewhere in that crush, is that right, is my next guest. Where would you, can you spot yourself, Rob Butler?
I know exactly where
Okay,
it was.
where were you? I don't know if we can keep that video going long enough.
When Joe's coming around third, Nick Leyva jumps up into his arms, then Jack Morris, and it's actually little Rob Butler jumping up and down like a jumping bean right there. And I end up in behind him.
That's so great.
And I push him into home plate, so you can't really see me in a lot of pictures because I'm pretty small compared to Joe. So, but yeah, I was right behind him, and just in the pandemonium and chaos of it all, just ended up there. And it's so easy to find myself, obviously, because I got the high socks on, and no one else did that. So I always, my kids even say, "Hey, there you are, Dad."
There you are.
Yeah.
Rob Butler back with us this morning. We met him yesterday, but because we're outside Rogers Center, we invited you down, and thank you for giving us some time. Rob Butler, our rookie. Oh, there's the vote. Hey, let's have a blast. Thank you very much. Getting set for Game 6. Go Jays, go.
Everybody's pumped.
That is fantastic. 93, Rob was a rookie, just started with the Jays, there for that World Series, the last World Series that the Blue Jays have won. And look at what is blinding me, catching the light and the blingity bling 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 there.
Yeah, I brought my World Series ring. I only bring it for special occasions,
Really?
of course.
I bet.
So I would actually like for you to wear it.
Are you?
For
Will this jinx the team? Is there anything
No.
superstitious?
There's no bad
'Cause I
luck
don't want
involved
to
with
be
World Series rings.
responsible.
No, it is
That
like
is
a
beauty.
superpower.
Should I hold that up closely?
Yeah.
Can you get that, Keith? There, look at superpower.
It has superpowers
Wow.
in it.
One
Everybody
of these
wears
has,
it, feels good.
Oh, okay. I'm going to put that on.
Yeah.
I do
It
feel
is special.
good.
It's
I feel-
unbelievable
I feel
to
mighty.
when you're
I
trying
feel Game 60.
when you're a kid like me growing up in Maine and Danforth and dreaming of the Blue Jays every day of my life, you know what I mean? Like I would miss school to watch spring training baseball games back in the old days.
You bet.
And to always wanting to be a Blue Jay and then letting it and having it happen is unbelievable. And of course, to climb that mountain of making it to the World Series and ultimately winning the World Series, because it is so hard to do. Winning a Major League Baseball game is difficult, let alone winning in the World Series.
In 7, having to get that game. We talked about that yesterday.
So it's unbelievable to do it with a group of guys that you just love so much and you become brothers with. We were so tight and so close, and I see that resemblance with this team, just how much fun they're having together. I think these guys are having more fun because they're allowed to be more boyish. We had to be more professional, and there was no celebration and pimping because there'd been fights every night. Yeah, there'd been fights every night if we did that. So today it's more loud and it's more accepted and it's so much more fun. I'm having more fun watching them all.
Are you?
These guys are just incredible.
What do you remember, going into Game 6, knowing you could win it all, as they are tonight? What do you remember how you felt the morning of the big game and how you think they might be dealing with things this morning?
Well, I felt so confident because the team was just so good. I mean, the players that we had were so calm and they were so professional and prepared with their routines. Like nothing really changed. The atmosphere never changed. We were always having fun and we were always planning and working together and pumping each other up and just being there for each other. So for me that day, I was still living at home. I was, living at Maine and Danforth with my mom and dad. And to jump on the subway and, ride it down to the Dome and just be thinking about it the whole way there and kind of being in a surreal, almost like Wonderland heaven, Field of Dreams kind of feeling. You know what I mean? It was so weird for me, but so exciting and so much fun because I wanted to just embrace every single moment. As soon as I got into the clubhouse and I saw Roberto Alomar, I saw Dick Schofield, my good friend on the team. And we're hugging each other all the time because it really is that we're here and we're doing this together, and it's an incredible feeling.
So you were in the field and you were pinch hitter. You went 1 for 2. We talked about this against Curt Schilling.
Yeah.
Curt Schilling is the last pitcher in MLB to go 3 complete games, and Yamamoto, if he does that tonight in the postseason, 3 complete games in the postseason. Whoops, sorry, there go all my research notes.
All good.
Thank goodness I know my stuff. Anyway, we got to field that. Anyway, so Curt Schilling, the last one, you faced Curt Schilling and as I said, 1 for 2 against him in the series. So how do you think about Yamamoto, who has been just immovable on the mound? What do you think is going to be the task for the Jays hitters tonight?
Well, now they've seen him a few times and they kind of can build in some plans and some routines. I think they're just going to approach him the way they've been approaching the whole series, right? Being really short to the ball and trying to be aggressive and working. I mean, it's amazing how they're able to be aggressive, but also work counts. Like, they really wear the pitchers out. So I think that's kind of what their plan is to do, because they've been doing it all series. It's amazing how these guys can get to 3-2 counts and have 8 pitch at bats and do these things that are very fatiguing for a pitcher. And I think the only way to get to like a stone, like this guy is chiseled. Like, he is so ready. You watch him preparing in the dugout. He's definitely a menace to face, for sure. But you know what? When baseball's a funny game, little things can happen. A little bloop, an infield hit, that kind of opens up an inning, and then guys get the ball rolling, and then they're off to the races.
And that's the style of game they've been playing all season.
Yeah.
Come back to something that you just mentioned. You grew up watching the Jays because they started in 1977. It was a dream to play for them. Joey Votto wrote a similar piece in the Star. You maybe saw it. How that 93 win was determinant for him, helped get him into baseball in a serious way. We're seeing it again in 2025. You're also the manager, we should make this very clear, for the Toronto Maple Leafs in the Inter-County League. So what is your sense about what this team and what this moment in baseball could mean for baseball in Canada?
Oh, it means everything, especially the kids. In 1984, 1985, in 1985, when they clinched the division, I went out and played baseball for 5 hours after.
You did?
Right? With my brother, playing Burby against the wall, hitting fly balls to each other.
Who were you playing? Were you imagining you were somebody?
Well, early on, we loved the old New York Yankees, so we always pretended we were Babe Ruth and Lou Gehrig. But when it was Blue Jay time, it was definitely Lloyd Moseby and Jesse Barfield.
Okay, nice.
Because we were outfielders, and yeah, so we idolized those guys. But them winning and Tom Henke coming and all those heroes that came, they were superheroes to us, right? We were just little kids playing house league baseball in East York. But it really turned a corner for us to just love baseball even more, which I wouldn't think would be even possible. But it definitely inspired me to be a baseball player. And I know that this team right now, they're inspiring me to want to be a baseball player again. Right, because it's so much fun. Davis Schneider and his antics, his mustache, and Barger and how energetic he is.
Couch.
It's incredible, just like the way these guys have energized this whole country. It's not just Toronto; it's everybody. It's from Butlerville, where my family's from. They'll be watching all the way out to Victoria, BC, and it's so important, especially this time in our lives. Canada needs something to unite them, and the Blue Jays have done that. And it's such a miracle of timing for this.
Rob is the first and so far only Canadian to win a World Series with a Canadian team. Other Canadians have with other teams, but never with a Canadian team. Rob Butler is in the club of one. If things go well, Vladimir Guerrero Jr. could join you in the club today. He'd be the second Canadian to win with a second team. What do you think is the likelihood of that?
Oh, I think it's an unbelievable likelihood because the Blue Jays have Vladimir Guerrero. You know what I mean? He is unbelievable, breaking records, playing the game like he's playing in his schoolyard. Like, he knocked on the door and said, "Hey, let's go play some baseball against the Dodgers." I've been saying that all the time, just this schoolyard baseball. So I think, his influence on everybody is going to be so huge. It's huge on me. I can't believe how much I love watching this guy play. I love watching everything he does, like every move. I mean, he's so spectacular at everything he does. He's like this almost baseball god already, and it's fun to watch.
John Schneider said yesterday, "I wish we could start the game right now." After talking to you, I wish we could start the game right now. You made it so exciting. Rob Butler, a fantastic guest. Do I have to give this back? I have to give this back.
Some other people may want to wear it.
I know. It's very nice. Has your name on it. How many diamonds?
I think there's 46.
46.
I've tried to count them all, but
not bad.
It's difficult.
Did you keep that in a safe, pretty well locked away?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, boy, that is
Definitely.
very precious. And that is what this year's roster is playing for right there, the trophy and then the World Series ring. It would be, I'm going to give this back
Thank
very
you.
delicately.
Thank you very much. It goes right back on my finger, and I get the magic back.
In 32 years. What a pleasure to have you with us 2 days in a row. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
And enjoy watching.
Yes, I will.
We'll see if the history can repeat in Game 6. More Blue Jays insiders still to come this morning. Former Jays pitcher in relief Scott Downs going to join us at 8:40. So that's coming up in just about 15 minutes. We're going to look at the physics of the splitter and help you kind of differentiate the pitches that you're going to see from Yamamoto and from Gausman today. Plus the voice of the Blue Jays coming back one more time with us, Dan Schulman, in the 9 o'clock Eastern hour. So all of that is ahead. The brilliant play on the field has inspired people right across Canada, and it's really brought out the creativity of some Jays fans.
Blue Jays, baby. We want it all, hey. We want it all, oh. We want it all, hey. Let's go, Jays. We want it all, hey. We want it all, oh. We want it all, hey. Let's go, Jays. We send Judge down, we send Cal down. Yo, show, hey.
That's from a music studio and custom jingle company in London, Ontario called Jingle Chain, co-founded by producers Ryan Barker and Kyle McIntyre. And their dream is to get the viral anthem played at the World Series. So we'll see what happens. Will it come true in Game 6? Let's listen in and enjoy the lyrics there on CBC Morning Live outside Rogers Centre ahead of Game 6.
God's been an ace, Trey's been great. Thieves in the hall stacking up them K's. Miles in the field, Barches too. 1 through 9, we all getting on base. Mad Max, so fast, throw gas, fast facts. Coach Johnny went and tried to take him out. Wasn't having that, had to go get the ball back. Then we thought it was over. Springer came out with the hit of October. What a historical homer, a nation behind us. Yeah, this is our moment. Yankees lose. We want it.
First pitch crushed. Left field in deep. That ball is headed to the second deck and gone.
Recently.
Drilled. Left field in deep. Bellinger in a jog. He's done it again. Kirk into the Blue Jay bullpen. It's 7-1 Toronto.
They swept the next game to sweep the series.
Kirk hits one to the opposite field. It's hit well. It is gone.
But what a monster inning. And now Kirk lifts one to left center. This is tagged well. Gone! And a curveball hit high and deep. Left center field. Gone!
What a postseason Blue Jays catcher Alejandro Kirk is having. Oh, I'm sorry. CBC Morning Live, we'd like to call him Alejiro Kirk. Tied with the Seattle Mariners' Cal Raleigh with 5 home runs by a catcher in the playoffs. 4th on the roster of all-time Jays for home run in playoffs. So he's behind Vladimir Guerrero Jr., Jose Bautista, Joe Carter, and then Kirk. And he set a new standard for Mexican-born players with 22 hits in the postseason. Needless to say, he is huge in his hometown of Tijuana, Mexico. Take a look at this. He has been immortalized by an artist in the city. Beautiful mural there on the wall of an underpass. So they are watching and will be paying very close attention to Game 6 in Toronto, in Tijuana, to see if their hero has another big night. Certainly he was fantastic with Yesavage in framing that game and coming right through and talking him into that extraordinary 12 strikeout night. Chris,
yes,
back. This is what we like. Oh, the hat's gone. Hello.
Oh, hold on a second. That was an oversight on my behalf. There we go, Heather. There we go. Thanks for reminding me.
Now we're ready to go.
Because
it's the white panel, and the white panel is working for many people. You have a game day forecast for us, my friend.
I do. By the way, Heather, in Little League, I did play 2 positions, shortstop and catcher. So just in case Alejandro Kirk goes down, and we certainly hope he does not, I'm ready. That's all I'm saying.
You're ready to step in.
I'm ready.
If I see John Schneider going into the park, I'll let him know that you're ready for that.
Thank you.
For that
Thank you.
call-up.
Yes. Yeah, he hasn't returned my calls. I'm sure he's very busy. All right, 7 degrees this evening down at the around Toronto, and a lot of watch parties as well. It's going to be gusty. We have our low pressure system, and this, by the way, is Melissa. Not really looking like a hurricane anymore because it's going through transition from a hurricane to a post-tropical storm, but it's still got a pretty good wind field. So a lot of big waves all through the maritime waters this afternoon, Newfoundland waters this evening. Through the afternoon, there still could be a few lingering showers in Toronto, but the bulk of the rain is eastern Ontario through Quebec and across the maritime, some locally heavy rains. Now I'm going to pause it this evening because, you know, trick-or-treating, which I'm sure will come to an abrupt end at 8 p.m. Eastern time. You're going to see, watch for the showers east of the Kawartha Lakes, even flurries up in Algonquin Park. Rain in Kingston, Ottawa, Montreal, Quebec City, Saguenay. Could be a break in the rain around Halifax as well. Certainly likely still rain, though, eastern Nova Scotia, PEI. And the heaviest rain, a quick shot of heavy rain for the Avalon Peninsula and strong winds will be overnight tonight. So I think for trick-or-treating in St. John's, it'll be dry for the first part, maybe chasing some rain showers at the end. Otherwise, it's just going to be a cool, rather unsettled weekend in the East Coast and Northern Ontario. So this evening, 7 degrees in Toronto, 7 in Montreal, but rain showers. Very mild in the Maritimes, but it's going to be windy, and we do have some rainfall and special weather statements in place. Across the west, there's our storm system bringing some strong winds to northern areas of BC this morning, this afternoon in the south, and this is an atmospheric river, that narrow, long band of moisture in the sky, and this is going to bring a lot of rain, so a soggy Halloween and likely trick-or-treating. Through the first half of the day, though, it could be strong winds and right through the afternoon. So secure those, clear those storm drains for the rain to go somewhere, and secure those Halloween decorations.
There is no doubt Blue Jays bats are red hot going into Game 6. Here we are outside the Rogers Center. But to win the World Series tonight, they're going to have to beat the only Dodgers ace to freeze them out, and that's Yoshinobu Yamamoto.
Here's the 3-2, and it's a curveball that throws him for strike 3 called. Swing and a miss over the top of a nasty split. It's 2-1. The man not running, and it's strike 3 called. 97 at the knees for out number 1.
Now, there's a look at Yamamoto getting the Blue Jays hitters to swing and miss in Game 2. As we've been mentioning, he throws 6 different pitches. He has a fastball in the high 90s. He has a nasty splitter. Has a big hook of a curveball. He went the distance in Game 2. He pitched all 9 innings, so complete game. With his rubber arm, he was even ready to pitch if needed in that marathon Game 3. He was set to go in the 19th inning. It never got to that. But we need to talk about Yamamoto and the splitter, and we're going to do that with the help of former reliever with the Blue Jays from 2005 to 2010. You may remember Scott Downs. He's in Lexington, Kentucky, now a head coach with a school team, but still the man to go to for pitching questions, and I have them. Scott Downs, welcome to our program. I'm really happy to meet you here today.
Hi, sir. Yes, thanks for having me. I'm looking forward to it. I'm glad you reached out to ask some of these pitching questions.
Listen, when you watch the broadcast, I'm always really thankful to have Buck and Dan explain what pitches are going in because they're so fast. I certainly can't distinguish. But both for Gausman and for Yamamoto, we're going to be hearing a lot about the splitter. So let's start with Yamamoto. Can you explain the splitter, what it is, and why it's so difficult to hit?
It's it's basically it's a modified changeup. Not everybody can throw a split finger because you have to have pretty big hands and long fingers to be able to throw it and control it with accuracy. But it's one of those pitches. It's kind of like a and when it's good, it works like a knuckleball where just gravity takes over and physics take over, and it's hard to predict where it's going to end up. So them to see because coming in at 80 to 88 miles an hour, they don't have a whole lot of time to react.
So it comes in looking like a fastball and then slows down and drops. Is that kind of what happens from a physics standpoint?
Yes, and it's with their arm, with their arm angles and arm slots and that kind of stuff and finger pressure, it's supposed to look like a fastball out of hand, which makes it so difficult for hitters to pick up.
Okay, I'll get to Gausman in a second, but let's talk more about Yamamoto for a moment. He's just such an incredible pitcher to watch. You understand why the Dodgers gave him the money they did, even without really even having him throw a major league pitch, $325 million for him. And when he's up there, I mean, it's incredible to see. He's such a wonder, and Davis Schneider says you don't really know what he's going to pitch because he goes through the lineup, through the order once, and then he might do it similarly on the second go-round, or he might do it differently. It's hard to know. What do you see in Yamamoto that is so fierce to be the batter against?
Confidence. He's not a major league experienced pitcher, but he's been pitching for a long time over in Japan, which is why he was so sought out to come over here. His regiment that he goes through to get prepared to pitch is one of, that's one of those things where each pitcher has a little routine that they go through, and his regiment is so spot on for him to keep him healthy, to keep him flexible at what he does. But the fact that he throws 6 pitches all from the same arm slot is crazy. So yeah, like Snide said, it's hard for them to pick up which pitch because having 6, you don't know which one he's going to throw because he can throw them all at any time.
Can I just show some video? I think we have it, because part of what he does is routine, is he actually throws sort of a modified javelin. You've probably seen that. We have some video of him on the park getting ready, and he gets into this motion with the javelin. Other pitchers don't do this. I mean, what does this help him with, Scott?
That I don't know. That's new to me, but I mean, it looks like what it does is it takes a lot of the stress off of his elbow by how he's throwing it, and if it works for him, like I said, each pitcher has their own thing that they do. I think it would be interesting to find out why, but my guess is that he does it to help one with his mechanics, two keep his arm strength, and three probably to protect his elbow from just throwing, the weight balls, which he does as well. So, but I think it's pretty interesting that he throws a javelin in between starts.
It really is. So because he was so incredible in Game 2, we maybe overlooked a little bit Kevin Gausman, who held the Dodgers to 3 runs on 4 hits in those 6 2/3 innings of work. He, too, has a pretty good splitter. That's his bread and butter. What do you expect to be seeing from Kevin Gausman tonight, Scott?
I expect to see the same. He's a dog. He wants the ball. He's ready for this moment. He threw really well against them in Game 2. He made one mistake, basically for the home run. I know he gave up 2, but, it takes one mistake to get beat when you're facing a guy like Yamamoto. And I think, he's going to have his command on. He's going to be ready to go, and I think he's going to put the Jays on his back.
Pretty interesting. I was looking at the stats because we love baseball stats. Games 4 and 5, the Jays pitching held Los Angeles bats to just a 161 average. They went 10 for 62 in games 4 and 5. So we'll see if they can shut them down again. One of the things that's interesting as I've been watching, and maybe it's caught your eye too as a reliever, you have Chris Bassett, who's usually a starter. I mean, he was a reliever years and years ago, but he has been a starter, coming in relief and really being masterful and shutting them down in his one inning of work usually. That's kind of an interesting thing from him is he contributes in that way. What strikes you about Bassett's contribution?
I love it. He's a guy that he just wants the ball. He wants the ball. He wants to be able to help his team the best way he can in any situation he can. And being an experienced pitcher as he is, he knows not to get too high in the moment, whether it be starting or he's still got to go out and pitch and do what he's been doing his whole career. And whether it be coming in to start and throw 5 innings or coming in the 7th and 8th to get it to Hoffman, he accepted that role, and he's a veteran guy, so he's just going to do what he can to help the team win.
All right. Listen, Scott, such a pleasure. I'm looking at my screen. I'm seeing you, and I'm seeing our countdown clock. 11 hours, 17 minutes, and 12 seconds until this all gets underway with the first pitch. And now we'll know what to watch for and to understand when we hear so much talk about the splitter. What a great pleasure to meet you, and thank you for the time today.
Thank you for having me, and go Jays.
Okay, Scott Downs in Kentucky, watching Toronto from there, as is, well, much of Canada, to say the least. And there are drone pictures of Rogers Centre. 8 o'clock, the opening pitch, with Kevin Gausman getting the ball for Toronto. You're watching CBC Morning Live from Roundhouse Park, just across the street from the Rogers Centre, ahead of Game 6.
I've seen both World Series. I'm really impressed. I have to be honest, I was a little worried about the Dodgers. I've got 2 kids, 7 and 10, and it does remind me of when I was about that age.
Started to follow the team when I arrived here in Canada around 6 years. Around 6 years, yeah. I buy my head and I don't take it off, just never.
They're going to be up against some tough pitching, but it'll be good for them to be back at home and win it there.
Go Blue Jays, go!
That's what we've been hearing from Blue Jays fans in Vancouver. Again, Canada's team, as they count down until the first pitch at Toronto's Rogers Centre tonight. Just checking, it is 11 hours and 15 minutes to go. Excitement growing right across the country as the Jays head into this Game 6, 1 win away from the first World Series title for Toronto in more than 3 decades. So that was from the West Coast, fans in Vancouver. On the East Coast, also huge Jays support, and games there have been stretching late into the night. Oh my goodness, Brett, I'm thinking of that 18-inning Game 3, but that's been a big boost for local businesses in Halifax. Good morning, Brett Ruskin. Tell us about Jays fever there.
Good morning, Heather. Yeah, a wet and windy day here on the East Coast, but that's not going to dampen the spirits of Blue Jays fans. And you mentioned that Game 3. Interestingly enough, most of the bars and restaurants that people were typically gathered at in downtown Halifax closed down at 2 a.m. So people left around inning 14 or so at that game, not knowing what the result of the game was, simply because people had to close their doors. You came so early in the morning. Now, speaking of restaurants, you might have some people who are going out to bars and pubs. Some people staying at home on the couch to watch, and so that means ordering a pizza. One local pizza shop in Halifax is talking about how it's going to be an exceptionally busy night tonight. Not only is Halloween apparently a busy night for pizza orders, but also tonight's game with people watching at home too. Here's what they had to say about tonight's expectations.
We're ready for it. It's going to be a doubleheader per se on our end, between Halloween and families ordering pizzas ahead of time, and then the 9 p.m. game comes along, and go Jays go. We got to bring it home.
And so we have our watch party set up. We have our couch. We have our pizza. We need some decorations as well. How about a Blue Jays flag? There has a flag shop in Halifax and Dartmouth talking about how their most popular flag in the last month or so hasn't been a Nova Scotia flag, hasn't been a Canadian flag. It's been a Blue Jays flag or Blue Jays merchandise. Here they are talking about that.
There's been an extended period of time to sell more flags, and people are having parties, people are hanging them up at work, so it's good to see them being used all over the place.
And so lots of spin-off impacts to the Blue Jays playoff run with local businesses here on the East Coast as well as across the country. Heather.
We have a big Blue Jays flag right in the newsroom, as a matter of fact, Brett, so in keeping with that. Now, interesting, there is a newly discovered nod to the Jays that I know you have newly discovered that's been hiding in plain sight. What is that?
So yeah, more than a decade, Heather, this secret has been, as you said, hiding in plain sight on the facade, on the outside of the AGNS, the Art Gallery of Nova Scotia. So they went through a restoration in 2015. The restoration outside was revealed. Everyone said, oh, that looks great, good job. But there was a secret part of the restoration. People are now just noticing a Blue Jays logo carved into the side of the building. Not very big, just kind of that big or so. And it was placed there because one of the managers of the restoration had seen that elsewhere on the building there was actually a small Boston Red Sox hat and logo carved in. And he said, we can't have that. This is Canada's team. So he made sure that there was a Blue Jays logo added to that 2015 restoration. So kind of a fun story to see even the local art gallery getting behind the Blue Jays in their own small, subtle way. Heather.
I love that story, Brett. Thank you for bringing that to us. Next time I'm in Halifax, I'll be sure to look for the Blue Jay in the art gallery. Thank you, Brett Ruskin, part of our coast to coast coverage team today. And I want to show you the scene outside Gate 6. This is what's going on right now. The lineup already started. Can you see through there? Outside Gate 6, that's the entrance to the Jays shop where you can buy all the merch that Brett was just talking about. Doesn't open for more than an hour yet, and even though it's rainy and frankly not very pleasant out this morning, the fans are there. I I wonder what jersey is going to really sell today. Certainly, Yesavage jerseys must be going through the roof after what he did in Game 5. We are ahead of Game 6 this morning in just about 11 hours, 10 minutes. That opening pitch, Kevin Gosman with the ball this time. And you're watching CBC Morning Live. As we take a look at the markets this hour, just ahead of trading beginning next hour, the dollar continues to slide down 1/4 cent right now. Crude oil is largely flat, and gold futures now turning around again, up more than $16 per ounce. For the futures, just ahead of the market's opening, the NASDAQ in particular is seeing some big gains, more than 340 points right now. Investors perhaps liking what they're seeing in the forecast from both Apple and Amazon.
The market update is brought to you by Export Development Canada. Grow your business globally with support from EDC.
In again with Chris, who is, you're still waiting for the call. Has it?
I am still waiting,
Springer,
Heather.
he might be out. Those obliques. He might
the
be out.
phone
He
is
might
there.
need to lead off.
Yes.
I know.
Well,
I'm
stretching
doing an
a limber.
inventory.
Yeah. Yes, indeed.
SpongeBob has gone by, a frog.
Okay.
We had a dinosaur. We had, we had Bo Bichette. We had a fan as Bo Bichette. We've had, let me see, what else did we have? We saw, did I say the ninja? We had a ballet dancer. There are a lot of kids going by on their way to school in their Halloween costumes, and it's just been fun. Kind of interesting because they are coming together tonight, Halloween and the Jays Game 6. So in so many houses, Chris, they're just saying thank you, but no more trick-or-treating after 8 o'clock.
That's right. Yeah.
Because we're watching the game.
The lights are going to go off right at 8 p.m. Eastern. All right. Well, we'll make this a Halloween forecast because some areas are going to be dealing with some adverse weather, Heather. So let's get you all up to speed here. East Coast, West Coast, and the Yukon. That's where really most of the active weather is. Also, I should mention Quebec and Eastern Ontario. So even coast adjacent. Wind warnings and rainfall warnings. So the rainfall warnings for the North Coast inland sections and also Metro Vancouver, particularly the North Shore and the Northeast. But there is some overlap. Sunshine Coast, you're under rainfall warnings and wind warnings. So the wind warnings, say Prince George to 100 Mile House. That's through this morning and afternoon. Gusts up to 90 kilometers per hour. So we got to secure those loose objects like Halloween decorations. And the North Coast down towards East Vancouver Island. Those gusts down in Vancouver Island could go 70, even 90 kilometers per hour. Then to the Yukon, we've got a Halloween blizzard off the Dempster Highway near the Richardson Mountains. So whiteout conditions there. And then across the east, the weather statement in cream here is about 20 to 40 millimeters of rain, also some gusty winds. The rainfall warnings in Nova Scotia and southern New Brunswick, 50 to 80 millimeters, but that'll be tapering off largely through the afternoon. And we've got the rainfall warnings for eastern Ontario for another 25 millimeters of rain to go. Parts of Quebec could see 25 to 50 millimeters of rain before that enters. So bottom line is that it's a soggy day and it's a windy day, but Toronto looks like the rain will ease off by the evening, but it'll still be gusty, mild but wet across the Maritimes, but we should get some breaks for this evening, including around Halifax. So it'll be windy, but might get a break from the rain. But Montreal, Quebec, Ottawa, you're likely going to stay in the rain. And then heavy rain comes through the overnight and strong winds for the Avalon Peninsula. That will be the remnants of Melissa. Will be a post-tropical storm then. So you're going to get a few hours of intense weather, and then tomorrow it's just breezy again, strong high waves, off and on showers, cool temperatures, and snow showers in the higher ground in southern Ontario and through northern Ontario by Sunday. Sub-zero values this evening in Regina, but not as windy and not as flurry, not as snowy as yesterday, and cool in Manitoba, southern areas and north. So BC, Alberta, by the way, that's a pleasant evening. Calgary, Edmonton, 8 degrees, no weather worries. You got high pressure. So all the precipitation in the south tapers off this weekend across the prairies. It's going to be windy, though, Saturday in southern Alberta, Sunday in southern Saskatchewan and Manitoba. So those gusts could go 60 to 80 kilometers an hour, but there's not a lot of precipitation. Across the west, though, well, we've got the stormy weather through today, and then by tonight, the winds ease off in the south coast, but the rain is still there. And across the north for trick-or-treating this evening, -5 in Iqaluit, rain showers in Yellowknife. And if you're heading down to Montreal tomorrow, we've got semifinal Saturday. We've got the Blue Bombers and the Alouettes. We've got the Lions and the Stampeders looking good.
gosh, we're almost there. We're so close.
Blue Jay fans making a ton of noise, and now
I think it's written in the stars, right? In Game 6 back in Toronto.
My, oh my! Let's go, Blue Jays! Third to second one to first two. We stand on God's
One country, One team, one more win. The Toronto Blue Jays are on the brink of bringing the World Series title back to Canada. Good morning. It's Friday, October 31st. I'm Heather Hiscox, out of the studio today and on the road, literally a couple of blocks away from our studio. We're at Roundhouse Park in downtown Toronto. I get to bat leadoff this morning for our team. Of course, that's the big question mark, or one of them for tonight. Who will be in leadoff for the Jays tonight? Will George Springer be back? But I'm starting on CBC News Network what is a full day of World Series coverage, and we are just minutes away from the Jays' home turf, Rogers Center, literally just right there under the dome. The Jays will be facing the Los Angeles Dodgers tonight in Game 6. Game 6 holds a special place in Blue Jays history. The two back-to-back titles in the early 90s, 92 and 93. They also won in 6 games, and the Jays will be looking for another legendary Game 6 performance tonight. This hour, we'll hear from baseball insiders, we'll hear from fans, we'll show you how this city and indeed this entire nation has rallied behind this team. Let's bring in part of my morning team this morning. He hosts Metro Morning on CBC Radio. David Common, though, part of our broadcast, and he's been hitting it out of the park with the people he's been running into. So let's find out. Oh, I can show you where David is. Let me just show you. Hold on for a moment. I got to get this. Oh, there he is, literally across the street and up the stairs. Good morning, David Common.
And indeed, yes, you are just over my shoulder here in a tent. I love your analogies this morning, Heather. So I'm gonna say, if you're the leadoff batter, I am at first base, and in fact, quite literally, this is first base in behind this wall of the Rogers Center. You can see down here there are people lined up because just underneath us is the Jays official merchandise shop. Let's just say it's been really busy, and I can imagine on Halloween day, there's a lot of people as well who are looking to get dressed up. I got to show you. She had to run, quite literally. I want to show you a picture of somebody who came by earlier. I love this. She is dressed up as none other than Davis Schneider, who, in Game 5 knocked that first pitch right out of the park. There are a lot of people dressed up as Davis Schneider. This has just taken over this city. And beyond that, there is so much excitement. We are, I guess, 11 hours before the big party. I like to show up to parties really early, and this is a good example. But want it all, the posters, everything that's up here outside the Rogers Center as people get ready. And I can actually see through the glass and see how the staff of the Rogers Center are getting everything ready, Heather. It's the energy here will just keep building. A rainy day right now, but for those trick-or-treaters tonight, the rain's gonna go away. And then a couple hours after that, it's game time, Game 6.
As you're up on the screen, David, we have the countdown clock, 10 hours, 56 minutes, and now it's 10 hours, 55 minutes, and 56 seconds, and you do like to show up early, and there you are. It's interesting that you showed that picture of the woman as Davis Schneider. We're going to hear from Linda Ward because she is exactly in the place where fans like that woman were headed because they want to get free tickets today. So we'll bring you that part of the story. But you were speaking with the parents of Davis Schneider. This is fantastic. His dad, Steve, went absolutely viral for what he posted at his son's leadoff home run. Tell me about the conversation, David, that you had with his parents.
Well, I asked him if he's going to be filming again tonight. He uses Meta glasses to actually do all the filming, and he was surrounded by a number of other Jays players' families, and so that was part of all of the excitement. I think we have the video. We just have to play it again. I cannot get enough of seeing this. Oh no! No way! No way! God! Oh my God! Oh my God! Oh my God! You gotta be kidding me! You gotta be kidding me! Well, that just says it all, Heather, doesn't it? I love watching that. Now, I've got to tell you, I talked to Steve, Davis's dad, this morning. He's a little hoarse. I wonder why. Unfortunately, Davis's mom, Steve's wife, Elena, when we talked, she's a little bit sick right now. Just all the traveling back and forth and everything going on. So she's just going to stay in for today, try to get better because she wants to be there to see her son play tonight. It was a great conversation. Let me just play you a little bit of a snippet of it right now.
I almost thought it was caught, and I really was just more excited to get my family's reaction than anything else of the thing. I mean, it was, you never know what's going to happen in a baseball game, and I was just hoping that he'd just get on base for Vladdy to knock him in. I had no idea he'd hit a home run, and especially on the first pitch, it was really crazy. It was exciting.
Okay, Heather, I got to show you one thing. There is in behind me here.
Okay.
There's a couple. They got a chair there. Now, why? You got that
Yes.
countdown timer, 10 hours plus. Why would you have a chair at this time? Because they have standing room only tickets. And so they want to be first in line because
they
it
want
is a
good
sprint
view.
when the doors open. Exactly.
10 hours, 53 minutes, 24 seconds. We're precise, if nothing else. David, so great to have you as part of our coverage team. Thank you very much. And I know you'll be here through the day. So someone who's part of David's broadcast, used to be part of ours on Morning Live. We share you with radio now, but I get Scott Regier back this morning, and this has been so much fun. The vibe here, people are running for free tickets everywhere, merch behind us, standing room only. It's already alive, and we're about, we're 10 hours and 52 minutes away.
And after 32 years, that's a mere pittance,
I
right?
know.
I have to say one thing, though, as we're looking at David Common there
Yes.
and talking about possible Halloween costumes.
Yes.
Has anyone else noticed he's a doppelganger for Dalton Varsho?
Oh, my mother.
Your
She
mother
says that
noticed.
all the time. All the time. And she thinks that Huffman's looks like Peter MacKay, the politician. This is my mother's analogy.
that's a
but
really
she
good
does
call.
call it Dalton Varsho. She always says, "Hi, Mom, good morning." Okay, listen, I would like to know what your thoughts are. Scott's been a long time sportscaster. Here we have the Jays last in the American League East last season, going for the World Series tonight. It's a surprising position to find the team in so quickly.
Yeah, I was one of the few reporters to call them for the World Series this year before the seasons. No, I
was going to say.
I cannot tell a lie. No, I was one of the cynics, of course, because they were in last place in the AL East. They've gone from worst to first. You look at the beginning of the season when they missed out yet again on the premier free agent. It wasn't Shohei this time. It was Juan Soto, and then they tried for Pete Alonso, you remember, and swung and missed. So it didn't start off particularly well. Then they signed Vladdy to that $500 million deal. And was that good value given he didn't have much supplementing him? Or at least that was the prevailing thought at the time. And what's happened? Month by month by month, they've got better and better and better.
And since April, a winning record in every single month. What changed, Scott?
A big part of that, Heather, I think, is that David Popkins came over from the Cleveland organization, with whom Toronto is quite well acquainted with Mark Shapiro and with Ross Atkins. But David Popkins came in as the hitting instructor and got everybody to buy in. He did all kinds of advanced computer modeling on their swings. And they took it to heart. And so you had these guys who would be more willing to listen, you'd think, than some of the superstar names, the Nathan Lucases, the Ernie Clements, right? The list goes on, Addison Barger. And then you see a team that didn't have a very good rate of contact lead the major leagues in hitting this year, and it just got better and better and better, and the self-belief grew with every month, too.
And so when they hit trade deadline time, a couple of key moves there, too.
Yeah, I mean, look at the bullpen, and look how often Louis Varland's been used. If he hasn't played every playoff game, it's been close, right? Indispensable. Louis Varland coming over. Shane Bieber, of course, was brought in to be that guy in a short series in the playoffs, a guy with the pedigree, with the Cy Young Award on his resume. If he was going to be healthy, he was going to maybe have a very high ceiling here, and we've seen that ceiling realized. So, yeah, those were the moves by Ross Atkins. Kudos to the general manager that have really helped Sir Anthony Dominguez as well, of course, for the bullpen.
So we had Shane Bieber pitch in Game 4, Yesavage in Game 5. We know how that went.
Yeah.
Tonight is Game 6, and it features the rematch of Game 2 from the pitcher's standpoint. So that means Yamamoto for the Dodgers, Kevin Gossman for the Jays.
I can tell you're not as sleep deprived as I am, because you nailed that. Yeah, I mean, what a matchup this is going to be, right? If it's anything like what we saw in Game 2, where Yamamoto went the distance, a complete game, and Gossman went tit for tat with him all the way to the 7th inning. It was a pitching duel. I expect we're going to see the same thing tonight. I do like what John Schneider, the manager of the Jays, said yesterday in his press conference. He said, if he's in his zone, Yamamoto again, we're going to have to force the issue. We're going to have to be ultra disciplined with every single swing. maybe they bunt early. Maybe they just try to get runners on base and really push things. I think they're going to be very aggressive, try to get that hometown crowd into things tonight, and I think that could be different than Game 2.
So they'll need to, solve him from an offensive standpoint as far as missing from the lineup, although David Schneider did a pretty heck of a job at leading off for George Springer last game. But does Springer come back? Is he well enough to come back tonight, Scott?
It sounds like it. Everything we heard from John Schneider yesterday suggests he's checked all the physical boxes. Now, this is it appears to be an oblique issue, and those are very, very tricky, especially that twisting midsection movement you make when you're at bat. He was going to come in as a pinch runner the other day against the LA Dodgers for Bo Bichette, so clearly that part of his game's in place. But can he hit? We know he can hit, but can he hit to full effect tonight? That will be what makes them make the decision whether he's leading off tonight or not.
He will want to if he is able. And listen, Scott, it's been a treat to have you with us all morning long. Scott Regeer, and of course, join him on CBC Radio when you get back to normal duties next week.
Yes.
Thank you for pinching for us, though.
Very happy.
Appreciate it.
Go Jays.
You bet. And of course, the aim is to have scenes in Toronto in 2025 that look just like this. The scene in Toronto 32 years ago, and that was the unofficial fan chant song at that time. Whoop, there it is. Fans out onto Yonge Street after the Jays won. They were climbing lampposts. Who knows, the articles of clothing lost in the shuffle, but Mayor Olivia Chow actually remembers things being very celebratory but very orderly. Police then were out to keep the party, pretty, under wraps. But Toronto is a much larger city now. That same police force is bracing for another huge celebration. And to make things more complicated, it is Halloween night, so the city of Toronto will have its hands full. Let me just tell you a little bit about as we look at some drone shots of Rogers Centre. So we know that there will be additional police forces coming in to bolster Toronto's police force just to make sure that everything is orderly. They are certainly helping or hoping for a very peaceful night, very celebratory, but they're ready in case. They've extended the subway service to the North and South line, also to the East and West line. So they've added additional subways to work through the night tonight and tomorrow, should that be necessary for Game 7. We have seen the most extraordinary scene this morning. I captured it behind me in my location. David Common earlier, he saw some fans just sprinting right by us. They were going to a ticket wicket to see if they had won free tickets. And Linda Ward is with us this morning. This is where they were headed. Linda, what's going on there? And tell us what's been happening.
We have found the absolute longest line I have ever seen for Blue Jays tickets, Heather. This is the secret location where people are lining up, and they're giving away 150 tickets for tonight's game. We're just going to give you a look along the lineup here just to show you how long this is. There's way more than 150 people in line here, but after they give away these 150 tickets, Rogers is going to put the rest of these folks into a draw for tickets if there is a Game 7. So this lineup goes all the way down these stairs and all the way around the corner. Let's see if we can talk to some of these folks in line here. You guys want to tell us your story? What happened? How did you get into this lineup today?
I was waiting at Bloor and Mount Pleasant initially, and then I saw it was going to be at Rogers Centre, so my dad drove me here, and then I went sprinting from the street up here, but it looks like we may be out of luck for the tickets for Game 6, but there's a draw for Game 7.
What does it mean to you to be able to get even a chance at getting these tickets?
Oh, it means everything. I love the Jays. I've been a fan my whole life, and it would be great to be at the game.
What's your name?
Max.
Thanks very much, Max. Good luck to you. We were speaking with some other folks along the lineup here this morning who say that they jumped on the transit system, came down here as well, just for a chance to get these tickets. Now, Heather, as you say, a lot of them have given up hope of getting tickets for today, but we did speak with some earlier on who did manage to get their hands on a couple of tickets.
I'm dressed up as the Fire of Guerrero because we saw him hit that home run and we know he's going to get more for us tonight.
Want it all?
Yeah, and he's got his little T-shirt.
So you rushed down here as well?
Yeah, I was on my way to work, and I found out while I was at Spadina Station, and so I just got off, took the streetcar, rushed here, and yeah, didn't expect so many people within like half an hour.
You're here probably 7:30, just walking around a little bit aimlessly, and then we started seeing the crowd and just got in line, and here we go.
So despite the weather, the damp, rainy weather of the morning, Jays fans are pumped for this game. They're lining up for a chance at the tickets and maybe a chance at seeing those Jays players themselves make their way into the Rogers Centre this morning.
I love it. At the top of the stairs, I think there was someone in the home run jacket as well. I love that. The costumes are fantastic, Linda. 10 hours, 43 minutes to go. We have been hearing from Canadians and our viewers throughout the postseason. I have to thank you because this might be the last time we are able this week to showcase some of these, but just incredible pictures. And this morning we're hearing about possibly the oldest Jays fan there, Ellen McMillan from New Glasgow, Nova Scotia. She's 104, fantastic, and she's cheering on the Jays tonight. That is just amazing. Thank you for sending that in. Big fans in Nova Scotia, as Brett Ruskin has been telling us. Linda, what else has popped into our inbox this morning?
Lots of costumes, Heather, because of course it is Halloween, and Sherry Hempville sent this in of her pup dressed up in a Blue Jays jersey and hat, sitting on the couch there. Very cute. Lots of animal photos. We've got a lot of animals that are supporting the Jays here. Also, I want to show you this one. This is a special one because this is a quilt that was made especially because of the Blue Jays. So in 2023, my family and I were the lucky winners of the TD Grand Slam contest, a dream trip. We got to watch 3 games from the best seats in the house, and of course we witnessed the thrill of a Springer Dinger. We also got to have a meet and greet with George himself, where I gave him a handmade quilt. And this summer, his second son was just a few months old. This modern and minimalist take of a baseball field with number 4 pieced into the bottom right corner, a touch of red, a nod to the maple leaf on the Blue Jay logo, is called Field of Dreams. How lovely. I want to show you something else as well, Heather, that it was a bit of a PSA that was sent out to all the Halloween trick-or-treaters tonight. It was posted on my neighborhood Facebook group, and I'm sure across many other neighborhoods around Canada as well. This is the post that went up. Attention all Canadian trick-or-treaters. Please be advised that on Friday, October 31st at 8 p.m. Eastern, all Canadian porch lights will be turned off and Halloween will officially be over as the country prepares for Game 6 of the World Series. Thank you for your attention to this matter. So trick-or-treaters, be on notice, get those treat bags and get out on the road early to get your treats, some snacks maybe for the game, get back home and be able to support the Blue Jays.
And it ended with Go Jays Go, which is, I bet, what everybody behind you would say as they wait to try to get their free tickets. Linda, such fun to have you with us again this morning. Thank you for all of that coverage. And you'll be keeping talking to people and part of our coverage here on CBC News Network. We are here all day. Coming up, well, we need to get the explanation of that epic call to begin Game 5. The voice of the Toronto Blue Jays on your television, Dan Schulman, back with me. I think he's getting set. Probably has. There he is. Morning, Dan. Can't wait. That's coming up in just a couple of moments. Don't say anything. Save your voice because we need it for tonight. But first, so much excitement in this city and in this country. So we've been asking Jays fans how they're feeling as the countdown continues. It's now 10 hours, 45 minutes until first pitch.
I move on now to come back home for Game 6. Let's go Jays. Win it in 6. Yeah.
I'm glad they asked us to be loud for Game 6. I think we could be really loud, Toronto as we are. I think it's not just Toronto, it's Canada all over.
Being a part of that history and hopefully winning, when we win, excuse me, like it's just, oh my gosh, it's just amazing.
The city's gonna be crazy. So very exciting to see. I think we're gonna get it. I think Game 6 is ours.
They could win it, and they are gonna win it. One game to win, to be number 1.
cleaning the street behind me to get ready for Game 6 tonight. Let's take you back to Game 5. This is how the call began.
Game 5 is underway with a fly ball to deep left. Gone! The first pitch of the ball game. And Davis Schneider has hit it out. What a start. His first hit of the World Series, his first postseason home run. How about Davis Schneider? And the Blue Jay fans making a ton of noise. And now Guerrero rips one to deep left, and it's gone. And 2 batters in, they are up 2-0.
I love this format because we don't only get to hear the call, but we get to see Dan Schulman and Buck Martinez in the booth. And so you hear and see how they reacted to that incredible start to Game 5. First time in World Series history, back-to-back home runs to start a game. So look who's with us. Dan Schulman, one more time from Toronto, back home ahead of his call tonight for Game 6. Oh my gosh, it was crazy to be watching. You'd barely even settled in. How was that moment for you, Dan?
It was crazy. I mean, you don't expect that on the first pitch of the game, and then again the third pitch of the game. And as you can hear, I'm still a little bit hoarse. I think it's because of those 2 calls right there. But it was stunning, and I feel very lucky because every now and again you're still kind of maybe looking down at your scorecard or just settling in, and the first pitch comes, and boom, yeah, it's a home run. So happy for Davis Schneider, who's such a good guy and got a chance to start a game, lead off a game. You probably saw his dad's video of the moment too, from his perspective, which was amazing. And this Blue Jay team, man, I mean, they just keep doing it in different ways every single game. It's been so fun.
Well, it was so exciting. You saw, I mean, even the many years that you've been doing this, those were record-setting moments. World Series beginning with 2 back-to-back homers. You saw Trey Yesavage do what no rookie has done with his 12 strikeouts. Could you imagine, Dan, talking about these kinds of moments, you know, at the start of the season, 7 months ago? It's been a very unexpected
to be honest, no.
run
I
for the
thought
team,
this was
and
going
you've
to
been
be a
right along
decent
there
team,
for
maybe
everything.
about a 500 team. I underestimated them. Things came together. The offense started slowly, but got so much better this year. And as we've talked about in previous visits, Nathan Lucas and Ernie Clement and Davis Schneider and Addison Barger and all of these players had great years and really turned this into a deep offensive team. And now in October, and this has been the way through the season as well, but one day Mason Fluharty gets some big outs, and then Braden Fisher gets some big outs, and Eric Lauer has a big performance. Like, there are just so many guys. It's not just the stars. The stars have been great. Gosman and Hoffman and Guerrero. Kirk has been great. Varsho's had big hits. Bichette is back. Springer, obviously, and hopefully he'll be playing tonight. But every single guy on this roster, every single one of them, is doing something to help this team win. It's just amazing.
Mentioning the stars, a lot of discussion about whether it could be Vladimir Guerrero Jr. as MVP for the World Series, already at 8 home runs in the postseason, and we'll see what he does tonight. We had a fan down here, Dan, dressed as the fire of Guerrero, because there's no doubt he wants this badly. How key is he for tonight's outcome?
He's huge, and I wonder if the Dodgers will pitch to him much. Like in the first inning, well, we don't know where Vladdy's hitting. That depends on whether George Springer is back in the lineup. But let's say Springer is in the lineup and Vladdy's hitting third, and if there's a runner at second and 1 out in the first inning, I don't know if they'll pitch to him. They might start treating him like the Blue Jays have treated Ohtani at times in this series, and I wouldn't blame them for doing that. And that's why a Bichette and a Kirk and a Varsho and all the guys who hit behind Guerrero are so important. If the Dodgers are going to pitch around Guerrero, then everybody else has to make them pay. It's one of those things about baseball. You can't control it. The Blue Jays did it 4 times to Ohtani in that 18-inning game alone, but hopefully Guerrero gets a chance to swing the bat in big moments, and hopefully he keeps swinging it like he has been.
John Schneider was saying yesterday as he spoke to reporters, Dan, that he's really keen to see what Rogers Center is going to be like. 45,000 fans in very full voice. I was looking at the numbers. The Jays are 54-27, so they have a winning record at home this season. Is it a true advantage for them, that kind of support from the fans?
It is. There's no question home field advantage is an advantage. Not to the same extent as other sports, in my opinion, hockey or baseball or football. And we all remember they lost the first 2 games of the series at home to Seattle, and then went out, took 2 out of 3 there, came back and won 2 here to win the series. So it doesn't guarantee anything, but it is an advantage. I think the combination of the significance of the game, the excitement of the fan base, which is off the charts, and Halloween. I think it's going to be quite a festive scene down there. It's going to be great. I'm sure people will be in their seats early. Last week, the gates opened at 5 for an 8 o'clock game. And last week, I had to go down to the concourse to meet somebody at about 5:30. You would have sworn it was 7:59, like it was 1 minute until the game began. There were thousands and thousands of people already in the seats, already on the concourse 2.5 hours before. And it's just tremendous. This fan base from coast to coast to coast is the best, the absolute best in baseball. We at Sportsnet feel it. The players feel it. And I can't wait to get down there tonight.
all through the early morning hours, and it's just incredible. It's snaking back and forth. So a lot of Yesavage jerseys, I would bet, after Game 5, and oh my gosh, the excitement is building. So let me bring you, I think I have the video highlights to go with this. This will be nothing that you don't know. Game 6 in '92, it was Dave Winfield. He had that 2-run double, and that was what gave them the lead. That was what led to the Jays winning the first World Series in '92 in Game 6. '93, of course, it was Joe Carter in Game 6 with that walk-off to give the back-to-back World Series. So there's a thing for Game 6s for the Toronto Blue Jays, Dan, and I'm wondering what your thoughts are on that, and also if you might have any thoughts on who could be the Winfield, the Carter, the hero this year.
That's a great question. So we'll start with the Game 6 thing. You're right. Both times they have won the World Series. They've done it in 6. They've got a lot of good history in Game 6s in their career. And listen, there's no guarantee they're going to win the series at all. But if they're going to do it, I'm sure everybody would love them to do it tonight. We've all lived through the stress of a Game 7. The difference in that one in Seattle as the Blue Jays were down 3-2. So getting it to Game 7 was a great experience. Being up 3-2 if it goes to a Game 7 tomorrow night. Now there's going to be so much tension and stress in the fan base for sure. Although I will tell you, the players never waver. They're the same every single day. Who would have a big moment tonight? That's a great question. How about a Bo Bichette? How fitting would it be for Bo Bichette to come up in a big spot and get a big hit? But really the strength, the secret sauce, the magic of this team, as we've talked about, is it's been 1 through 9, that everybody's contributing. It could be a guy who doesn't start the game and comes in as a pinch hitter and has a big moment. Or it could be a relief pitcher who gets a huge out in a big spot. So it should be a great game. The Blue Jays have their hands full with Yoshinobu Yamamoto, who's been the best pitcher in baseball. In October, they had very little success against him in Game 2. Hopefully, second time around, they'll be able to solve them.
All the things you've called this series, if you get to call a third complete game for Yamamoto in the postseason, that would be pretty extraordinary, too. Listen, Dan Schulman, you are the best in your business. I feel so privileged that you've given us time through these postseason games. Thank you for this morning. We'll be listening. Can't wait to hear the call.
Thank you, Heather. Enjoy the broadcast, everyone.
We will. Thank you so much. Now, Dan was saying that it's going to be crazy. It was busy at 5:30, and I was saying there was already a huge lineup outside the merch entrance in Gate 6. Pretty much everywhere outside Rogers Centre is busy. Let's take you inside, because that's where we're going to find Megan Fitzpatrick up in one of the best locations. She has kind of the view that Dan Schulman has from his broadcast location, overlooking the field in the Marriott Sportsnet Lounge, speaking with some fans. And what have you been hearing, Megan?
Yeah, it's quite the view, Heather. Let's share it with our viewers who are getting an inside look at Rogers Stadium hours ahead of the game. You can see they're starting to set up some equipment down there. You can see the pitching mound all covered up, the home plate all covered up. Of course, it'll be Kevin Gausman on that mound tonight. But Heather, a couple minutes ago, we had the chance to talk to Jays pitcher Braden Fisher, who was walking through the lobby here of the hotel, grabbing some coffee. So how is he doing today? Well, he says he's a little tired. He said he had trouble sleeping last night. I think there's some nervous excitement among the Jays. He told us that the team is feeling good, and he, like manager John Schneider, says he cannot wait to hear and see and feel the energy in this stadium tonight. He said he wanted to thank fans across Canada for all the support that the team's been getting the last couple weeks. Said the team is excited and they're ready to go. So that was our chance to talk to one of the Jays pitchers just a few hours ahead of the game. But yes, we have been talking to fans, some of whom have taken in the games here at the Rogers Centre. The watch parties that we know were super popular, cheering on the Jays while they were in LA. But I have been meeting some fans who are lucky enough to be going to the game tonight. I met Margarita and Matthew a little earlier. Let's play the tape that they shared with me. They were staying in the hotel last night, one of those very unique hotel rooms that overlooks the field. And while they were watching some of the Jays players on the field, John Schneider saw them and started trying to throw a baseball up to them. It took several tries. This went on for quite some time, but eventually they were successful and they grabbed that ball from John Schneider. So that was a very special event for them. They also got a chance to meet Addison Barger yesterday. They ran into him, got a photo and an autograph with him, and they're hanging out in the lobby right now trying to grab any sights of any other players as well. So lots of excited fans that are getting to go to the game. I've met some others. You might recognize some of them. Dean Angelo, who has become sort of a viral face of the Jays, that fan that sits behind home plate. I think people call him the bodybuilder guy. We ran into him in the lobby, and some other fans. Let's take a listen to what I'm hearing.
Never as a fan have we got this far, and I didn't think this was even on the table. So to be here is surreal, and I'm just beyond excited for tonight.
And what do you think the stadium's going to be like tonight?
I hope it's the loudest it's been all year. I hope all the fans just bring energy as much as they can, because I think the players really feed off that, and I think it matters.
The view from the bar there is absolutely incredible. I had my lunch there yesterday and I feel like I was part of the stadium. I could see all the work that goes into it, and it's just so amazing to see the absolute detail that everyone goes to for the prep for the games. It was just amazing to watch yesterday, and I'm very excited for tonight. So I feel like I've been very lucky with the hotel I chose, with the time I've chosen to be in Toronto, and I'm loving the atmosphere.
Very excited.
And so that woman there, obviously not a local fan, Heather, but she's jumped on the bandwagon. We have met tourists who are just here for work, but they are soaking up the atmosphere. But we've also met people that have come from far and wide for the games, including Lee, who's here from England. And I just want to hear a bit more of Lee's story because you have a long history with the Blue Jays. Tell us how you started to become a fan.
Yeah, it was in 1986. I was on a trip across Canada from Vancouver, and I got to Toronto, and basically I'd run out of money, so I didn't have much to do. So there was a game going on at the old stadium, Exhibition Place, and I didn't know anything about baseball then, except Joe DiMaggio married Marilyn Monroe. That's the only thing I knew about baseball. But so I thought I'll go along, and I fell in love with the game and the Blue Jays, and I've followed them ever since.
And you told me, yes, you followed them all the way from England all these years. So how do you feel that they are on the verge of potentially winning the World Series?
It's difficult to put into words, really. I mean, it was 32 years ago the last time. In 32 years' time, I probably won't be around. So it's a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. So once we knew that they were going to be playing here in Game 6, we just had to get over here and come and see. So.
And so I'm sure that did not come cheap, but you're saying it's worth every penny. Lee, what do you think? You're going to be sitting in those seats in just a couple hours. What do you think it's going to be like in the stadium tonight?
I can't wait. I mean, sitting here now with it like this, it's impossible to imagine what it's like. Just even watching on TV. I mean, when they did the anthem before Game 1, tears were rolling down her face. So what's going to be like tonight at 8 o'clock? I just can't wait, really.
And do you think they're going to be able to pull it off tonight? Do you think it'll go to a Game 7? How do you think this is going to turn out?
I think if Yamamoto's still pitching in the 8th, it'll be a Game 7. If he's not, we'll be celebrating.
Yeah. All right. Well, have fun at the game tonight. Heather, look at this breakfast view that people have in here. I mean, what a way to start your day. For people that don't have tickets to the game. Yeah, I mean, people have been shelling out quite a few $1,000s to stay at the hotel as an alternative to getting tickets to the game. So some of those special rooms that overlook the field, they were upwards of $8,000 a night. But split between, a couple people, that's actually a bargain compared to what some ticket prices are going to. No doubt this lounge will be packed tonight, though, Heather, as will the stadium, and fans are getting excited. The countdown is on, and we'll keep talking to fans here today. And I just want to say from one fan to you, Heather, this is our last live hit together. I'm going to miss your farewell show, so I just wanted to say an official goodbye, our last live hit together. And what a fun way to do it, right, Heather?
It's the best. Megan, thank you. That's very nice. And it's just been outstanding coverage to wrap up our time together on the air. I'm transfixed by the fact that there's hockey on the big screen behind you, but that is like not long for this world. That's going to be replaced very soon. No more hockey. It's all baseball, all full steam ahead. Thank you so much, Megan Fitzpatrick, this morning.
Thank you.
Not anymore. He's a robot.
But he strikes out here. Yesavage gets him. For the second time in the series.
So you don't need to be a baseball fan to have heard about the book Moneyball, and then the film, of course. Those showdowns between Trey Yesavage and Shohei Ohtani are David and Goliath moments when it comes to salary, too. Yesavage, of course, a rookie, reportedly making, well, I think the figure is $57,000. That's what I've heard for this season. Of course, Ohtani is getting paid with money in an armored truck. I think it was $147 million. But anyway, huge difference. The Blue Jays have a big money star of their own.
Hit well to deep left center. And this one will go.
And that is Vladimir Guerrero Jr., a Blue Jays all-timer right before our eyes. Could he be the best Mr. October yet? 8 home runs in the postseason so far. His performance has been setting new all-time marks for the franchise. His contract is already a milestone. $500 million extension that the Rogers Communications, the company that owns the Jays, placed on Vladdy to keep him a forever Jay. That has us wondering if that can actually pay off when it comes to Rogers' bottom line. Thankfully, Anis Haydari is crunching the numbers for us. He's a senior reporter with our business unit. What's the answer to that, Anis? How does Rogers turn a profit if they're spending that much money, $500 million on Vladdy?
I mean, we have to get some estimates into the mix here because we don't have firm numbers from Rogers on this postseason yet. And so if we look at the Yankees, for example, a couple of years ago, we knew that they made about $70 million just from one postseason. So if we take that number, and I'll do a bunch of hand-waving math here, and we divide that out to what the Jays might be making from this postseason, you take out some of the deductions that Rogers has to pay to Major League Baseball and in profit sharing to the players, and you actually realize that they might have already made back in one postseason what they've paid Vlad Jr. this year alone out of that $500 million 14-year contract. Take a listen to what a sports economist told me earlier this week.
In terms of just this year, just the ticket sales get you a full payment of this player's salary. So that's pretty good. And of course, that's just part of the money, right?
It is just part of the money. Rogers makes a lot of money from a lot of things when it comes to the Jays. So thinking about $500 million, they got a lot of places to pull in additional revenue by having a big superstar draw in customers, draw in baseball fans. I had another sports economist put it this way. If you think of a baseball team like a car dealership, Vlad Jr. is like a Corvette sitting in the front. Now, not a lot of people buy Corvettes. They don't make a lot of them, and they are very expensive, but a Corvette is sexy. It gets people into the stadium. It gets people watching the game. It gets them excited. Maybe they buy a cheap Chevy truck instead, or they spend money on something, but they're spending money, Heather, and that's what Rogers is seeing out of this Vlad Guerrero Jr. deal. That's also the idea behind the LA Dodgers and Ohtani as well. They're paying him $700 million U.S. over the course of several years. And it's not just that he wins. Players like Vladdy Jr. and Ohtani get people excited about the team. Excited people spend money. At least that's what we're seeing right now, Heather.
Anis, that is just fantastic. Thank you very much there in Calgary. Anis Haydari doing the big math for us as we get set for Game 6. Thank you very much. Our final guest of our morning coverage, you're going to meet in just a moment a pair of best friends from the United States who are getting access to the World Series that most fans can only dream about. Their names are Liam Holland and Eric Schellhaus. They are behind Bat Boys Baseball, and that's, has hundreds of thousands of followers on YouTube and TikTok and Instagram, showcasing the best of the sport from around the world. Now, they've spent some time with the Jays and the Dodgers this season, and they've had the chance to ask both teams questions during media days. They have really made the most of the opportunity. Let's listen to this.
Yo, Vladdy, what's up, bro? How you doing? What's your favorite Drake song and favorite Kendrick Lamar song?
My favorite Drake song is Gas Plane.
Gas Plane, yeah.
And my favorite Kendrick Lamar song is Humble.
Humble, yeah. All right, good luck, bro.
So that was their first time inside the Rogers Centre, and they say it couldn't have been a better introduction. They took in Game 1 of the World Series in Toronto. They got here about 5 hours before the first pitch. It was already an electric atmosphere, and that was the game the Jays defeated the Dodgers 11-4 in that huge wake-up call. They're back in Toronto for Game 6, and that means, look at them going bonkers. Liam Holland, Eric Schellhaus, let's say, so you know who's who. I haven't a chance to meet you both. So hi, I'm Heather, guys, and I've heard you on the radio, and I heard you on the radio. I said, I've got to talk to those two. So thank you for accepting my invitation. Who's who? Who's Liam and who's Eric?
I'm Liam. And I'm Eric right here. Yeah, thank you for having us, Heather.
Okay, I got you. Hi, guys. Welcome back to Toronto. How do you like the city?
We're excited to be back.
How do you like the city with the World Series vibe going fully strong?
It's incredible. When we were here for games 1 and 2, we were absolutely blown away. Just the energy around the streets. Like everybody. We made the mistake of trying to Uber home after game 1 and quickly just got out and walked. And yeah, it was a party throughout the street. Everybody is tapped in. Yeah.
you don't even want to imagine what it's going to be like tonight. Should there be a Game 6 victory, don't be playing an Uber. I think you're going to be stuck forever. I want to talk about, we showed you there on Media Day when you were talking to Vladdy. That is certainly not the first time you have met Vladimir Guerrero Jr. You've posted some fantastic video of actually training with him. Tell me about that, and also, you know, what you make of what he's doing in this postseason. It's pretty incredible.
Yeah, so in January, we set up a workout video with him. He trains at Nicole Gabriel Training in Tampa, and the concept was to see if I could keep up with his workout, and basically I couldn't. It was absolutely insane, and the way he trains is amazing, and there's so much technical stuff that the average gym bro wouldn't understand. He absolutely grinds from his diet to his exercise to his recovery. He's got it figured out and set himself up really well for this season.
So it kind of makes sense to see how he's playing now when we were waking up at 5 a.m. for those workouts back in January.
What do you make? I mean, he has 8 home runs so far, 2 more, and he reaches the record. But a lot of talk about him as a potential MVP candidate. What do you think about what he's doing and how he's leading the team?
I mean, as he said, he was born ready for this.
Every time he touches the ball, he seems to be hitting it hard. It's just a matter of whether he's, you know, putting the ball in play and making contact, because it's going to be a loud noise every single time. But he's absolutely incredible. His bat to ball skills are incredible, and he's doing a good job in the field too.
He some of his defensive plays in that arm, that one when he threw out somebody at third, I mean, that was incredible, that play. I've forgotten track which game that was. Of course, all the posters have Vladdy on one side and they have Shohei Ohtani on the other. It's the big showdown between the superstars. We have some of your video as well, because you've gotten to know Shohei Ohtani a little bit, and tell me about meeting him and what you think of him.
Yeah, the first time after that was way back after the World Baseball Classic in 2023. And oh, shoot.
Just hold on for a second there, guys. I just think we've got a little video situation happening, because that's Vladdy. We've seen that already. I think there's some, well, you're talking to Varsho there. We do have video of him with you and Ohtani, but maybe we're not going to be able to get that. Anyway, he had that incredible monster game, but they've kind of figured him out a little bit, both in the hitting and the pitching standpoint. So what might you expect from him in Game 6 tonight?
I mean, Ohtani's been probably the best hitter on the Dodgers this postseason, and yeah, having him as a weapon out of the bullpen too is intimidating for the Jays, but I mean, you saw what Vladdy did against Ohtani in Game 4. So, I mean, it's going to be a great battle, and he's one of the best, but I think the Jays are ready.
I think they'll pitch him carefully again, but yeah, I think in 4 and 5, they seem to start to figure something out against him, obviously, at the when he's at the plate. So, yeah, pitch him carefully, because you know what he can do up there, but it seems like they've got a good game plan.
It's interesting, because there is some discussion about whether will they walk him right through to the end of the series, and then maybe some are thinking about will they walk Guerrero as well to the end of the series. So it'll be interesting to see what happens with Yamamoto and Gausman on the mound. Are you in a position to kind of assess things? Jays won their last 2 World Series in 6. There are many people here in Toronto hoping it's that kind of history that repeats itself. Who has the momentum? Who are you favoring at this point, guys?
I think the momentum is totally on the Blue Jays side after taking the last 2. I mean, a lot of people were wondering how are both teams going to respond after the 18-inning marathon game, and the Blue Jays just looked like they didn't play for 6 hours the day before. They looked completely unfazed by it. Yeah, I think the momentum is totally in their favor. For the Dodgers, you've got Yamamoto going tonight, so you need him to be Yamamoto, but you also need the bats to wake up and start hitting. So I think the momentum's on the Blue Jays side tonight, and even if it goes to a Game 7, I think the fans are going to be behind them. but I don't think
Going
it's
to be
going
crazy
to a
from the
7.
fan perspective. I was looking at some MLB stats. You can weigh in on this. In any best of 7 that's tied 2-2, the winner of Game 5 has gone on to win the series 46 of 68 times. So that's nearly 68%. You know how you in baseball love your stats and your numbers. So when you talk about the momentum, the stats, they favor the Blue Jays. Again, fans here hoping that's borne out. Both of you give me a pick for hero of the game in Game 6. I'd love to hear from you both on this.
Oh, I'm going to go with Ernie Clement. I mean, he's just been crushing the ball all postseason, their second best hitter besides Vladdy. So I'm going to go with Ernie Clement coming up, maybe like with a big defensive play too, but big hit later on.
I'm going to go Bo Bichette.
Ernie for you. Oh.
I got to go Bo Bichette just because he absolutely grinded to be available for this World Series, coming back from a knee injury, and he's already had some big hits. He looks locked in, and he's been a part of the Blue Jays organization since 2016, so I think he has a chip on his shoulder, and I think he's ready to break out.
For what it's worth, that's exactly what Dan Schulman, the voice of the Jays, thought. It was going to be a big night for Bo Bichette, but both excellent picks. Thank you so much. I'm so happy to have met you. I've loved watching your content, and I hope you enjoy the rest of your time in Toronto. Liam and Eric, the Bat Boys baseball guys, thank you again for your time.
Of course, thanks
so much. Go Jays.
Yeah, go Blue Jays.
They're choosing the Jays. Thank you for watching our show. As I said, I got to be leadoff this morning, sharing how you're getting set for Game 6. Let's leave with some final fantastic Blue Jays photos. And of course, our special day of coverage continues next and all through until opening pitch on CBC News Network.
All right, go Jays, go. But first, we got to get through the weather and your national forecast. We got a bit of a beast looming in the west, and we got something going on in the east. So some double trouble right here. We'll have to find out, is the weather going to go into extra innings? First of all, it's very mild across much of the east coast, especially in the Maritimes, but it is not pleasant. Meanwhile, we've got cooler temperatures, gusty winds, and rain showers still falling in parts of Ontario and Quebec. Look at the heavy rain. See the yellows there? That's heavy rain through western Nova Scotia, central New Brunswick, and that rain is moving its way eastwards across the HRM with gusty winds, PEI, Cape Breton, and that will get into Newfoundland. Now, by this evening, Halifax and west and possibly parts of southern New Brunswick may be out of the rain, but it will be still brisk through today. High winds and locally brief heavy rains for you across the Avalon Peninsula. That will be the what would now be post-tropical cyclone Melissa moving on through. Saturday is a little on the cooler side compared to today. Some CFX showers and cloud cover. Most of this rain, though, falling today in the Maritimes, and we have heavy rain. And we've had power outages in Nova Scotia, and it's going to be gusty today and through tonight. Wreck house and lay sweat winds, they're in place. And again, the strongest winds likely just offshore of the Avalon Peninsula, but we still could get gusts of 80 kilometers an hour, but the 120 kilometer an hour winds are offshore. There's your heavier rain around Montreal through the Laurentians. Scattered showers still from Georgian Bay down to the Golden Horseshoe. We're going to have more rain through Ottawa, Kingston through the course of the day. In the evening, GTA and westwards, mainly dry. Northern Ontario, mainly dry. But Eastern Ontario and Quebec, wet through the trick-or-treating hours. And it's a gusty one at that. Meanwhile, if you're heading down to the Jays game or any of the number of watch parties, dress for a wind chill of near 2 degrees. And again, the heaviest rain is going to be up towards into Quebec. Scattered snow showers and flurries across southern areas of Alberta, Manitoba, and Saskatchewan, but a big storm for British Columbia. Now we've got rain for the coast, strong winds for the coast. Alberta, by way of comparison, sunshine and mild temperatures. Wind warnings, Prince George to 100 Mile. Wind warnings for the Sunshine Coast and East Vancouver Island northwards. And we've got rainfall warnings around Metro Vancouver, over 50 millimeters of rain. We have a blizzard warning across the Dempster Highway in the Yukon for very poor visibility today.
Hello, good morning. I'm Arthi Pol. Welcome to our CBC News Network special coverage all day leading up to Game 6 of the World Series. We are just outside the Rogers Centre, the stadium where it will all go down tonight at 8 p.m. Eastern.
I dare you to beat us in Toronto. Good luck.
So for an entire generation of Blue Jays fans, tonight could be the night. After a stellar showing in Los Angeles this week against the Dodgers, the Jays return home to Toronto with a chance to win their first World Series in 32 years. From the superstar slugger to the rookie pitching sensation and a cast of gritty, never-say-die ball players, fans believe the Blue Jays have all the ingredients to bring home the championship on Canadian soil. And we have a packed show lined up for you, capturing this excitement this incredible postseason run has generated right across the country. We'll start with a look at tonight's game. Our Scott Regier is here to break that down for us. Also, downtown Toronto will be packed with tens of thousands of people well ahead of the first pitch. You can already see them coming and descending on the Rogers Centre. We'll look at what the city is doing to prepare for the big night. And it's not just Toronto catching Blue Jays fever. We'll visit Iqaluit, Halifax, and Winnipeg to see how the team has won the hearts in those cities. I want to lead off by bringing in our Scott Regier. You might know him from his sports reports every morning on CBC Radio. He joins us now to help set up this game. I'm glad you're doing it because I'm a bandwagoner, but man, am I on. I'm buckled up and I'm right in there. You got the right colors on. That much I know. We're so excited for this. We know the city is geared up and ready to roll for tonight's game. The sniffer dogs have been out in terms of the security, all of that, the start of the season. A lot of people wouldn't have put money on the Blue Jays being here right now.
Yeah, well, that's interesting that you mentioned that element of it, because before this season started, Artie, the odds in Vegas were 2.5% that Toronto might win a World Series. Now, on the eve of a possible World Series win, they sit around 70 to 75%.
Okay, so now after April, the Jays had a winning record in every single month. What happened?
Well, I mean, a number of things happened, but I'd say one of the key things, Artie, they brought in a hitting coach this year named David Hopkins from the Cleveland organization, which is known to produce excellent hitters. Now, the Blue Jays, before the season started, they went after the big free agents. They went after Juan Soto. They went after Pete Alonso, and they were rebuffed, just like they were the year prior, by Shohei Ohtani. That might have been, well, I think we can safely say now it was a blessing in disguise, because in place of those big-name stars, you have the Addison Bargers, the Ernie Clements, the Nathan Lucases of the world coming into the fold, guys who will listen to a new hitting coach. And guess what? Their offense this year already went, was about a full run a game better than it was last year. And the pitching, of course, that's improved as well.
And the pitching, let's talk about that, because there were some key additions to the team ahead of the trade deadline. What kind of a difference did that make? That's easy to narrate that story, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. I mean, pitching in baseball is like goaltending in hockey.
Yeah.
If you don't have it, you don't have a chance. And if you do, you have a great chance. And you look at those additions at the trade deadline. Louis Varland, a relief pitcher, came in. How many games has he pitched in this postseason? Every one, it seems like it anyway. He has been clutch. You have Sir Anthony Dominguez, named by his parents in the Dominican, by the way, after a soap opera star, if you were wondering. And he's been excellent in clutch in short relief. And then finally, Shane Bieber, a former Cy Young Award winner who had been hurt. They took a chance on him. He had a very high ceiling potentially. Well, he's realized that ceiling, and suddenly they have, along with Kevin Gossman and, of course, Trey Yesavage, who came in September, have quite a nucleus now of pitchers where at the beginning of the season, they didn't.
And we know we couldn't say enough about Trey Yesavage after the last game. Oh, my goodness gracious. Breaking so many records and really securing that game and that victory for the Blue Jays. Tonight on the mound, let's switch over and start talking about Game 6. We've got Yamamoto, we've got Gausman. What are we expecting to see? This is sort of a replay of Game 2 in terms of that matchup.
It is, and it was a very close matchup in Game 2 already. Going into the 7th inning, tit for tat, those two pitchers, Yamamoto and Kevin Gausman. Yamamoto got the better of the Toronto pitcher in the end, had a complete game, his second in a row in this postseason, something that hasn't happened in more than 2 decades. He is a machine. His teammates, Yamamoto's teammates, compare him to a quote-unquote a stone-cold killer on the mound who is absolutely with ice water in the veins in the biggest moments, and we've seen that. He also has 6 pitches in his arsenal and can use anyone to great effect at any point in time. For perspective, Kevin Gausman has 2 pitches he likes to use, maybe a third, certainly not 6. So, yeah, I expect it'll be a low-scoring affair one way or another tonight.
Okay, and of course, setting up for the game as well, we've got to talk about George Springer, because everybody, you know, following the Blue Jays qualifying to go to the World Series was talking about George Springer. What are we expecting from him tonight?
Well, obviously, he's been dealing with something in his midsection. Many believe it's an oblique muscle injury, which makes it hard to rotate. And if you're batting, that's exactly what you're expected to do. Now, John Schneider, yesterday, the manager of the Jays, suggested that physically Springer looks like he's ready to go. We saw him warm up as a possible pinch hitter in the last game at Dodger Stadium for Bo Bichette. Didn't have to go in, but we'll see. It looks like he's going to play tonight and lead off. And we're talking about a guy at 36 years old who had the best offensive season behind only Shohei Ohtani and Aaron Judge, maybe Cal Raleigh of the Seattle Mariners. But they need Springer, and they need him inspirationally just as well as they do in terms of producing runs.
Well, this is a team, as we've been saying, that has a lot of grit. So we'll have to watch how it all plays out. Thank you for this, Scott.
You're welcome.
That is CBC Sports' Scott Regier. Thank you, Scott.
You bet.
That was the scene in Toronto 32 years ago, and the unofficial fan chant song, Boom, there it is. I remember that one. Many may remember it too. Fans spilled out onto Yonge Street in the downtown. They were climbing lampposts, others losing a few articles of clothing along the way to celebrate. And of course, the police were out in full force to keep the celebration safe. Toronto is a much, much larger city now. That same police force is bracing for another huge party if the Jays win. And on top of it being game night, it's also Halloween. And our Linda Ward is also outside the Rogers Centre and has more from the fans and how the city is preparing to handle all of this Jays fever. Look at that lineup behind you. Is that for merch? My goodness.
Yeah, so around 8 o'clock this morning, they dropped a location for giving away free tickets, and fans just started running from everywhere. We just saw people just starting to sprint through the Rogers Centre area here to try and find this location. Well, a lot of them did. They gave away 150 free tickets to tonight's game. And the fans that are in line right now, we'll just give you a sense of this lineup here. These fans are pumped to just get a chance at a lottery for a potential Game 7. So they're hoping to get their name in so that if this goes to Game 7, that they may have a chance to get a ticket. Let's talk to some fans here in line who are super pumped. What's your name?
My name is Doug. How are you doing?
I'm well. How are you?
I'm cold, but I'm excited because I know they're going to win the World Series. I brought this down. Of all the things I'm wearing, this is a giveaway from 1977. Most of the people in this line weren't even born. But here's the deal. I've been with them since day one. I am so super pumped and excited. Anyways, got to go because I got to get my chance to win.
Okay, thanks very much. Good luck to you. So just a few people here hoping to get their name into that lottery. But Arthi, I did speak to some lucky ticket winners who are actually going to get a chance to go and see the game tonight. And here's what they told us.
They told me they're here, so I came here. I live very close.
I was like, man, you gotta hurry. There's a few people, you got only 150, so he's a runner, so that was good. He's a runner.
Yeah.
Sprinted. Training came in handy. How pumped are you guys?
Oh, incredible. Like, it's amazing. We've been to so many games, World Series here. A once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Hopefully not once in a lifetime, but 3 years waiting, so go Blue Jays.
Let's go. Woo! We're very
Thank
excited.
you so much.
Thank you. So many people are pumped in this city, Arthi, for the game tonight, and we are going to continue talking to them as they continue to descend on this area where I'm sure is going to be absolutely packed later on today.
And speaking of that, Linda, of course, we know that the city is expecting pandemonium if the Jays win the World Series tonight. I have wood here to knock on, so don't worry about that. How is the city preparing for this? I know I just saw some police go by right now on horses as well. We know law enforcement is going to be out in full force.
Yes, absolutely. And because, you know, they've got all the fans that are going to be inside the Rogers Centre here, and just a stone's throw away, Scotiabank Arena is having a watch party as well at the other end of Bremner Boulevard. And then, of course, they've got the big watch party going on at Nathan Phillips Square, Toronto City Hall. But if this goes the way that Jays fans want it to go, these fans are going to spill out onto the streets. There are going to be hundreds of thousands of people celebrating. So the police say that they are fully mobilized all weekend, that they have all hands on deck. They even have help from neighboring police forces if they need that. And they also are going to be monitoring for things like drones. We know during the last time that they were in Toronto, there was an arrest actually for a drone that was being flown over this area. So there's going to be physical barriers in place outside of the Rogers Centre and road closures as well. We did hear earlier on today from Mayor Olivia Chow, who was on CBC Morning Live, and she told Heather Hiscox about just some of the experience that the city has in dealing with this kind of event.
There is a command center right in the center, and it's the fire, the paramedics, the police, the public transit, economic development, the whole team's there. We have some practice during the Taylor Swift concert, and the concert tour director said to me, because I came in on the last concert on Saturday night, she said that of all the cities, you know, it's worldwide tour, ours is the most coordinated, the smoothest, best ran.
Let's go Blue Jays. So fans here are really pumped, and the city, they say, is ready. Go Jays! Yeah, bring it home! Can I get a Let's Go Blue Jays?
Let's go.
Let's
go
Blue Jays!
Let's go Blue Jays!
Let's go. We'll send it back to you, Earthy.
And getting them started early. Thanks for this, Linda. That is the CBC's Linda Ward reporting for us. Okay, so as fans count down to the first pitch, let's bring in the CBC's Megan Fitzpatrick. And of course, for our viewers, you know we've got that countdown clock on the side of your screen, so you know exactly when the game is going to start. Megan is inside the J Shop at Rogers Centre. Set the scene for us. It looks like it's already just full of people.
A very busy Jays shop right now, Arthie. They just opened their doors at 10 o'clock, but there were fans in line as early as 8 o'clock this morning to be the first in here to get their hands on World Series merchandise like this. Staff here telling me this is a popular shirt right now. The other really popular item are these hats here. These have been selling out every day, and the store keeps restocking them. They can't restock them fast enough. Everybody wants that hat. Those white panel hats, too, the classic ones, those are a popular seller right now. A lot of jerseys, but pretty much anything World Series related, like these sweatshirts that Tyler here is wearing. And Tyler, all the way from Nova Scotia, is going to tonight's game.
Go Kirky.
Kirky's your favorite player?
Big Kirky guy, yeah. From the chin of Bridgewater, Nova Scotia, flew in here. Not the best financial choice to be here, but we couldn't miss it, so you know.
Well, why was it so important to you to come here?
I mean, last time they were here, I wasn't even born yet, so it's like, how do you miss out? Got the call, hey, would you spend the ticket to go? Yeah, okay. What's a paycheck for a ticket? Why not? Why not?
Right.
Yeah, exactly.
You're hoping it's a World Series worth it, I guess.
100%. I'm guaranteeing tonight, Game 6, it's over. Kirk's getting a home run. There's no Game 7. It's ending tonight. 100%.
Who else, though, do you think is going to stand out for them tonight? Obviously, Trey Yesavage had the game of his life the other night, but Gosman on the mound tonight. How do you think he's going to do?
Yeah, 100%. I'm going to say 5 innings strong. Couple runs early. No big deal. Big comeback team. I'm thinking Scherzer's coming out of the pen. The one-eyed bandit's going to come in. We're believing in Varsho also. Varsho's the guy. Big game player.
And Tyler, what do you think the atmosphere is going to be like in the Rogers Centre tonight?
Electric. You won't be able to beat it. It's going to be unmatched. The crowd's going to be crazy. LA's got a lot of money. I think they're going to get a little nervous when the crowd starts chanting. I think so.
All right. have fun game tonight. We're going to talk to more people, let you get back to shopping. And Zed over here, I want to talk to too, because look at how much he's stocking up on. It's like you're running out of hands here. Tell us what.
Plans for me too.
You've got a secondary personal assistant there carrying your other stuff. Tell us what you're buying and why.
So I'm just trying to get as many shirts as possible. I'm a big shirt guy. I did end up buying one hoodie just because I think this is pretty iconic looking. And yeah, no, just shirts and hats for me personally.
Why? Why are you stocking up on all this? Are you a longtime Jays fan?
I wouldn't say the longest time Jays fan ever since I moved up here, yes, but honestly, it's a historic moment. I want to be part of Canadian heritage, you know? And this is all personally for me. I will not be reselling anything, but yeah, like, why not? You know, why not?
And tell us your plan for tonight and potentially tomorrow, Zed.
Tomorrow. So tonight, just wherever I can find a spot to watch the game. I think all the reservations in the city are fully taken up. If they win, you will see me somewhere on the streets celebrating with the crowd. And then if they don't, I do have tickets for Game 7, so hopefully you'll see me there too. But actually, no, hopefully you don't see me there. Hopefully you don't have to go there, and Jays in 6.
That's a bit of a weird situation to be in. You're actually hoping that you don't get to go to a World Series game.
But if the game happens and I don't go, I would regret it. So I had to get Game 7 tickets. But again, can't afford it, so we need Jays in 6 tonight.
And do you have a favorite player on the team? Who do you think is going to be?
Guerrero's got us. Vladdy's going to take us home for sure. Yeah.
Well, have fun watching tonight. I'll let you get back to shopping. So as you can see, Arthi, lots of enthusiastic fans here. Lots of people shopping, wanting to get even more gear than they already have. We earlier were up at the Marriott Hotel, which is the hotel that is built into the Rogers Centre with those very unique hotel rooms that overlook the field. And we've been meeting people that are staying there. Some of them are going to the game tonight as well. Let's take a listen to what I was hearing from those fans.
Never as a fan have we got this far, and I didn't think this was even on the table. So to be here is surreal, and I'm just beyond excited for tonight.
And what do you think the stadium's going to be like tonight?
I hope it's the loudest it's been all year. I hope all the fans just bring energy as much as they can, because I think the players really feed off that, and I think it matters.
The view from the bar there is absolutely incredible. I had my lunch there yesterday and I feel like I was part of the stadium. I could see all the work that goes into it, and it's just so amazing to see the absolute detail that everyone goes to for the prep for the games. It was just amazing to watch yesterday, and I'm very excited for tonight. So I feel like I've been very lucky with the hotel I chose, with the time I've chosen to be in Toronto, and I'm loving the atmosphere.
Been a Blue Jays fan for my whole life, born in 1994, so haven't witnessed a World Series until now, and live in Vancouver, but have been spending the past few weeks in Toronto supporting the team, and been at the 7 games so far.
Very excited, yeah. We've been following the games, and in England the games are in the morning, 1 o'clock in the morning, so we're very tired from watching all these games, but very excited.
And that last fan there, he said he started following the Jays back in the 1980s when he was visiting Toronto and went to a game, and he was hooked. And he's been a fan ever since. When they made it this far in this series, he had to come all the way from England. So we are meeting fans from far and wide. He mentioned being tired, Arthi. We also met another tired person this morning, and that's Braden Fisher, one of the pitchers for the Blue Jays. We ran into him in the lobby of the Marriott Hotel. He had just woken up. He had coffee in his hands. Take a listen to a bit of our conversation.
Currently, I'm tired. I just woke up, but yeah, the team's doing great. We were excited yesterday to go. I think if we just come out and do our thing, put the ball in play like we always have, and then, play some good defense and put some zeros up on the board, I think we'll be good.
What do you think that John Schneider was saying yesterday? He couldn't wait to sort of feel the energy, hear the crowd in the Rogers Centre tonight. What do you think it's going to be like, the hometown crowd cheering you guys on?
I imagine it's going to be as good as it's ever been, but I think it's going to be electric.
What's your message to Toronto fans and Canadians? The whole country is rooting for you guys today.
Yeah, thank you for all the support, and we're going to try and bring it home.
So a thank you from Braden Fisher to fans like the ones that are filling this store right now, Arthi, trying to get their hands on some merchandise. We also ran into Davis Schneider's dad this morning as well at the hotel. Also pretty tired, but they are excited for tonight. And so are these fans here. A lot of nervous optimism / excitement and confidence from these fans here in the Jays shop, Arthi.
That is the CBC's Megan Fitzpatrick inside the J Store. Thanks, Megan. Okay, so we heard there Braden Fisher express some gratitude for all of the support from across the country. On Canada's East Coast, where games have been stretching late into the night, the World Series has been a boom for many local businesses too, because of all those fans who are coming out of the woodwork to support the Blue Jays. The CBC's Brett Ruskin joins us now from Halifax with more on that part of the story. Hey, Brett, what can you tell us about the impact that the Jays playoff run has had out there?
Yeah, Arthi, it's a wet and windy day out here on the East Coast, but that's not going to spoil things for sports fans watching Game 6 tonight. There have been fans packing into pubs and bars and restaurants all across the East Coast here. And so it's been certainly busy into the evening hours, into the early morning hours, watching all the games through the Jays playoff run. Some people choosing to stay home, though, to order in some food, perhaps. CBC News spoke with one pizza shop saying it's going to be an exceptionally busy night tonight because apparently Halloween is a busy night for people ordering pizzas, in addition to people staying home to watch the Jays game tonight. Here is that pizza shop speaking to CBC News about the expectations for this evening.
We're ready for it. It's going to be a doubleheader per se on our end between Halloween and families ordering pizzas ahead of time, and then the 9 p.m. game comes along and go Jays go. We got to bring it home.
And so we have our watch party all set up. We have our couch, our game that we're going to watch. We have our food, obviously, with the pizza. Now maybe some decorations, like a Jays flag, for example. There's a flag shop here in Nova Scotia that has not been selling, or has the most popular flag this month has not been a Nova Scotia flag, not been a Canadian flag, but instead has been a Blue Jays flag along with other Blue Jays merchandise. Here they are talking about that.
There's been an extended period of time to sell more flags, and people are having parties, people are hanging them up at work, so it's good to see them being used all over the place.
And so lots of different spin-offs and lots of different businesses benefiting from this Jays playoff run. We'll see how they do tonight in Game 6. Arthi.
Thanks for this, Brett. That's the CBC's Brett Ruskin in Halifax. So now, of course, with the series tied at 2, Game 5 in Los Angeles was pivotal. The winner would return to Toronto with a chance to win the World Series. Just 3 pitches into the game, the Blue Jays stunned the Dodger Stadium crowd.
Game 5 is underway with a fly ball to deep left. Gone! And the Blue Jay fans making a ton of noise. And now Guerrero rips one to deep left, and it's gone.
So the series was tied. Now, of course, it's 3-2 as we watch Davis Schneider smoke the first pitch of the game over the left field wall for a leadoff home run. Vladimir Guerrero Jr. followed with his own blast just 2 pitches later. And just like that, the Jays led 2-0. And behind a sensational pitching performance by Trey Yesavage, the Jays cruised to a 6-1 win, setting up a chance to win the World Series at home tonight. Stay with us. We have plenty of special coverage of Game 6 coming up right here on CBC News Network.
2. He got him.
I tell him, with the game on the line, I shine.
Game 5 is underway with a fly ball to deep left. Gone!
I'm a champion, I'm a champion, I'm a champion, I'm a champion. Who's my competition? They envy me, followed by dessert. Yeah, the sweet taste of victory. So let me ask, what you think of the future?
Welcome back to our special live coverage from outside the Rogers Centre in Toronto ahead of tonight's huge Game 6 in the World Series. The Blue Jays can clinch the championship with a win over the Dodgers tonight. The Jays are Canada's team, the only one from the country, of course, in Major League Baseball. But down the years, not everyone has felt represented when the Jays hit the diamond. My next guest wanted to change that, so he started the Black Jays Project, a visual record of an archive of Black Blue Jays fans showing their unwavering love of baseball. Jelani Morgan is the creator of this project. He joins me now. Welcome. Thank you so much for joining us today.
Thanks for having me, Arthi.
Okay, first, before we get into the project, I want to start by how you are feeling right now as the countdown to Game 6 carries on.
Well, I believe my chest is beating a lot more significantly faster than it has for the last, say, 30-something years.
Yeah.
But there's calmness, of course, because I've been watching how they've been playing for the last year. And so I totally see something happening really well today. I'm not going to go too far and say what's going to happen, but I really feel like we'll be doing all right today.
Okay, I get it. So you don't want to give any predictions, but there is somewhat this cool confidence we've seen from the team. And of course, you've been watching closely and you've been trying to make sure that everyone feels included, that there's inclusivity with the game, with watching this Jays run. Tell me a little bit more about your project.
Yeah, so about 8 years ago, I got a chance through my work at the West End Phoenix to photograph the Jays. And when I had found myself in there, I just wanted to find out what story I could tell. And I know that the photo is going to be made of the players and the fans and the action, but I had to make sure I found what was in the absence. And what was in the absence, it was the folks that looked like me. And so I turned my attention to the place that I've always created my work, and is with Black folks. And so as someone that loves sport, I'm going to make sure that I insert that into my work as well, too, and just found my way of finding those folks in the spaces.
And how has the response been to that project? I mean, at the end of the day, inclusivity is seeing yourself represented in a space.
That's right.
So how are people responding to it?
So when I had put this back out, because I've been photographing that for about 8 years, I had just recently put it out on my birthday that I'm talking about this work. And not only am I getting folks sending me requests for me to photograph them, I'm getting aunties and uncles and grandmothers sending me voice notes, telling them how long they've been fans. I've been getting photographs from them as well, telling me we've been fans since '77. And so it's just been really sweet to see not just the response of wanting to be photographed, but to be photographed. I don't want to be the only one making these pictures. It's an archive for all of us, you know?
And so when we talk about those people who are coming out now and saying, hey, I want you to take a photograph of us too, I've been a fan since '77, how are they feeling as they've been supporting this team for so long, but also now starting to feel represented within the fan base too?
Yeah, well, I had met someone just this week. Her name is Jean Thompson, and so she's been a fan since 1977, has gone to every game except the first game, but other than that, she said she went to every game. So I was there during Game 5, and I had told her why I'm doing this work, and she had just said thank you. She had thanked me because she's just had been a Jays fan for so long, and they didn't know her. And me seeing her being seen was something that was a really, really good joy. We got to enjoy the Vlad home run together, and I was able to photograph that moment as well too. So having that part of that archive for me and for her is something that I think would be really, really special for her. So I hope she gets to see it, because I know she will.
And so how is the community feeling as we are just hours away now from Game 6, and there has been this evolution of inclusivity in the sport as well? So how are they feeling in terms of, it's been a generation since we've seen this?
1000%. So my uncles, my dad era, they're ready. They've been there. They've been in the stadiums. They've been on the couches. They've been in the bars. So they're really waiting for this moment. They're ready for this moment, and I know I am too. So I'm really happy about it.
Okay, I'm not going to ask you for a prediction because you already said you didn't want to give one, unless you do now.
Well, the Jays have won every World Series on my birthday week.
Okay.
And so I imagine that should be something that continues, and I would love for that to continue. So I'm going to infer as much as I can, but I do see us closing it out. It would be lovely to do it a week after my birthday. So Jays in 6.
Jays in 6. Okay, there you have it. And happy birthday, because it sounds like it's around the corner.
Hey, thank you very much.
That is Jelani Morgan. He is a photographer and the creator of the Black Jays Project. Thank you so much for joining us today.
Thanks for your time.
Okay, so as we've been showing you, Canadians from coast to coast to coast are rallying behind the Toronto Blue Jays ahead of Game 6 of the World Series tonight. And the stakes couldn't be higher. In just a matter of hours, the Jays will attempt to win it all. The team just needs one more win to bring home its first championship in 32 years and only its third title ever. We'll have much more Jays coverage for you throughout the day. Stay with us right here on CBC News Network. Welcome back to our special live coverage from outside the Rogers Centre in Toronto. The Blue Jays are just one victory away from winning their first World Series title in 32 years after defeating the Dodgers in Game 5 in Los Angeles on Wednesday night. Toronto's bats made an early statement, setting up the win from the very first pitch of the game.
Game 5 is underway with a fly ball to deep left. Gone! The first pitch of the ball game, and Davis Schneider has hit it out.
And no doubt that game, of course, was tough to catch for David Common with his early wake-up time, but I know that he caught it anyways. He's, of course, the host of CBC's radio show, Metro Morning in the Morning. You've run into a lot of excited fans today, many in costume on their way to find tickets. So what's going on?
You know, I got to tell you, I think the most popular costume this year in this city is got to be Davis Schneider. I am seeing a lot of people, a lot of women with mustaches this morning, and mustaches they've glued on, or maybe used marker to put on. A lot of people showing up in costume because they were here to get free tickets as long as you were in costume. Only 150 pairs given out. Those are long gone. But take a look at what they're doing here outside Rogers Centre. They've been putting more balloons up. And if I bring you down here, you see lots more people who are in the lineup outside the Jays store to get some of that merchandise. There are people in that crowd who are certainly in costume, but a lot of people with Jays gear already. Some of it pretty retro as well. All the energy really building up over the course of the morning, and as we get towards the afternoon and the build-up, I can tell you just up the stairs are a number of people who are in chairs waiting for the gates to open. Why? Because they have standing room only tickets and they want to get to the best spot they can possibly get to. On my program this morning, I had the real privilege of speaking to Cito Gaston. He was the manager of the Jays back in '92 and '93, the last time they won. And we called him up on the phone. He's the guy who threw out the first pitch of the first game here at Rogers Centre under the dome. I asked him on the phone what he was looking at when he saw these players now.
This team is different from all the other teams that they played against in the playoffs, the Yankees and also the Mariners, because they get base hits, they get doubles, they get triples, and the other teams seem the only way they win is to hit home runs. And then the Jays, if they get a couple of hits, then somebody steps up and hit a home run, but they can beat you with just singles and doubles and triples. They don't have to rely on the home runs, but they have hit a lot in this series.
So here you go, Cito Gaston, how you doing? Good. It's lovely to just see how many people are going by, but large crowd. Looking at this guy in the shorts. The shorts. I gotta ask him. The shorts?
Yes. Yes, I mean, yeah, I live nearby, so.
Okay, good for you. I like to see that real Canadian spirit going on out here, I think.
Absolutely, and it's so nice to see so many people who are out already. It is early, but we know the countdown is on until the Jays play that pivotal game that could clinch the title, the World Series title for the team. Now, part of these magic moments that we've been seeing along the way, of course, include Davis Schneider just striking a blast when he was in LA. And you got a chance to speak with Schneider's parents, and Schneider's dad is kind of famous now because he had a viral video about that strike.
Yeah, he totally did. So he was wearing those Meta glasses, so he was recording everything. And that first pitch, home run right away, Davis Schneider running the bases. His dad is losing his mind. I cannot get it. I could watch a month of this video on repeat. So here we go again. Let's just say he was a little bit excited. So yeah, I got a chance to speak with him. He's in the city. He's going to be in the Rogers Centre tonight. Unfortunately, Davis's dad, Steve, doing well, losing a bit of his voice. I wonder why. But his mom, Elena, is a little bit sick. So she's trying to rest up today so that she can get it under the dome and see her son play once again. But I did have a chance again to speak with them over the phone just this morning to get a sense of how they're feeling.
I almost thought it was caught, and I really was just more excited to get my family's reaction than anything else of the thing. I mean, it was, you never know what's going to happen in a baseball game, and I was just hoping that he'd just get on base for Vladdy to knock him in. I had no idea he'd hit a home run, and especially on the first pitch, it was really crazy. It was exciting.
It is, of course, Halloween, so I'm going to spin us around because just to wrap up our little chat here, Artie, you end up seeing a lot of stuff like this going on today. The dual Jays fan and Halloween. It's a double header, you might say. Looking good. Arthi, I see you back there under the lights, so I'm going to throw back to you. Have a good one.
See you. Thanks. That is David Common just behind me right here outside the Rogers Centre, gearing up for Game 6. And the Jays' brilliant play on the field has inspired fans right across Canada, and it has also brought out the creativity, as we've seen, of Jays fans.
Blue Jays, baby.
We want it all, hey. We want it all, oh. We want it all, hey. Let's go, Jays. We want it all, hey. We want it all, oh. We want it all, hey. Let's go, Jays.
We sent Judge down, we sent Cal down. Yo, show, hey, you better bow down. It's your turn, you're an outbound. It was Joe first and it's Vlad now. Bring back Bo.
Welcome back to our special live coverage from outside the Rogers Centre in Toronto ahead of tonight's Game 6 in the World Series. With the Blue Jays now 3 games to 2 ahead and on the brink of winning the championship, the Dodgers have Yoshinobu Yamamoto back on the mound. In Game 2 last Saturday, the Jays had no answer to the Los Angeles ace.
The 1-2. And he got him. Strikeout number 6 for Yamamoto. Swung on and missed. 2 down.
Yamamoto sailed through the Blue Jays lineup, allowing just 1 run, no walks, and striking out 8. He threw all 9 innings, his 2nd straight complete game in the postseason. The Jays hope to have better luck against Yamamoto tonight. He'll start again for the Dodgers in Game 6 at the Rogers Centre. And if you take a look at the scene behind me, you can see just how many people are lined up already outside of the Rogers Centre, looking to get merch and just trying to be close to the action on this exciting Game 6 day, just hours away. 8 p.m. is when we'll have all eyes on Rogers Centre for Game 6. And another person who's going to be watching closely tonight's game, Rob Butler. He grew up in Toronto and was on the 1993 World Series winning Blue Jays team as a rookie. He is the only Canadian player to have won the Fall Classic with Toronto. Earlier, he spoke with CBC News Network about what the experience meant to him.
When you're a kid like me growing up Maine and Danforth and dreaming of the Blue Jays every day of my life, you know what I mean? Like I would miss school to watch spring training baseball games back in the old days. And, you know, to always wanting to be a Blue Jay and then letting it and having it happen is unbelievable. And of course, to climb that mountain of making it to the World Series and ultimately winning the World Series, because it is so hard to do. You know, winning a Major League Baseball game is difficult, let alone winning in the World Series. Well, I felt so confident because the team was just so good. I mean, the players that we had were so calm and they were so professional and prepared with their routines. Like nothing really changed. Like, the atmosphere never changed. We were always having fun and we were always planning and working together and pumping each other up and just being there for each other. So for me that day, I was still living at home. I was, living at Maine and Danforth with my mom and dad. And to jump on the subway and, ride it down to the Dome and just be thinking about it the whole way there and kind of being in a surreal, almost like Wonderland heaven, Field of Dreams kind of feeling. You know what I mean? It was so weird for me, but so exciting and so much fun because I wanted to just embrace every single moment. As soon as I got into the clubhouse and I saw Roberto Alomar, I saw Dick Schofield, my good friend on the team, and we're hugging each other all the time because it really is that we're here and we're doing this together, and it's an incredible feeling.
That was Rob Butler, a member of the 1993 World Series winning Blue Jays team. Now, if you were watching Game 2 of the World Series from last Saturday, you might have noticed a familiar fast food mascot. Take a look. So you can see here, just to the right of batters was a fan dressed as KFC founder Colonel Sanders. The fan has been identified as Sudbury, Ontario native Rob Wills, who previously played the Colonel in TV spots. Fan website Blue Jay Central speculates the costume was an attempt to throw off the Dodgers' Japanese players. There's something called the Curse of the Colonel in Japan that claims the ghost of Sanders cursed one of the country's oldest professional clubs as revenge for its fans throwing his statue into a canal. So we'll have to see if Colonel Sanders makes another appearance tonight. We'll be watching. We know you will be too. Stay with us. We have more special coverage straight ahead right here on CBC News Network. Thanks for joining us for a special live coverage outside the Rogers Centre in Toronto ahead of Game 6 of the World Series tonight. Now, we often hear that the Blue Jays are Canada's team, but here's the proof that fans really are cheering them on from coast to coast to coast. The CBC's Manur Mubarak now with how people in Nunavut are rallying to support the Jays.
Fans broke into cheers as the Jays won their 5th game against the LA Dodgers. People have been packing the Storehouse Bar and Grill in Iqaluit to watch the show. There's special drinks, giveaways, and baseball decorations, and a lot of excitement for the Canadian team.
Everyone's eyes are glued to the TV, so it's a group effort when we hold our breaths and then let out a big yay at the end, just waiting for that home run. And yesterday's game with the back-to-back home runs, this place went wild. You could not hear the person next to you talking.
Nunavummiut's show of support was even noticed by broadcaster Buck Martinez.
I know someplace else that's watching this game right now, the Stonehouse Bar and Grill in Nunavut. There's about 120 to 200 people at the Stonehouse Bar and Grill.
While it's actually called the Storehouse, Nunavummiut got a chuckle out of it. But cheering on the Jays is nothing new in the territory. People here have been cheering on the team for decades. Dwayne Twerden has been following the Jays for years.
It's been a while since the Jays have been this deep, but obviously since 1993. It's exciting times and it's fun times.
1993 was the last time the Jays won the World Series, and it was their 2nd win in a row. Elders in Nunavut are cheering on the team too. Nancy Opaluktuk is an 84-year-old elder who lives in Baker Lake, and she says she stayed up late for Monday's marathon match, one of the longest World Series game ever played, watching all 18 innings.
I was up so late watching the game. I was cursing away all alone watching the game, saying, "They're going to lose again. They're not hitting." I went straight to bed around 2 a.m. as soon as the game ended.
The Jays face the Dodgers again in Toronto, and if they win that game, they'll take home the series. Mahanur Mubarak, CBC News, Iqaluit.
And we know the World Series is giving Toronto a big economic boost too, but it might not be showing up quite yet in the numbers because the latest data on Canada's gross domestic product show a slight contraction of the Canadian economy. We want to bring that to you because Statistics Canada says the real GDP in August shrank by 0.3%. Both goods and services saw declines. Key factors included the Air Canada work stoppage and lower numbers from manufacturing and the wholesale trade industry. It wasn't all bad though. On the flip side, the retail trade industry was highlighted as a main source of growth, offsetting some of the declines. And those GDP numbers will be one of the factors in the mix for Canadian investors early in this new market day. And the biggest factor for all North American exchanges, strong earnings just out from Amazon. Let's quickly take a look at those markets. It's a sea of green in Toronto and New York as we close out the business week. All those markets are well ahead of Amazon's 11% jump from the last market close. Canada's dollar, you can take a look at it there. It's mostly flat. Crude is staying north of $60 a barrel, and gold continues to hover in the record range of around $4,000 an ounce.
The Market Update is brought to you by Export Development Canada. Grow your business globally with support from EDC.
Welcome back to our special live coverage from outside the Rogers Centre in Toronto ahead of tonight's huge Game 6 in the World Series. Now, few things in baseball are as exciting as a walk-off win. That's when the home team scores the winning run in their final at-bat. The game is over, and players spill onto the field to celebrate, while the losing can only walk off the field in dejection. The Blue Jays have had 9 walk-off wins in 2025. Here's just a few of them.
Get one in the air. And it's lined to deep left field, and that's a game winner. And a base hit into right field. In comes Varsho, and Ernie Clement wins it for the Blue Jays. To Alejandro Kirk. Fastball hit high and deep right center. And off the wall, and the Blue Jays win it. Ball over the middle. Swing and a high drive, right field, way back. The Blue Jays win the game.
Just a little something to pump you up. Of course, we know the countdown is on to Game 6 of the World Series. Can Canada's team win baseball's biggest prize on home soil tonight? That's the question. The Toronto Blue Jays versus the LA Dodgers, the defending champs at the Rogers Centre. Stay with us. We've got plenty of special coverage coming up. Hello, I'm Aarti Paul. Welcome to CBC News Network and our special all-day coverage leading up to Game 6 of the World Series. We are, as you can see, just outside the Rogers Centre, where the stadium will have all of the action tonight at 8 p.m. Eastern.
Well, Yamamoto's a great pitcher. I'm a little scared, I can't lie, but Kevin Gossman's also excellent. I believe in him.
Tomorrow, if Game 7 happens, I do have tickets, but cannot afford them, so we need them to win tonight.
Toronto has such a fire for the Blue Jays. I mean, it's been since 1993.
No kidding. For an entire generation of Blue Jays fans, tonight could be the night. After a stellar showing in Los Angeles this week against the Dodgers, the Jays return home to Toronto with a chance to win their first World Series in 32 years. From the superstar slugger to the resurgent veteran, the rookie pitching sensation, and a cast of gritty, never-say-die ball players, fans believe the Blue Jays have all the ingredients to bring home the championship on Canadian soil. Now, we have a packed show lined up for you, capturing this excitement and this incredible postseason run for the Jays, and it's generated excitement across the country. Rookie pitcher Trey Yesavage was the star of Game 5. I'll speak this hour to his former coach. Also, Secretary of State for Sport Adam Vancouverden will join me to talk about how the Blue Jays are uniting people across Canada. And reporter Greg Ross has been traveling with the Jays, talking to fans throughout this playoff run. We'll catch up with him outside the Rogers Centre. But let's begin with bringing back Scott Regier, longtime sports host at CBC Radio. He joins me now. We want to preview Game 6 a little bit. I want to start, if it's okay, with the pitchers that we're going to see this time around, because it didn't go so well in Game 2. We've got Yamamoto and we've got
Kevin
Gossman as well. So we don't have Trey Yesavage. He was a star.
Yeah, he was amazing, Yesavage. And on the topic of amazing, how about Yoshinobu Yamamoto in the last game that these two pitchers faced each other, Game 2 of this World Series, where he pitched a complete game, which rarely happens anymore, let alone in the playoffs. That wasn't just his first complete game. In the preceding game, eliminating Milwaukee, Yamamoto had a complete game as well. He's been absolutely dominant. He has 6 different pitches he can throw to great effect. The average in the major leagues is about 2 or 3 in your repertoire. And that would be the case for Kevin Gossman. And I have to say, Arthie, Gossman is the guy that's been through thick and thin with this Jays team for the last 4 tumultuous years. He has been the consistency in that rotation. I love the fact that he's, and what a mentor for Yesavage as well, that he has the chance, Kevin Gossman, to be the winner of the World Series tonight, potentially.
You know, at the start of the season, Scott, I don't think we would have expected this kind of a scene to be playing out behind us right now, where we've got Game 6 of the World Series involving the Toronto Blue Jays. What has changed? What players have been added to the roster there that have made such a difference?
Yeah, well, not the players we would have thought at the very beginning of this season. The Jays courted Juan Soto and Pete Alonso, these high-priced, uber-talented guys. But when they were rebuffed by the likes of those two, they started to look within their own organization. Ernie Clement is a great example of that, a career minor leaguer who has flourished under the Blue Jays system. You have Nathan Lucas. You have Addison Barger. These are guys we never could have guessed would have been leading the charge at this point in the season, but they have. And they're a team that in this country people relate to, because they aren't the guys making the huge bucks. They're the ones that have come about later in their careers.
You know, I feel like we need to talk about Vladdy Guerrero Jr. for a moment, because this team has just sort of become synonymous with him, and these moments that fans have shared watching him play during the course of the series and leading up to the World Series as well. What are you expecting from Guerrero Jr.? And, you know, he said, we want it all. I remember, you know, that kind of famous interview now. What are you watching for from him?
The unexpected, because, I mean, listen, when he signed the $500 million deal at the beginning of this season, a lot of people were raising their eyebrows, Arthur, thinking, this is the guy that was languishing on the base paths the last time in the playoffs against Minnesota and got caught out. How serious is he about this game? How mature is he? Is he the real leader of this organization that we want to invest in? Well, he's answered all of those questions, especially late in the regular season and in this postseason. 8 home runs. That's just 2 fewer than the all-time record for a single postseason. And you can see him the way in the dugout when the players need to be uplifted. Vladdy is the leader of this team. After that 18-inning loss in Los Angeles, he was the last person into the locker room by design, and he said to every one of them, lift your chins up. They have to win 4 to win this World Series. And look who's in the lead right now, largely because of Vladdy Guerrero Jr.
You know, Scott, I also want to bring, because we've seen that the MLB has kind of released the schedule as well for today. So kind of want to bring our viewers up to speed on that and get your take on it too. Taking a look at it here, it says that there's going to be interviews with Bo Bichette, and that's going to be happening this afternoon, as well as with John Schneider. And then there's going to be batting practice this evening as well. What do you make of sort of who it is that they're putting up for people to talk to?
Well, I think it's interesting they're putting Bo Bichette up. This could be the last game he plays as a Toronto Blue Jay. Remember, he's going to become an unrestricted free agent after this World Series. There's some question as to whether he'll re-sign with Toronto, and he's been hurt. And to put him out there, that says he's one of our leaders, and they probably expect he will come back next year. John Schneider, well, he's just been, this is the manager who would, of course, and always does speak on behalf of the team. But remember, again, he was one of the managers before the season started. Vegas was betting would be the first to be let go. Instead, he's going to be the likely American League Manager of the Year for all that he's accomplished with this team. Going to love to hear from John Schneider a little later on.
Yeah, and I wanted to hear from you on Bo Bichette, because that kind of struck me too as really interesting. We can't leave this conversation without talking about George Springer. Are we going to see another Springer dinger? That's what everybody wants.
Another Springer dinger. That's all they want? Yeah. No, listen, I wouldn't put it past him. This is a guy whose resume includes being the most valuable player in a World Series, albeit with Houston several years back. He's been on this stage before. We saw what he did in Game 7 against Seattle. He's obviously got the injury to the midsection, possible oblique strain, but he was going to run the bases in the last game against Los Angeles. That didn't happen, but if he was at least in a position to do that, that suggests he's healthy and ready to go. And what we heard from Schneider yesterday is he's checked all those boxes. I'd be shocked now if George Springer isn't leading off tonight for Game 6.
God knows that adrenaline can give you power you didn't even know you had, right? So we'll be watching. Thank you for breaking it all down for us, Scott.
You betcha.
That is Scott Reguer of CBC Sports. And of course, we know that fans are counting down to the first pitch. So with that, we want to bring back the CBC's Megan Fitzpatrick. She's up in the Marriott Sportsnet Lounge overlooking the baseball diamond where tonight's game will be played. So Megan, set the scene for us. People are already there. I can't believe it.
Well, people are they've been having breakfast here all day, Arthi, because why wouldn't you? Look at the view. Let's just show you quickly. We'll show you more in a little bit, but I mean, look at the tables here right beside the field, and you can see what's going on there. And we've been talking to people here, and it is incredible to be meeting people from far and wide and from both sides of the border. So I want to start with these people here, and tell us where you're from and why you're here.
We're from Texas, New Braunfels, Texas.
And you're new-ish Jays fans?
Yes. Coming from Iceland back to Texas, we had a layover here in Toronto and caught a game during the regular season, and ever since we've been fans.
You got hooked, and so now you've been following them around essentially. Tell me about, you were also at a game in LA.
Yes, we caught game 4 in LA. It was a good game, but we won it. So here we are for game 6. We're gonna win tonight, and I'm excited for it.
Well, so you live in Texas, but you've seen the Jays, you got hooked, and now you're Jays fans, and here you are at the World Series.
Yep, so excited to be here. We saw Yesavage pitch that open season, and ever since then, so.
And you told me too, you got a glimpse of the watch party here the other night?
We arrived from LA, the watch party was unreal. The stands were full. The fans are here for it, excited for it.
Yeah, okay, well, have a good time. You're going to the game tonight, have a good time. These guys here, Arthi, are also going to the game tonight. Tell us a little bit about where you're from and what you're doing here.
We're from Calgary. We were here for 6 and 7 Seattle series. We avid Jay fans, so we decided to come back and see 6, hopefully not 7. Hopefully we get it done tonight.
Okay, and you're a newer Jays fan, I think, but do you have a favorite player on the team? Who do you think is going to help them win tonight?
I love Vladdy. He's my guy. But the new guys are good too. Like Clement, Barger. I mean, we got a great team, and the chemistry is fabulous.
Yes, a lot of fans, thanks guys, have been telling us how fun it has been to watch just the teammates, how much they like each other, and that's been a key to their success. Here's another fan that's going to the game tonight. You've come a long way as well. Tell us where you're from.
From Newfoundland originally, but I just came in from Fort McMurray. I call that home since 2012, so.
And how long have you been a Jays fan, and what prompted you to probably spend a lot of money to come here to Toronto?
Yeah, so I've been a lifelong Jays fan. This is actually my first game, so excited.
This is your first Jays game ever?
Very first.
Well, that's quite the way to start. Who are you excited to watch tonight?
The whole team. I'm so excited.
Where are you going to be sitting in that stadium there? Do you know?
Just off the third baseline.
Are you here by yourself? Okay, all right. So I'm sure it will not take you long to meet some new friends tonight. Have fun at the game. Arthi, these people here too have come from pretty far distance as well. And this guy here, I think, might be skipping school. Is that right?
Yep, the last 2 days.
Okay, tell us where you're from.
Newfoundland.
Okay, where in Newfoundland?
St. John's.
Okay, tell us, are you a longtime Jays fan or new fan?
No, all of my life I've been a Jays fan, yeah.
And are you getting to go to the game tonight?
Yes.
Okay, what's that going to be like?
A very good experience.
I think so. Do you think they're going to win?
Yeah, I have a good feeling about it.
And do you have a favorite player on the team?
Probably Trey Yesavage.
He's pretty good, huh?
Yeah.
And what about you, sir? What are you excited about tonight, for tonight?
The whole atmosphere of the crowd, you know, really looking forward to Game 6. Hopefully I can pull it out tonight for sure.
Okay, have fun. And I want to show you, Arthi, some other people that have come from very, very, very far away. These people here are huge baseball fans, but unfortunately, they're not Blue Jays fans. Tell us who you are, where you're from, and why you're here.
So we're from Japan. We just arrived last night. And then for Shohei and Yoshinobu and Roki. And then, good taking care of my mom too. Like she used to take me to the ball game when I was a boy. So now I can give her have experience and stuff like that.
A very special trip. Have you ever been to Toronto before?
It was my first time. It was our first time actually, yeah. And then the ticket was super expensive, but it's gonna worth it for sure.
So in a few hours, you're gonna be sitting in there?
Yeah, right there.
What do you think it's gonna be like?
Oh my gosh, it's gonna be an amazing experience. And she's gonna love it for sure too.
Now, even though you're cheering for the Dodgers, what do you think about the Jays as a team? Everybody thought the Dodgers were gonna sweep them. They're the reigning champions.
I thought we're gonna Dodgers gonna sweep, but you guys are so strong and looking forward for the game tonight.
Okay, we'll have fun. We'll see what happens. If it goes to a Game 7, are you also going to Game 7?
No, we're gonna go to LA tomorrow.
You're going to LA tomorrow. Okay, gotcha. All right, well, enjoy the game tonight. Arthi, isn't it amazing how far people are coming from for this game? But of course, the Jays fans are hoping they can wrap it up tonight in Game 6. We've been here all morning talking to other people as well. Let's take a listen to what I'm hearing from those fans.
I just got some hats. I got a list for guys back home looking for stuff, so family members, but it's been pretty busy. We're in line for about an hour and a half, so it's good though. It's all good.
Well, we're from Nova Scotia, so I'm trying to get lots of things for people at home that couldn't make it. Yeah.
And what are you doing in Toronto?
We came for the game, Pacific. Yeah, tonight. Yeah. Very excited.
So a couple hats for me, my brother, some family friends, hoodie, a couple shirts here with Yesavage and World Series logos, and then a few more shirts as the plan. So yeah, just trying to get everything done now early before everything sells out.
When the Blue Jays started season, that this was even allowed to happen. Never as a fan have we got this far, and I didn't think this was even on the table. So to be here is surreal, and I'm just beyond excited for tonight.
Very excited, yeah. Yeah, we've been following the games, and in England the games are in the morning, 1 o'clock in the morning, so we're very tired from watching all these games, but very excited, yeah.
So again, fans super excited. Some of them going to the game tonight. This has been a good spot, Arthi, to meet fans, because even in the lobby this morning too, we met Davis Schneider's dad, had a chat with him, and we also ran into Braden Fisher, so it is Kevin Gosman on that mound. We'll show you the field again, just so you can have a look at what's going on down there. You can see the grounds crew getting things ready. Of course, it'll be Kevin Gosman on that mound, but we did have a chance to talk to relief pitcher Braden Fisher, who was also grabbing coffee. He admitted he's a little tired this morning, but take a listen to a little bit of our conversation.
Currently, I'm tired. I just woke up, but the team's doing great. We were excited yesterday to go. I think if we just come out and do our thing, put the ball in play like we always have, and then play some good defense and put some zeros up on the board, I think we'll be good.
What do you think that John Schneider was saying yesterday? He couldn't wait to sort of feel the energy, hear the crowd in the Rogers Center tonight. What do you think it's going to be like, the hometown crowd cheering you guys on?
I imagine it's going to be as good as it's ever been, but I think it's going to be electric.
What's your message to Toronto fans and Canadians? The whole country is rooting for you guys today.
Yeah, thank you for all the support, and we're going to try and bring it home.
So thanking the fans for all of that support. And again, the players themselves excited to see and feel the energy in this stadium tonight. Arthi, few hours to go. Again, preparations are underway, and we'll be here continuing to talk to fans who are counting down to tonight's game.
Thanks for this, Megan. That's CBC's Megan Fitzpatrick. And we are reporting live today. We've got special coverage for you right outside of the Rogers Centre. You can see, of course, that there is a lot of action happening behind me. But part of the beauty of being down here is we get a chance to meet up with some of the fans. And it hits all demographics, because joining me right now, I've got Daniel and Keegan Loy. And you can see here, Keegan is 16 months old, right, Dad?
That's right. Yeah, 16 months.
Okay, and he's looking to be the next mascot, it looks like.
I hope so, actually. Then maybe you can get me some tickets inside.
Oh my goodness, this beautiful Blue Jays outfit that you've got on your son. Tell me a little bit more about what made you want to come down here and bring your baby Blue Jay.
Well, we're just he's got his Halloween costume on. Figured to get a picture of the Skydome and cheer on the boys. So bring some good luck, right?
Definitely some good luck. He looks like he's going to bring some good luck. He certainly does. I need to get my hands on this costume for my son. Now, I need to ask you, in terms of this moment and this memory, how important was it for you to have him be a part of it? It has been 32 long years since the Jays have been close to this position.
Yeah. When I was a kid, I remember little bits in there, here and there. So hopefully maybe this guy will remember some of this too, right, when they win the World Series.
Yeah. Was that a Go Jays? I think it was a Go Jays. I think that's what I heard.
Yeah. Go Jays, go, right?
And how are you feeling today ahead of the game?
We got it, right?
That's your prediction? Tonight's the night?
Yeah, right? We got to get it tonight, right? Because we can't stay up another night.
No, we certainly can't. What's your trick-or-treating plan then? Because, of course, it's a bit of a double-header, right? We've got Halloween and we've got Game 6. And is this guy going to try and go out before 8 p.m.?
Yeah. Him and his brother are going to go run around in our condo building and get some candy and hand out some candy, too. So
that'll be so fun. And I also want to ask you, of course, you told me your prediction there. You're hoping for a win tonight. What's the vibe like out there as you're walking around with, this mini ace, this mini mascot?
I love it. Everyone's yelling, go Jays, go. Everyone's, the community's coming together, so everyone's being friendly and happy, so it's great.
Okay. Any special moments so far? And if you're looking at the past games, any moments that just stand out in your head?
Yeah, like obviously the home run, right? You can't compare or Guerrero's Grand Slam, right? Can't forget that one. So yeah, so those are really some good moments.
Amazing. Well, I'm not going to make you hold your baby any longer. I mean, Lord knows I'd like to. Hi, go Jays, go. Yeah. He's ready. He's excited. Thank you so much for joining us today. That is Daniel and Keegan Loy, and they're out here taking in all of the fun from outside the Rogers Centre. Hi. Now, of course, we are continuing our special coverage from outside of the Rogers Centre. The Blue Jays, of course, would love to see a repeat tonight of what happened in Game 5, wouldn't we all, in LA on Wednesday? They opened the scoring with a home run by Davis Schneider on the very first pitch of the game. His dad, Steve, captured that moment from the stands. Take a listen to this.
Oh no! No way! No way!
The ultimate dad cam. Well, Davis's dad, Steve, and his mom, Elena, will join us later on CBC News Network. That will be later today as part of our special coverage with my colleague Andrew Nichols. That's at about 1:20 Eastern time, so you won't want to go anywhere. Stay with us. We've got plenty of special coverage from outside the Rogers Centre coming up.
He got him.
I tell him, with the game on the line, I shine.
Game 5 is underway with a fly ball to deep left. Gone!
I'm a champion. I'm a champion. I'm a champion. I'm a champion. It's my competition, they envy me. Followed by dessert, yeah, the sweet taste of victory. So let me ask, what you think of the future?
Those are just some of the highlights from the Blue Jays Game 5 win in Los Angeles on Wednesday. And no Jay was more vital to that victory than starting pitcher Trey Yesavage. He's having one of the most remarkable rookie postseasons in Major League history. He went into the playoffs with only 3 big league starts under his belt. Take a look at this video the MLB put together charting his meteoric rise to the majors. The 22-year-old began the year in Single A. He soared through High A, Double A, and Triple A, then the majors, and just weeks later, he landed on the World Series mound. In Game 5, Yesavage dominated with jaw-dropping 12 strikeouts, a new World Series rookie record. And someone who knows all about Trey's ability is Sean Bernasoni. He is Trey's former pitching coach and also the co-owner of the Keystone State Bombers. He joins us now from Pennsylvania. Sean, I know I talked to you yesterday, but I couldn't get enough of our conversation. I wanted a little bit more of insight into Trey Yesavage and what you made of his performance so far in this World Series run.
Yeah, you know, again, it's been a historical performance, one for the record books. It's kind of cool to see. You know, I was listening to the broadcast a little bit earlier, and all the fans, you know, coming in and talking about what they're buying at the gift shops, and a lot of them mentioned getting Trey Yesavage stuff. I think that's just unbelievable how somebody who wasn't known at all 6 weeks ago has made such an impact on an entire nation, right? The country of Canada, and it's just been amazing to see his impact on the people.
You know, there's a lot of focus on the elite pitchers that you see on the Dodgers. What was it like to see a rookie take them on and just soar?
Yeah, it's crazy. Going up against Blake Snell, 2-time Cy Young Award winner, right? Clayton Kershaw, league MVP as a pitcher. It's amazing what Trey's been able to do, and he does it in a unique way, right? He's not a power guy by today's standards. He doesn't have the 98 to 101 mile an hour fastball. You know, you talk about a lot of these guys that are having a lot of success. A lot of them rely heavily on the fastball, high profile power arms, and Trey's going toe to toe with these guys with elite secondary stuff. I think that the combination of his poise, the mental, and his physical capabilities have put him on this stage and have allowed him to have success against the biggest names in all of baseball. And that's what's amazing, to be in the same conversation as Blake Snell, as Yamamoto, as all these prolific stars has been amazing to see for Trey.
You know, when we talked last, it was right after the game, so I wonder if you've gone back and watched any of it and what you made of the pitching performances so far in the World Series. What stands out to you about the roster that the teams have put forward and their performance? Maybe it's just in Game 5 what you saw.
Yeah, I've watched about as many highlights, I think, as humanly possible, just taking in that moment, soaking it in. The lineups are insane. Again, the Dodgers have 3 MVPs in their lineup, right? And not to overshadow the Blue Jays lineup either. They hit 265 in the regular season, which I think was second behind the San Diego Padres. They're hitting 296 this postseason, which is leading all of Major League Baseball in the postseason. So that's incredible. I think due to the market of the Dodgers, the Blue Jays lineup kind of gets overshadowed because LA has the stars, but the Blue Jays have some incredible players as well, and they get overshadowed because of the names of some of the Dodgers, but they are outperforming the Dodgers, both on the mound and in the offensive lineup.
You know, you coach, Sean, you coached Trey Yesavage when he was 15 to 17 years old, and you see a lot of growth. I mean, from 15 to 17 to 22 might sound like just a few years, but in terms of the evolution of his career, it is momentous. How is it for you to watch him now? Does it feel emotional?
Yeah, it sure does. It's a wave of emotions, right? And there was really no lead up to this. This all happened so quickly, so there was really no time to mentally prepare. It was an unusual trajectory to get to the big leagues, right? And we had him, as you mentioned, at 15 years old, and then he went to East Carolina. We got to watch him, progress and mature as he was there during his collegiate days, and his shortest tenure has been at the professional level. So I coached him longer than he's been in professional baseball. He was in college longer than he's been in professional baseball. So all of this is so new. He's only been at the major league level for 6 weeks, in professional baseball for a little bit over a year now. So this is his least amount of experience at any level of baseball ever, and it's been arguably his most successful so far. So that part's been amazing to see. The emotions that come with that are really hard to describe. You're just kind of living and dying on every pitch. You're hoping that he's going to do well, and he's proving that he definitely belongs on this stage. And it's really an amazing moment to watch, and it makes all of us that have had a small part in Trey's success super proud of him.
And I mean, you're right there in the inner circle when it comes to Trey Yesavage in terms of course, being part of the formative years when he was developing the skills that he brought to the table here in the World Series. But you've also had a chance to speak with his family after his stellar performance with the Toronto Blue Jays. What are those conversations like with his mom and dad?
They're great. So we talk to Dave, Trey's dad, pretty much on a daily basis via text. Me and my business partner, Joe, and our college recruiting coordinator, Frank, we have a group text with Dave, and, we're always just throwing around some stuff. Some of it's quite funny with what we're talking about. But, Dave is a super humble guy. He has just been excited to watch Trey's rise here. He is just a hilarious guy. I hope you get to meet him. You see him in the stands, high-fiving everybody. I think he's enjoying this rise as much as anybody, and he's really soaking it in. We were going down to the players and family section at the end of Game 1 there in the World Series, and there's Dave walking down the hallways, high-fiving everybody. I would argue that Dave's as big of a star as Trey is in Toronto, and he's just a wonderful human being. He's enjoying this. Some of the messages that I share with him personally are, enjoy every second of this, because this could be a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, and I think he's doing just that.
Well, I know he'll be taking it in, as you will be too. The countdown is on for tonight's game. Sean, thank you so much for joining us again. We appreciate your time.
Thank you, Arthur. Go Jays, and let's hope tonight the Dodgers get the trick and the Blue Jays get the treat.
Yes, I love that. Sean Vernasoni is a former pitching coach for Trey Yesavage. We reached him in Pennsylvania. Thanks, Sean. And of course, we are here broadcasting live from outside the Rogers Center. We are taking in some of the fans as well. You can hear them break into chants of "Go Jays, go!" Cars that are driving by are honking their horns. The excitement is palpable. The Jays' brilliant play on the field has inspired fans, not just here, right across Canada. And it has also brought out the creativity of Jays fans.
Blue Jays, baby. We want it all.
That's from a music studio and custom jingle company called Jingle Chain, located in London, Ontario. It was co-founded by producers Ryan Barker and Kyle McIntyre, and their dream is to get the viral anthem played at the World Series. Could it be tonight? We'll have to watch. They joined us on this program. You can see that conversation online. You're watching CBC News Network.
On the bus, Kirky went deep, Barger went deep, over the wall, into the seats. The city's alive. We all on.
I've seen both World Series. I'm really impressed. I have to be honest, I was a little worried about the Dodgers. I've got 2 kids, 7 and 10, and it does remind me of when I was about that age.
Started to follow the team when I arrived here in Canada around 6 years. Around 6 years, yeah. I buy my head and I don't take it off, just never.
They're going to be up against some tough pitching, but it'll be good for them to be back at home and win it there.
Go Blue Jays, go!
That's what we've been hearing from Blue Jays fans in Vancouver as we count down the final hours until the first pitch at Toronto's Rogers Centre tonight. Excitement has been growing among Canadians across the country as the Jays head into Game 6 against the Dodgers, with the club just 1 win away from its first World Series title in more than 3 decades. And for more on what's happening in and around the Rogers Centre, we're here, but the CBC's Greg Ross, he's right in the thick of it all, and he's been traveling with the team too. Greg, what's going on where you are?
Well, we've got the real fans here. These are the people that come early in the morning. These guys, 8 o'clock this morning, they arrived to stand out here. It's not a warm day in Toronto, but standing outside the Rogers Centre, general admission tickets. You just want to get in there, get a spot. You want to be able to see the action once you get inside.
Oh, 100%. You know, I couldn't take any chances. I was here bright and early. We're both here bright and early, and we're excited for the game.
Now, you're cold. You told me your toes are colder.
My toes are getting a little cold. Everything else is fine, but gate 2 is good because the wind's not too bad, like along the walls, but yeah.
This is October baseball in Canada. You got your toque. Look at these mitts. She's got her mittens on, everything, and she's got her Blue Jays October baseball hoodie. That's the way you want to dress if you're going to stand outside for 12 hours before first pitch to wait just to get into the stadium so you can get a good spot. That's what happens when you're general admission. We got some other fans over here. Talk about the journeys that people have had to take to get here. You haven't slept since yesterday morning because you had to get here from Vancouver.
Exactly. I went to work yesterday morning and came home and got ready to come down this way, and so took the 11 o'clock flight out of Abbotsford. And here I am.
Here you are, no sleep, but ready.
No, nothing, but raring to go.
Running on adrenaline. Got her brother up early this morning. He lives here in Toronto. You had to go pick her up at the airport, but you're going to be good to go as well.
Oh, yeah, no, I didn't mind. I'm ready.
You're ready for a win tonight. The Blue Jays leading this series 3-2. This is a huge game tonight for people in Toronto. The Blue Jays have a chance to win, just 1 win away. 1 win away from their first World Series championship in 32 years, and this guy didn't want to miss it. You took an Uber to the ferry and a ferry to the he's from Victoria onto the mainland, got to the airport. You had to transfer through Ottawa, delays. Just tell it, this has been an epic journey for you.
It's been quite the journey. So I started in Victoria. I drove to the ferry where I went to the mainland. I then took an Uber to the airport, flew to Ottawa where I was delayed 3 times. I eventually got the plane from Ottawa, came in last night, caught the very last train from Pearson down to Union last night. Got about 2 hours sleep, and then took another Uber down this morning. And I guess I took a cab in there at some point too, because I mean, I seem to be taking everything. And eventually I'll make my way back to Vancouver.
Trying to bring some good vibes. Got the 1993 World Series logo. Yeah, you would love to see some heroics like that. Joe Carter, obviously the big walk-off home run for the Blue Jays. That was right here at the Rogers Centre, October 1993. Here on Halloween night in 2025, hoping for some more heroics as the Blue Jays face the Dodgers tonight in Game 6, Arthie.
And you know what, too? I want to let you know also, Greg, I've been doing a little bit of research. You know, you brought up 1992, 1993. Did you know, and I'm sure you did, that it was actually Game 6 in 1992 that the Jays took it? Then it was Game 6 in 1993 also. And remember the Raptors? That was Game 6 too. Anyways, I don't know how people are feeling about that with that knowledge. Game 6 is kind of a little bit of a lucky number. Don't worry. We got a lot of excited people here. Horns blowing. There we go. Jays fans out here behind me. I'm locking on wood right now anyways. But how are people feeling? Are they tense, Greg?
Well, that's a great question. I mean, there's reason to be tense because the one pitcher that the Blue Jays have faced in this series that gave them a lot of trouble, Yoshi Yamamoto, he's back on the hill, pitched a complete game. In fact, he's pitched back-to-back complete games in this postseason, the last one being, of course, Game 2 of this series against the Toronto Blue Jays. The Jays will have their ace on the hill, Kevin Gausman, to try and counter that. He had a great game in Game 2. He was touched up for a couple of homers before he was removed in the 7th, but he pitched very well. He had retired at one point 17 straight batters. They're going to need another big performance from Kevin Gausman in this game tonight, something similar to what we saw with Trey Yesavage in Game 5. Who knows? But it could be a big one tonight. They could be celebrating on the streets in downtown Toronto.
And if they are, we know you'll be there. Thanks for this, Craig. That's the CBC's Greg Ross outside Toronto's Rogers Centre. Okay, so now for a closer look at this excitement and the impact it could have on Canadian sports, we're joined by Adam Vancouverton. He is the Secretary of State for Sports of Canada. Thank you so much for joining us today. I appreciate it.
Yeah, thanks very much for joining me.
Thanks
very much for having me.
And you know a thing or two about winning, don't you? I mean, we've got here a Olympic gold medalist, 2-time silver medalist, bronze medalist as well. What do you think is going through the minds of these Blue Jays players today?
Well, it's got to be so exciting, and they're all competitors, so they know what to do. They're going through their preparations, and I'm sure that they know exactly what their routine's going to be like for the next couple of hours. That home stretch, away stretch, rather, in Los Angeles was extraordinary. I've never seen an 18-inning baseball game before, so they've seen it all. They know what they're going to do, and they've really been on their game. So I'm absolutely certain that our boys in blue, like what's better than October baseball in Toronto, Ontario? Like, honestly, I'm just so excited, like the rest of the city and the country.
And you're dressed for it too. Let's talk a little bit about how big of a Jays fan you are. You've got the white panel hat that everyone is trying to get their hands on. Is this new merch, or did you always have it in your closet?
Some of it's old, some of it's new. And I've loved the Jays since 1992. I was 10 years old. I played first base. I wanted to be John Allrood. I just love sports. And 2025 has really been like a year of sports in Canada as we look back on the last just 10 months.
Mm-hmm.
So many incredible achievements, like Josh Leando setting a world record in the pool just in Scarborough the other day at the World Cup. Going back to Summer McIntosh, obviously, but the track and field world championships on both the para and the Olympic side, just extraordinary. Magdalene Valliere won the world championships in cycling this year. Our women's rugby team really just impressed us all. So what a year of sport. And the most exciting thing is, I think 2026, with FIFA coming and so many other exciting opportunities like the World Championships of Cycling being hosted in Montreal, 2026 is truly going to be the year of sport in Canada.
Yes, and you are the FIFA 2026 Sherpa as well, so that is quite exciting too. And, just another thing kind of coming up here, let's talk about how it has united the country in sport. We certainly saw the country rally behind the Raptors back in 2019. Here is another championship series. What have you been seeing when you've been interacting with Canadians?
You're right. It really brings us together. I don't think there's another, nation-building project quite like sport. It's just really remarkable. I've been hearing the Blue Jays being called the Canada Blue Jays, and I'm all about that, right? Like, this is truly Canada's team right now. Whether you're in Nunavut or Victoria, BC, Halifax, Nova Scotia, or right here in Toronto, everybody's excited. And, it's Halloween, too, so we can all dress up as Jays fans, whether we're Jays fans or not. So if you're a Mariners fan or a Yankees fan, come on, put on a Blue Jays cap, and let's cheer for Canada's team.
Finally, I wanted to ask you, and I know I sort of started with this too, but as someone who has been in tough competition, just how much focus do you need? I mean, of course, all of the support that you're seeing. We're outside of Rogers Centre. You can see fans. You can hear them too. You were with me when we had someone blowing a horn there. But in terms of the focus that is needed, you want to hear the fans. Do they distract you, or you want to hear that roar?
Well, I was a kayaker, so I didn't ever race against or race in front of 50,000 screaming fans. Okay, so let's get that out of the way.
Yes.
But when you watch a relative rookie like Trey Yesavage pitch 12 strikeout pitches, setting records, he looked like a veteran. And I think really when we got a team like the Blue Jays that love each other, that want to come together, that enjoy playing the game, that get excited for each other, and they kind of rally around their champions. Everybody knows there's experience and there's rookies on that team. The way that Vladdy just brings them all together, and having Bo back, and I hear that Springer's playing tonight too. So they're just an extraordinary group of athletes that clearly love each other and want to play for the team, the club, the country, the Toronto Blue Jays. I'm just couldn't be more excited.
Any final thoughts from you?
Yeah, let's go Blue Jays, right? That's the only thing I'll be thinking about for the next 12 hours.
Well, we love it, and I'm sure that's what a lot of other people are thinking too across the country. Thank you so much for your time today.
Thanks, Artie. Nice to see you.
That is Adam Vancouverton. He is the Secretary of State for Sports of Canada. Thank you.
Thank you.
And a quick reminder of how the Jays got to this point where the World Series trophy is now within touching distance. Can you imagine? Wednesday's Game 5 in Los Angeles was pivotal. Listen to that horn behind me. Can you imagine? We're still several hours away. Now, the winner in that Game 5 would return to Toronto, ahead 3-2 with a chance to claim the championship. Just moments into the game, the Blue Jays stunned the Dodger Stadium crowd. Take a look.
Game 5 is underway with a fly ball to deep left. Gone! And the Blue Jay fans making a ton of noise. And now Guerrero rips one to deep left, and it's gone!
Davis Schneider smoked the very first pitch of the game over the left field wall for a leadoff home run. Vladimir Guerrero Jr. followed with his own blast just 2 pitches later. And just like that, the Jays led 2-0. And behind a sensational pitching performance by Trey Yesavage, the Jays cruised to a 6-1 win, setting up a chance to win the World Series at home tonight. We're here all day to bring you the action from outside the Rogers Centre. Stay with us on CBC News Network. That was the song, that was the chant, that was the scene in Toronto 32 years ago, and the unofficial fan chant song that you're listening to there, boom, there it is. Many may remember that one. Fans spilled out onto Yonge Street in downtown Toronto. They were climbing lampposts, others losing a few articles of clothing maybe along the way as they were continuing to celebrate. And of course, the police were out in force to keep the celebrations safe. And Cito Gaston, the legendary Blue Jays manager, was there to guide the team to both their World Series wins in 1992 and 1993. Gaston spoke to David Common, host of CBC Radio's Metro Morning. Take a listen to what he had to say about the players now.
This team is different from all the other teams that they played against in the playoffs, the Yankees and also the Mariners, because they get base hits, they get doubles, they get triples. And the other teams seem the only way they win is they hit home runs. And then the Jays, if they get a couple of hits, then somebody steps up and hit a home run. But they can beat you with just singles and doubles and triples. They don't have to rely on the home runs, but they have hit a lot in this series.
And the Jays will try to win the World Series tonight, 32 years after Gaston led that legendary team. Once again, it's a sold-out crowd, and millions of fans will be watching across the country. And you can hear they're already getting started here. Can you hear that horn? I bet you can. It's pretty loud for me, but that is just part of the hype team that is down here already, getting merchandise, high-fiving fans, getting all geared up to make sure they can watch Game 6. And with the Blue Jays now 3-2 ahead in the series and on the brink of winning the championship, the Dodgers have Yoshinobu Yamamoto back on the mound. In Game 2 last Saturday, the Jays had no answer to the Los Angeles ace.
The 1-2. And he got him. Strikeout number 6 for Yamamoto. Swung on and missed. 2 down.
Yamamoto sailed through the Blue Jays lineup, allowing just 1 run, no walks, and striking out 8. He threw all 9 innings, his second straight complete game in the postseason. Now, the Jays hope to have better luck against Yamamoto tonight. He'll start again for the Dodgers in Game 6 at the Rogers Center. Stay with us at CBC News Network. We've got plenty of special coverage right ahead.
First pitch crushed. Left field in deep. That ball is headed to the second deck and gone. Recently drilled. Left field in deep. Bellinger in a jog. He's done it again. Kirk into the Blue Jay bullpen. It's 7-1 Toronto.
They swept the next game to sweep the series.
Kirk hits one to the opposite field. It's hit well. It is gone. But what a monster inning. And now Kirk lifts one to left center. This is tagged well. Gone! And a curveball hit high and deep. Left center field. Gone!
What a postseason Blue Jays catcher Alejandro Kirk is having. He is tied with the Seattle Mariners' Cal Raleigh with 5 home runs by a catcher in the playoffs. He is 4th on the all-time Jays roster for playoff home runs behind Vladimir Guerrero Jr., Jose Bautista, and Joe Carter. Vladimir Guerrero, rather. And he has set a new standard for Mexican-born players with 22 hits in the postseason. Now, needless to say, Kirk is a larger-than-life figure in his hometown, Tijuana, Mexico. Check this out. He has been immortalized by an artist in that city, an extraordinary painting on the wall of an underpass. And Vladimir Guerrero Jr. is having a postseason for the ages, but going into Game 4, he had yet to hit a home run in the World Series. That all changed in the top of the 3rd inning. The Jays were trailing 1-0 with Nathan Lucas on first base.
Hit well to deep left center. And this one will go.
Guerrero hit that homer of Dodgers pitcher Shohei Ohtani. The blast flipped a 1-run deficit to a 1-run lead and ignited the Blue Jays offense. Toronto scored 4 runs in the 7th to put the game away. The Jays won at 6-2, tying the series, proving their resilience after that heartbreaking 18-inning loss in Game 3. And of course, lots of Canadians will be on the move tonight, heading to parties for the Blue Jays and of course, outdoors for Halloween trick-or-treating too. So with that, why don't we check in on how it's going to look out there. The forecast with Chris Murphy from the Weather Network.
All right, your national forecast for one smart cookie to another. We are going to be dealing with some active weather. So this is the trick-or-treating hours, and we've got some heavy rain up and down the coast of BC, although a lot of the winds should be easing to a degree. Meanwhile, we've got rain for eastern Ontario, Quebec, and through the Maritimes, especially the eastern Maritimes and western Newfoundland. So you'll get a break in and around the GTA. It's going to be a cool night in southern Manitoba and Saskatchewan. But again, it's really the east and the west coastal areas that will get the worst of it. Gusty conditions into Newfoundland, St. John's. Rain showers arriving likely later in the evening. Could get some breaks in Halifax and Toronto, but Ottawa, Montreal dealing with the rain showers. Look at that, -1 in Regina. We do have for the Jays, of course, 7 degrees. It's going to be a cool one. Watch out for blizzard conditions today for the Yukon as well, the Dempster Highway specifically. And how about tomorrow? We've got CFL. It's semifinal Saturday. The Blue Bombers at the Alouettes. It's going to be a cool, brisk day, but that should be good for Game 1. And Game 2, of course, will be in BC Place, but there'll be some scattered showers out and about. Here's a look at your Saturday forecast, but I want to wish all of you a happy Halloween for today.
And of course, we are outside the Rogers Centre setting up for tonight's showdown in Game 6 of the World Series. It is the Toronto Blue Jays against the LA Dodgers, the defending champs. For the first time in 32 years, the Jays have a chance to win baseball's biggest prize on home soil to boot. Can Canada's team overthrow the defending champions? We'll see. You're watching CBC News Network. I'm Arthi Pohl. Welcome to CBC News Network and our special all-day coverage leading up to Game 6 of the World Series. We are just outside the Rogers Centre, the stadium where it will all go down tonight at 8 p.m. Eastern.
I dare you to beat us in Toronto. Good luck.
For an entire generation of Blue Jays fans, tonight could be the night. After a stellar showing in Los Angeles this week against the Dodgers, the Jays return home to Toronto with a chance to win their first World Series in 32 long years. From the superstar slugger to the rookie pitching sensation and a cast of gritty, never-say-die ball players, fans believe the Blue Jays have all the ingredients to bring home the championship on Canadian soil. And we have a packed show lined up for you today to capture that excitement this incredible postseason run has generated right across the country. We'll start with a look at tonight's game. Can the Blue Jays complete this magical season with a World Series triumph? Our Scott Regier is here to break that down. And downtown Toronto will be packed with tens of thousands of people. Well ahead of that first pitch, we'll take a look at how the city is preparing. And we'll also talk to some Blue Jays superfans who have been following the team from the very beginning and attended the inaugural home opener in 1977. What an evolution for the team. Okay, but let's start with Scott Regier from CBC Sports. He's a radio host here with us, but he is an expert, of course, on all things Blue Jays now. I mean, this has been an incredible run so far. What are the Jays up against tonight?
Well, I say this was a degree of trepidation,
Okay.
Arthi. Not the juggernaut Dodgers we were led to believe we might be facing. Both at the plate, if you take of Shohei's being Shohei, Freddie Freeman and Teoscar Hernandez have been solid. Otherwise, they haven't been strong hitting at all. They don't have much depth at bat, or at least haven't shown us that so far. Meanwhile, on the mound, the Dodgers don't want the Jays to get into their bullpen. That's the soft underbelly of their club. So they're relying overly, I would suggest, on their starting pitchers, including tonight Yoshinobu Yamamoto, who's an absolute machine. He has pitched 2 complete games in a row, a 3-hitter against the Milwaukee Brewers to finish them off, and a 4-hitter against these Blue Jays in Game 2 of this World Series. Only 3 pitchers in modern history have pitched 3 complete games in a row. Can Yoshinobu make it a 4th tonight? We shall see.
We shall see. And this has certainly been a series of records, that's for certain. But let's talk about the pitchers for the Jays as well. We've got Gausman on the mound. What are you expecting there?
Consistency.
Yeah.
Right? Over the last 4 years of upheaval with this organization that Gausman's been a part of, he actually has the 7th most strikeouts all time as a Toronto Blue Jay in that short amount of time here in Toronto. He's a guy that's been through the ringer in his career, was a top draft pick with Baltimore. He faltered, looked like he'd go on waivers and not play again. Then he incorporated the splitter into his repertoire, and that changed everything. Now he's a perennial all-star and a loyal Blue Jay. Wouldn't it be something for him, after all he's gone through, to be the pitcher on record tonight?
Okay, so we know that we're going to see Gausman on the field. What about Springer? You think we're going to see some action over there?
Absolutely, I do. Yeah, I mean, George Springer, you could see it in the last game at Dodgers Stadium. He was chomping at the bit to get out there in any way, shape, or form. He was suiting up to be a pinch runner for Bo Bichette at one point. That's a healthy sign. And John Schneider, the manager, Arthie's said that he's checked the physical boxes. If it's coming down to his will, then we will see him leading off tonight. Will we see him hit a dramatic home run like we did against the Mariners? Who knows?
Who knows? Of course, we're all keeping our fingers crossed. You know, Scott, I have a few stats that I looked up, okay? And this leads into our next question. Because in any best-of-7 series tied at 2-2, which is where we were, and the Game 5 winner has won the series about 68% of the time, okay? So we see where we were, where the Jays were. And then when you talk about in a series with the 2-3-2 format, which is what we're seeing here, taking 3-2 lead by winning Game 5 on the road before returning home for Game 6 and 7, 74% of the time they go on to win. Okay? Okay? So I want to set that up for you, okay? They're back at home. So what advantage does that give them?
The Blue Jays, Arthie, had over the course of this season more comebacks than any team in the majors, narrowly trailed by these Dodgers. So we should keep that in mind. This home crowd, and they've done $500 million of renovations next door, by the way. It's a fun building to be in, and crowds were huge this year and very supportive. We've seen that borne out in their comebacks in front of their best home record in the major leagues. I think this crowd, especially if they score early on Yamamoto. And I think, listening to John Schneider, he suggested they're going to try to manufacture runs, maybe some bunts, something like that, to get some early runs in the crowd behind them. That will behoove the Jays big time in their pursuit of this World Series.
And who knows, too, if we see Colonel Sanders back in action, too.
Well, that's the question, too, right?
That is the question.
The side of home plate.
And that leads me to my next question. Is he an unsung hero? I don't know. But there are a lot of unsung heroes that are part of this team. Who really stands out to you?
Ernie Clement. This is a 29-year-old career minor leaguer who's done nothing but hit for the Jays and play every position in the field as well. He encapsulates this Blue Jays team for me. And in the playoffs, Arthur, when it matters most, he trails only Vladdy Guerrero Jr. in terms of batting average, just a whisker under 400. That could win you an MVP under different circumstances. And this is a guy, Ernie Clement, that likes to call his team, because of their closeness, the Glue Jays. I want Ernie Clement to be our guy tonight, because he is, as I say, the one player for me that encapsulates what this Blue Jays team is all about. Makes an 18th of the salary of Vladdy. That should be kept into account as well.
Okay, but certainly the team has come together. A lot of people talking about the synergy, the compatibility as well of this team. We'll hope that it brings success tonight. Thanks for this, Scott.
You're welcome.
That is Scott Regier of CBC Sports. Okay, so we know what is going to be happening on the mound tonight. There is going to be a major face-off, and fans are counting down to that first pitch. So let's bring in the CBC's Megan Fitzpatrick. She's up in the Marriott Sportsnet Lounge overlooking the baseball diamond where tonight's game, of course, is going to take place. Megan, already people there gearing up for the game. What's going on where you are?
Oh, yeah. People have been here all morning, Arthi. Some of them were having breakfast. Now we're shifting more into the lunch hour, of course. And what a view to be having a meal. I mean, check out the field. It's kind of neat. You can get a sneak peek of what's going on down there. Some of the grounds crew I can see are getting the pitching mound ready, of course, where Kevin Gosman will be starting off for the Jays. But it also looks like they've got some stages set up there. I don't know if that's for, because somebody's going to win this series either tonight or tomorrow. Maybe they're rehearsing for that. But yeah, you can see people down there getting things ready. But up here, the fans are certainly ready. We've been talking to some of them. Let's talk to some of them now and see who's here. We've been meeting people from all over the place. These people are from Ireland. Now, they did not come all the way from Ireland for this game. They do live here now. But tell us, you are ready for tonight, but you also got to see game one, right?
Yeah, we got to see game one. With the two of us is my partner, Sarah Jane. The two of us won tickets through Rogers. I never win anything in my life, so I was delighted I won tickets on Instagram. We're just up there in the right field, up in the 500s. It was an amazing game. I thought the roof was going to lift off it when Barger hit that grand slam. So it was a brilliant sporting event to be at. So hopefully we can win a few tickets now tonight. It'd be brilliant. We might bring a bit of good Irish luck as well.
Yeah, well, good luck. And I know, yeah, you don't have tickets to tonight's game. You did have a trip booked though for today that you were telling me you canceled.
Yeah, we were due to fly to Chicago this evening for an Ireland test game against New Zealand, and we just couldn't leave the city. This is too big. This is once in a lifetime opportunity. Now we don't have tickets, but still, just to be here to experience this in a city that we love, a team that we've been obsessed with since we moved over here. It's just we couldn't not stay. Yeah,
exactly. I mean, you didn't know much about baseball before you moved here, but now you do. Very loyal fans. And these guys are fans, too. They are getting to go to the game tonight, right?
Tonight, you betcha. All the way from Prince George, British Columbia.
That is a long way to come. Tell us, worth the money?
Oh, yeah. It's going to be awesome.
How hard was it to get tickets? What was that process like for you guys?
Very painful.
And very expensive?
But very expensive. But you know what? Once in a lifetime event. And just so excited to be here. It's been amazing. I didn't sleep much last night. I imagine them guys didn't sleep much last night, but it's going to be a pretty awesome game.
And who are you excited to see play tonight?
I'm excited to see Guerrero Jr.
Okay, why is he your favorite?
Because he always hits the home runs. Yeah.
Hopefully he does tonight. Do you guys think they're going to win it tonight? Will it go to Game 7?
No doubt about it. No doubt about it.
Expensive if they don't, because I'm going to stay here.
Talk to some more people. Now, these people are unfortunately not going to game tonight, but what are you doing here today?
We just came over to take it in. We live a block and a half away and just wanted to come over and absorb the atmosphere.
What has the atmosphere been like in this city? What do you think about it?
Electric. It's just been, you can feel it in the air, palpable.
And what's your prediction for tonight?
Jays win, of course.
Okay, Jays win. Do you agree? What do you think?
I agree. I owned a sports bar in 91, 92 when the Jays first won it, and the electricity then was amazing. I'm actually hoping tonight's the biggest party in Toronto that we've ever.
Bigger than 93?
I would think so.
Okay. And are you going to tonight's game, or what's your plan?
I am. I have a ticket way up in the nosebleeds, but I'll be able to tell my grandchildren that I was here when they won it.
Okay, so you're feeling confident. Okay, Arthi. And so are some of the other fans that we've been meeting. We've been here at the hotel today. We've also been down in the Jays shop. There was a huge line there this morning starting at 8 a.m., even though the store didn't open until 10. Lots of people eager to get their hands on some World Series merch. Here's a bit of what I've been hearing from the fans here at the hotel and at the shop.
When the Blue Jays started season, that this was even allowed to happen. Like, never as a fan have we got this far, and I didn't think this was even on the table. So to be here is surreal, and I'm just beyond excited for tonight.
I don't think my nerves could take a Game 7, so I'm really hoping they pull it off tonight. I have a good feeling.
It might be a once-in-a-lifetime thing. Went 32 years since the last time, and who knows? 32 years, I might not be able to come.
The flu in here, not the best financial choice to be here, but we couldn't miss it.
So the fans are ready and the players are ready too, Arthi. The hotel has been a good spot for us today because we actually ran into Braden Fisher, one of the Jays relief pitchers. He was going through the lobby, getting some coffee. He told us he was a little tired, but feeling good. The team is excited. And he also said thank you to the fans for all the support these last few weeks. And we also had a chance to talk to Davis Schneider's dad, Steve. He went viral the other day because of the video that he posted in real time of his, he was shooting the video in real time of his son hitting that home run off the first pitch of the game the other night. Here's a little bit of our conversation with Steve Schneider.
Feel great. I mean, I think they're going to do it. It's one more game to go, and they've been playing great, and they just got to keep doing what they've been doing. Just play great Blue Jays baseball. You know, they've been doing so well. It's unbelievable. So it's been a great spot here to talk to fans, and of course, some lucky enough to go to the game, some not. So for those that didn't get tickets, some of them were booking rooms here at the hotel because, of course, this is a unique hotel with some rooms that overlook the field. Now, those rooms were going for over $8,000 a night, but you know, if split between a few friends, maybe it'd be cheaper than the actual tickets inside the stadium. But no doubt this lounge and restaurant will be packed and fans on this side of the glass cheering the Jays on. But yeah, one last look at the field there for you, Arthi. Things getting ready, just a few more hours to go. These fans here can't wait. Back to you.
Thanks for this, Megan. The CBC's Megan Fitzpatrick at the Marriott Sportsnet Lounge in Toronto. And you heard her saying that some fans weren't able to get tickets to the game. Well, guess what? I have some fans who were able to get tickets to the game. Jim and Jamie Abraham, they have just come in from Halifax. Okay, so you came in from Halifax, you just got off the train, you came straight to me. Thank you for doing that. How did you manage to get tickets?
Well, I was at a curling event, my nephew, in Wolfville, Nova Scotia last week, and I said to my wife, we should try to get tickets. They go on sale at 11 o'clock Halifax time. And so I got online, and she got online, we were waiting, and popped up, she was 44,000 in the queue. I was 1,911 in the queue. I had hope.
You were better than I was. I was
finally
200,000.
15 minutes later, bang, I got the list of tickets that were available, 2 of them in the 200 level.
Wow.
I snapped them up. I said to my wife, should I buy them? Of course you should buy them. Bang, got them, and I picked Game 6.
Yes.
Because I thought there'd be a better chance of getting tickets in Game 6, and then praying that there would be a Game 6.
Absolutely.
So this is amazing.
Okay, so you were saying that your wife was supporting you and buying the tickets. I don't see her here. You're here.
Yeah, we have to thank my mother graciously for allowing me to take her place. So that she's happy to watch back from Halifax, and she'll be looking for us
now
on this
Yes, no kidding.
Tonight.
Now, I see you've got a 1992 World Series champions hat on right now.
So this man's had a few lucky experiences, as this one. Also in 1992, so he brought me back the 92 hat from Game 2 in
Game 3, yeah.
Game 3, yeah. So
I went to, I happened to be here on business.
Okay.
And the first World Series game outside of the USA was being played that day. And my buddy said, so Jim, where are you going tonight for supper? I'm going to the baseball game. And I came down, scalper ticket back then, $110, 500 level.
Wow.
No problem. And I was there holding my Canadian flag saying this side up, because the Toronto Star was passing out Canadian flags because the Honor Guard in Atlanta had put up the flag during the previous games upside down. So all the Jays fans were teasing the Atlanta players and the fans about which side up, the Canadian flag. So the Canada-USA thing was still a thing back in 1992.
Way back then. You know, I mean, there's not a lot of people who can say that they went to both the previous World Series games and one of this one too. So how are you feeling this time around? Are you anxious? Are you feeling like it's full circle?
Well, I am very excited because the Jays have the momentum, the Jays have the chemistry, but the Jays have the magic. And so I think it's the magic that's going to be worked tonight. Tonight, we're going to see the World Series trophy presented to the Jays tonight.
Don't you worry at home. I've got wood here. I'm knocking on it as we speak, okay? So there's no jinxing happening right now. Don't worry. I've got you covered. I got to ask you, Jamie, because you've got the hat on from 1992, of course, care of Dad. But did you know that in 1992 and 1993, the Jays won on Game 6? How are you feeling about that? It's kind of a magic number.
yeah, I mean, it's only going to bring good aura to the team, I think, having 6 as the magic number, but, you know.
Are you feeling nervous about tonight? Do you think you're going to see a big World Series
I'm
win?
hoping. Like, I've been nervous watching at home, staying up till all hours of the night, getting up at all hours of the night to get here. So I'll see how the nerves compare in the stadium to back home pacing around the living room.
Fair enough. Did you stay up for that 18
I did,
inning?
yes.
Oh, you did. Wow. Okay. You know, I mean, I had to turn in, but congratulations to you that you stayed up for it. Hopefully this one will be shorter than that and with a different outcome too. Jim, Jamie, thank you so much for joining us today. Any final thoughts as you flew in and now you're going to fly into the Rogers Center?
Go Jays, go!
Go Jays.
Absolutely. Thank you both for joining us. We appreciate your time. Thank you.
Arthi. Thank you so much.
And so I get to talk to some fans out here, and we know that the CBC's Greg Ross is talking to a lot of fans also outside the Rogers Center. What are you hearing where you are, Greg?
Arthi, these are the real fans. Come on, these are the ones that come out here, some of them 12 hours before first pitch, to line up and get ready to get in. They're the general admission ticket holders. Some of them paying exorbitant amounts of money. We talked to some people over here who paid upwards of $1,000 for their general admission tickets to get in and watch the game from wherever they can find a spot in the standing room only section. So it's going to be a rush when those gates open for people to get in and find those spots. But we've got so many fans already lined up early. It's cold, it's chilly, trying to find ways to stay warm. We've got fans who are excited about potentially seeing the Blue Jays win the World Series for the first time in their lifetime. You're 19 years old, is that right?
19, yeah.
What's your name?
Brett.
Brett from Oshawa here. Excited. His first year following the Jays was 2015, the Jose Bautista bat flip year. We got some people already starting the chants. How do you feel about this tonight? Are you excited?
Oh, I'm pumped up. I feel like we're going to do it tonight. I'm very fired up for tonight.
He's fired up, looking to see the Blue Jays win the World Series for the first time in his lifetime. Here's a guy who was actually at the game in 1993 wearing the original hat that his dad bought him, was 7 years old, watched Joe Carter hit the walk-off home run to win the World Series for the Blue Jays in 1993. And this is the first time you've been back to this building since.
That's right. Yeah, I'm really excited. This is the good luck charm here. And I think Honestly, I think we're going to do it tonight. Last time in 1993, we saw everybody flood out on the streets, jumping on cars. The spirit is here, and I think we're going to do it.
Hopefully no jumping on cars this time around, but I will say he did tell me he is the good luck charm. He hasn't been back since 1993. The Blue Jays haven't won a World Series since 1993, and he believes he's going to be the good luck charm. Now, Arthie, look, I just want to show you. It's not just the fans out here lining up to get in for general admission. Look at this line just to get into the upper level gift shop here. You've got looks like dozens and dozens of fans lined up just waiting to get in. It's packed inside the gift shop. These fans want to get any merchandise they can that has that World Series logo on it. Obviously, they're hoping it'll be a special World Series piece of memorabilia if the Blue Jays can pull this off tonight.
And with that in mind, whether or not the Blue Jays can pull it off tonight, I'm wondering how fans are feeling. I know you've been talking to a lot of them. Are they feeling more tense or more excited or a little bit of both?
That's a great question. Let's bring it to the fans. Let's ask the fans. Oh, they're starting to drag out the gates here. Hey, can I ask you a question? I mean, are you feeling tense right now, or are you feeling more excited? Is the confidence there after the way the Blue Jays played in Los Angeles, or you still have to be nervous because they still have to win that last game?
I'm very nervous because I'm being interviewed. No, but I'm very confident in the Jays. They're a great team. So let's go Blue Jays.
Well, you handled it very well for a nervous guy. You did a great job on his television debut. Look, we've got some important things to think about. Will George Springer be in the lineup for the Blue Jays side? Sorry, I'm using you as a prop, my friend. Hey, you think George Springer's going to be back in the lineup? George Springer?
Back tonight. We're getting 2 jingers from tonight. 2.
So remember, Springer injured, is back in game.
That's okay. He's good. He's going to do well tonight. He's great.
Not worried at all. Hurt his back.
We're taking it tonight. Tonight we're winning. We're going to do 7-4 tonight.
I can't even get a word in edgewise with this man. He is so excited tonight for this game, and I don't blame him. It's okay. You're ready to go. He's raring to go. It's going to be, he says, George Springer back in the lineup for the Blue Jays. Kevin Gausman will be on the mound for the Jays. Are you, but Yoshi Yamamoto.
He's going to do 6 innings tonight. 6 innings he's going to do.
I mean, this guy knows all the answers. 6 innings. It'll be Yoshi Yamamoto on the other side. And Yoshi Yamamoto had a great start against the Blue Jays in Game 2 of this series. A complete game. And obviously shut those Blue Jay bats down. They're hoping they can change that outcome this time around. He's saying he's going to choke. Arthie, they have to play the game, but it could be an historic night here in Toronto.
No doubt. Okay, thank you for setting that all up for us. That is the CBC's Greg Ross outside Toronto's Rogers Centre as fans gear up. Okay, and so we have heard from some fans who are outside the Rogers Centre. We also have some longtime fans, lifelong fans that we want to introduce you to. Eric and Joyce Swag. They have been cheering for the Jays since the very first game back in 1977. They join me now from Toronto, just not here with me right now. Thanks for joining us.
Thanks for having us.
Yes, for sure.
Now, Joyce and Eric, I got a chance to talk to you, oh gosh, when they got the divisional championship, and we had a chance to talk about whether or not you thought they were going to make it to the World Series. You felt pretty confident. How are you feeling today?
Oh, well, I'm feeling very hopeful. That's not quite the same as confident, but I am hopeful. I'm a little nervous that Yamamoto is, going to make trouble tonight, but I hope not. We're hopeful.
I'm hopeful too, because I don't know, I've seen bad things before, and I hope I don't see it today.
And I have to ask you, Joyce, because in 1977, you were going to the first Jays game itself. Did you ever think that nearly 50 years later, you'd be seeing them in the World Series again?
Never.
Nah, that's not true.
I wanted to see them in the World Series, but it never occurred to me that they would be. So
we were all at games in 92 and 93 and all the way, up until then. And we've both all been in our family plenty of games since then. But yeah, I have to say, it was 16 years from 1970. Oops, what happened? It was 16 years from 1977 to 1992. And now it's been 32 years since 1993. It's been a lot of waiting.
No kidding. It's been a lot of waiting. And when you think about the fact that it's been 32 years since we've been in this position before, I'm wondering how you're feeling. You know, Joyce, we heard a little bit of emotion coming from you too. So I'm wondering if you guys are feeling tense or nervous, excited. What's your vibe today?
3, tense, nervous, excited.
Yeah, I was thinking the same thing.
All of these things. What's your plan for taking in the game? Are you coming down to the Rogers Centre tonight, or are you going to be watching it from home?
One of my brothers is going to be down there tonight with his daughter, which will be nice. That would be a nice family thing. We'll be watching together here in my mother's condo. We can actually, it's a long way away, but we can see the CN Tower out the window. I'm not sure if we can actually see the Rogers Centre, but we're in the greater vicinity, and we'll be watching here together.
Very excited.
And you know, I want to ask you, Joyce, finally, if you can recount for us your memory of going to your first Blue Jay game versus the last experience you had going to a Blue Jay game and now watching them today in Game 6.
My very first experience was on a very cold day with snow. And that's why I just couldn't believe that we actually got a team. I thought they would say, no, they're Canadians. We're not going to give them a team. It's always too cold. So that was my first thought when it was so snowy. But now, I don't know, I'm so used to it. I think everybody is. And we're looking forward to a great game.
But her most recent game was actually on her birthday, which was just about, I guess, just a little over a month ago, during the Tampa series at the end of the season, when we needed all those wins to hang on to the division title. So, you know, she's been there recently. It's been tough during the World Series because everybody's standing so much. So, you know, she could watch people's backs, but. But, you know, she's been to games right up until the end of the season this year. So, you know, she's a real fan.
Well, Joyce, I certainly hope that this is a belated birthday present for you tonight with the Jays in Game 6. Eric,
you.
Joyce. Eric and Joyce, thank you so much for joining us today. Go Jays. Thank you.
Go Jays. Thank you.
Go Jays, go.
That is Joyce and Eric Zweig joining us in Toronto. Okay, so the Jays' brilliant play on the field has inspired fans right across this country, and it has also brought out the creativity of Jays fans. Take a look.
Blue Jays, baby. We want it all, hey. We want it all, oh. We want it all, hey. Let's go, Jays. We want it all, hey. We want it all, oh. We want it all, hey. Let's go, Jays. We send Jays.
Who's Dancing? I Am. That is from a music studio and custom jingle company located in London, Ontario called Jingle Chain. It was co-founded by producers Ryan Barker and Kyle McIntyre, and their dream is to get the viral anthem played at the World Series. Could it be tonight? We'll have to wait and see. Stay with us right here on CBC News Network. We've got plenty of special coverage from outside the Rogers Centre coming up.
Into the seats, the city's alive. We all on our feet. God's been an ace. Trey's been great. Thieves in the hall stacking up them K's. Miles in the field. Varsity 2. 1 through 9. We are.
We are live outside of the Rogers Centre for special coverage on this Game 6 day of the World Series with the Toronto Blue Jays taking on the LA Dodgers. Now, when we talk about what the scene was like in LA, from the Biebers to Nelly Furtado, stars are rallying behind Canada's team, the Toronto Blue Jays, as they take on the Dodgers for this pivotal Game 6. While all eyes are usually on the action on the field, it's hard to not notice these high-profile fans in the stands. And the CBC's Griffin Yeager joins me now with more on this. I gotta say, even I was a little bit distracted. You had Prince Harry, you had Meghan Markle,
Everyone's
you had all
here.
these stars. Tell us more about who was in the stands.
You know what? It's so fun because this World Series specifically, it really feels like Hollywood is the backdrop because you've got LA on the opposing end. But we're here to talk about the Blue Jays. We're here to talk about who's cheering on Canada's team. So we got to start off with Geddy Lee. Not really a bandwagon fan. He's been a longtime fan of the Blue Jays. He's got World Series tickets there. We can see him at that 18-inning marathon game. Probably a little bit tired, but excited to be there. You can see him beaming. But then we're bringing it back to Toronto. We've got Toronto's hype men supporting the team. Drake was there in the house for Game 1, showing off some bling. He is no stranger to showing off Toronto sports teams and showing up and showing out. So no surprise to see him in the house. I could see him coming back here again. Also, The Weeknd, he's dropping some new merch, trying to get fans excited, but also what I would call a little hype video for the city of Toronto. Let's take a look.
Now, these Blue Jays, armed with a new edge and a never-say-die attitude, find themselves on the brink of a legacy, all on their own. Our city buzzing.
And the city is certainly buzzing. Back to LA, just quickly, we can't talk about star power without talking about the Biebers.
Yes, of course.
Of course, they took the World Series as a little bit of a date night. Justin was sporting a Bieber jersey. That's, of course, Shane Bieber. Not Justin, but a fun little play on words. You never know. And then also the people on the field as well. We've got lots of stars singing the national anthem. Alessia Cara was here, Deborah Cox, JP Sachs. Tons of stars on the field as well. And everyone's looking into the stands and on the field to see who's going to be cheering on Canada's team here for Game 6 of the World Series.
Well, we know you and I will be, right? So there's your stars. No. Thank
There
you
you
for
go.
this, Griffin.
Thank you.
That is the CBC's Griffin Yeager. Thanks so much for this.
Thanks for having me.
Well, with the Blue Jays now ahead 3-2 in the series and on the brink of winning the championship, the Dodgers will have Yoshinobu Yamamoto back on the mound in Game 2. Last Saturday, the Jays had no answer to the Los Angeles ace.
The 1-2. And he got him. Strikeout number 6 for Yamamoto. Swung on and missed.
Yamamoto sailed through the Blue Jays lineup, allowing just 1 run, no walks, and striking out 8. He threw all 9 innings, his second straight complete game in the postseason. The Jays hope to have better luck against Yamamoto tonight. And the CBC's Jamie Strachan is outside the Rogers Centre, and he's joining me now live. We're outside too. People are so hyped up, even though it's several hours away. Let's first talk about tonight's pitching matchup, Jamie. What should we look for?
Well, Arthur, you alluded to it in the intro there. It's not just the Blue Jays who have had trouble touching Yamamoto. He has baffled everyone in the big leagues throughout this entire playoffs. Really a unique pitcher. He throws 6 or 7 different pitches, all kinds of different arm angles, very funky delivery, hard to pick the ball up, kind of similar to Trey Yesavage. Batters have a hard time picking the ball up out of his hands. So tough customer. The Jays are going to be in tough again tonight, just as they were in Game 2. But on the mound for the Blue Jays, no slouch. They're ace throughout the course of this season. We know Yesavage has been the ace during these playoffs, but it's been Kevin Gausman who's been the backbone of this Blue Jays rotation since day 1, taking the ball without fail every 5th day. Listen, he had choices in free agency as to where he wanted to go. He said, I think I can win a World Series here in Toronto, and now he has the chance to be the architect of that start that could put the Blue Jays exactly where they and their fans want them to be, in the winner's circle tonight. Here's what he said to reporters ahead of arguably, actually, you know what, not arguably, ahead of the biggest start of his career.
Rogers Centre is going to be fun. It's going to be electric. It's going to be everything that it has been for the last month and probably more, you know. So we're excited to get back there. Obviously, we're really good at home, so we feel confident playing in front of our own team. The fans there have been awesome, especially lately. They bring the energy, they pick us up when we need it, and so, obviously coming here was the goal to get back to Toronto.
And Arthie, a couple of things to look for in the Blue Jay lineup tonight. First and foremost, George Springer, the heart and soul of this team. Will he be in the lineup tonight? That's the big question. The Jays lineup should come out at about between 3 and 4 o'clock, so we'll have a sense of what's happening with Springer. If he does play, will he DH or will it be Bo Bichette DHing, and will George Springer have to play in the outfield? So some key lineup questions ahead of Game 6 here in Toronto tonight.
Now, Jamie, you have had the lucky assignment of following this team all year. They finished last in the AL East in 2024. What are you thinking about right now as they're on the cusp of winning the World Series now?
Arthie, I was thinking a lot about this on my way to work this morning. Someone who grew up in this city, has been going to games back to Exhibition Stadium, to Skydome, to Rogers Centre since I was a little boy. And, this is one of those nights in Toronto. The Jays could win the World Series. It's a Friday night. It's Halloween night. The energy on the street is amazing. People were buzzing on the subway. And I think, when you think about this Blue Jay team, a key difference, in 92 and 93, the Jays were the favorites. They had one of the best lineups in baseball. This edition of the Blue Jays, nobody believed in. Vegas odds makers had this team slated to win 73 or 74 games. Every baseball expert, prognosticator, had this team buried at the bottom of the AL East. They have flipped the narrative time and time again this season. Resiliency is sometimes a narrative that the media affixes to a team, and the players, kind of go along with it, but never really, gravitate towards it. With this team, it's been a calling card all year, and you've seen it time and time again, especially in this playoffs. Down 2-0 going back to Seattle, tied 1-1 going out to Los Angeles, losing the 18-inning game. They've been down on the mat so many times this year, and almost every time they've gotten back up and showed the rest of the league what they're made of. Game 6 tonight could be a special, special night for the books here in Toronto. Arthie?
Could be. Thanks for this, Jamie. The CBC's Jamie Strachan outside the Rogers Centre. And we're here outside the Rogers Centre. 2 lineups have started. You can see them behind me here. They're all lined up for Jays gear ahead of the game, despite the fact that it's raining out there. It's kind of chilly, but these fans have grit. And as we've been showing you, Canadians from coast to coast to coast are rallying behind the Toronto Blue Jays ahead of this Game 6 for the World Series tonight. And the stakes couldn't be higher. In just a matter of hours, the Jays will attempt to win it all. The team just needs one more victory to bring home its first championship in 32 years and 3rd title ever. We'll have much more Jays coverage for you throughout the day right here on CBC News Network.
He got him.
I tell him, with the game on the line, I shine.
Game 5 is underway with a fly ball to deep left. Gone!
I'm a champion, I'm a champion, I'm a champion, I'm a champion. It's my competition, they envy me, followed by dessert, yeah, the sweet taste of victory. So let me ask, what you think of the future?
Welcome back to our special coverage outside the Rogers Centre, where the Toronto Blue Jays will take on the LA Dodgers for Game 6 tonight. And there's some people who are meeting are super fans, and then there are fans who are finding love over the Blue Jays. Joining me now, Candice Kish and Taylor Naiman. They actually are a married couple whose love of the Blue Jays brought them together. Tell me a little bit about this. What happened?
Absolutely. Well, I was on a streak of going to every consecutive Blue Jays home game after game. And one day on the WestJet flight deck, we had a common friend, and I met Candice.
Yeah, shout out to Sybil and Matt. We met through them. And from there, we would go on to become season ticket holders and have season tickets together. But at the time, yeah, Taylor had gone to hundreds of the games in a row. It was a lot. I ended up becoming a Jays mystery shopper for a little while so that I could go to the games for free so we could see each other. And that was kind of the start of it.
Oh my goodness. So now how do you come to this point knowing that they've played such a big part in your story, the Jays?
It's been really special for us. So special that I even carry around the coordinates of the Rogers Centre in my ring itself. It's right inside of this. So, yes, it's been very, very special.
That's incredible. Were you as big of a Jays fan before?
Yeah, I mean, as big as now, probably not, but this goes right back to 92, 93 for us. We were 8 and 9 years old. I grew up in a small town, 440 people, memorizing stats for the Blue Jays on Upper Deck baseball cards. So to then get to move to Toronto, go to as many games as I want, become season ticket holders, like this is as close to I've ever felt as a dream come true. And as much as we have a personal connection to the Jays, we know that our story is that of thousands, if not millions across the country. It is a story, this is a playoff championship for the city, the country, anyone who's lost a Jays fan who's now an angel in the outfield, and quite frankly, anyone who just loves Blue Jays baseball and never stopped believing in this team.
Wow, very well said. This is emotional for so many people in this city and across the country, of course, because this is Canada's team. How are you guys feeling today? Are you going to the game? Are you tense?
Yes, we are going to the game. It's exciting. I'm nervous. Like, this is a very big day for us. And like Candace said, the city, the country, for everybody. But yes, we are going to the game. Super excited.
Has there been one moment that has been over the top for you?
I mean, we were in LA this week, and we always said, like, if the Jays make the World Series, we will do whatever we need to be there. So getting to go there, go to Dodger Stadium for the first time and see my team in the World Series and win Game 5, like, that is definitely a standout moment for me.
Yes.
Okay, amazing. Well, thank you so much for joining us today. We appreciate your time. That is Candice and Taylor. They're going to the game tonight. They found love over the Jays, and now they have a love for the Jays. Thank you guys for being here.
Thanks,
Thank you.
Thank you.
Game 5 is underway with a fly ball to deep left. Gone! The first pitch of the ball game, and Davis Schneider has hit it out. What a start. His first hit of the World Series, his first postseason home run. How about Davis Schneider? And the Blue Jay fans making a ton of noise. And now Guerrero rips one to deep left, and it's gone. And 2 batters in, they are up 2-0.
That sound that you're hearing, Dan Schulman and Buck Martinez in the play-by-play booth. We do not only get to hear Dan's voice, but we can see him in action. action and Buck with the fist pumps and those back-to-back home runs to start Game 5. And earlier today, we got a chance to speak with Dan Schulman as he reflected on what has brought the Blue Jays this far.
Nathan Lucas and Ernie Clement and Davis Schneider and Addison Barger and all of these players had great years and really turned this into a deep offensive team. And now in October, and this has been the way through the season as well, but one day Mason Fluharty gets some big outs, and then Braden Fisher gets some big outs, and Eric Lauer has a big performance. Like, there are just so many guys. It's not just the stars. The stars have been great. Gosman and Hoffman and Guerrero. Kirk has been great. Varsho's had big hits. Bichette is back. Springer, obviously, and hopefully he'll be playing tonight. But every single guy on this roster, every single one of them, is doing something to help this team win. It's just amazing.
That was Dan Schulman, play-by-play announcer for the Blue Jays games on Rogers Sportsnet.
First pitch crushed. Left field in deep. That ball is headed to the second deck and gone.
Recently.
Drilled. Left field in deep. Bellinger in a jog. He's done it again. Kirk into the Blue Jay bullpen. It's 7-1 Toronto.
They swept the next game to sweep the series.
Kirk hits one to the opposite field. It's hit well. It is gone. But what a monster inning. And now Kirk lifts one to left center. This is tagged well. And a curveball hit high and deep. Left center field. Gone!
So what a postseason Blue Jays catcher Alejandro Kirk is having. He is tied with the Seattle Mariners' Cal Raleigh with 5 home runs by a catcher in the playoffs. He is 4th on the all-time Jays roster for playoff home runs behind Vladimir Guerrero, Jose Bautista, and Joe Carter. And he has set a new standard for Mexican-born players with 22 hits in the postseason. Now, needless to say, Kirk is a larger-than-life figure in his hometown, Tijuana, Mexico. Check this out. He has been immortalized by an artist in that city. Here's just an extraordinary painting on the wall of an underpass. And a quick reminder of how the Jays have got to this point where the World Series trophy is now within touching distance. Wednesday's Game 5 in Los Angeles was absolutely pivotal. The winner would return to Toronto ahead 3-2 with a chance to claim the championship. Just moments into the game, the Blue Jays stunned the Dodger Stadium crowd.
Game 5 is underway with a fly ball to deep left. Gone! And the Blue Jay fans making a ton of noise. And now Guerrero rips one to deep left, and it's gone.
Davis Schneider smoked the very first pitch of the game over the left field wall for a lead-off home run. Vladimir Guerrero Jr. followed with his own blast just 2 pitches later. And just like that, the Jays led 2-0. And behind a sensational pitching performance by Trey Yesavage, the Jays cruised to a 6-1 win, setting up a chance to win the World Series tonight at home. And we are just 7 hours away until Game 6 of the World Series. The Toronto Blue Jays can win baseball's biggest prize tonight at home against the LA Dodgers. The Rogers Centre will be packed with tens of thousands of fans. So, can Canada's team bring it home? We will see. Our fingers are crossed. More special coverage coming up on CBC News Network.
national forecast. Obviously, go Blue Jays, go. And don't forget this weekend, daylight saving time comes to an end, so you want to put your clocks back before you go to bed Saturday night, if in fact your jurisdiction does that. Weather-wise, East Coast, Quebec, Eastern Ontario, still some soaking rains, and on the West Coast, some soaking rains and some strong winds. Let's start off on the East Coast. We've seen the heavy rains move from western New Brunswick and Nova Scotia eastwards this afternoon through the evening. Now, there may be some dry breaks around the HRM from this evening for trick-or-treating in areas to the west, but heavier rain towards Cape Breton, potentially PEI through Newfoundland. Locally heavy downpours for a few hours overnight tomorrow morning for the Avalon Peninsula, and strong winds. That will be post-tropical cyclone Melissa cruising by, but I think the strongest winds will be offshore, but it's going to be a gusty day and evening, and even into tomorrow for the East Coast. There's your heavier rain. Now it's tapering off in the GTA and west, even a bit of snow up towards Algonquin Park, but Kingston, Ottawa, Montreal, Quebec City, it looks like for the trick-or-treaters, it will still be on the wet side. It will be gusty regardless all around. Saturday's a cool day, flurries up towards the Saguenay region. Sunday, snow showers north of Lake Superior. All right, we've had flurries this morning like we did yesterday in southern Saskatchewan, although it's not as windy in Regina today as yesterday. And there's our storm system that is bringing wind warnings up and down the BC coast, particularly Central Coast, North Vancouver Island, East Vancouver Island, and the Sunshine Coast. That will taper off this afternoon. Strong winds through the interior, including Prince George and the Caribou region. Heavy rain today, heavy rain at times tomorrow as well, and we'll be watching for strong winds to blow across the prairies this weekend.
I gave everything to the fans. I gave everything to Canada and all the stops that I made along the way. I'm just so blessed to be in this position.
Hey, thank you for always be there for us, and we're trying to win tomorrow, and I want to be you guys be loud and against seats when we get home.
I'm just so happy for everybody here, our fans, our city, our country. This is for them.
One more question on this.
You heard it there. The Blue Jays are doing it for Canada. After 32 years and 5,059 games, Canada's team has almost reached the top of the baseball world. They are one game away from being crowned World Series champions. Hello, I'm Andrew Nichols outside Rogers Centre in Toronto. We are bringing you extended live coverage on CBC News Network today and tonight of the Blue Jays' quest to reach the pinnacle of professional baseball. We will talk to family and friends of Jays players, as well as reporters here in Toronto and right across the country, and of course the fans who are ecstatic to see their team back in this position for the first time in more than 3 decades.
I dare you to be up in Toronto. Good luck.
The Blue Jays say their team is different. The players are close, like family, and the fans can feel that. Ernie Clement calls them a group of, quote, uncommon men. The players say they play for the name on the front of their jersey, not the back. That they lose as a team and win as a team. Tonight, they're hoping to take their bond to a new level and become World Series champions. For more on tonight's game, let's bring in the CBC's Greg Ross, crisscrossing the continent for us. Here's where we usually find him with the dedicated Blue Jays fans at the Rogers Centre. Greg, how are fans feeling ahead of this huge game?
Well, you know, you talk about that bond with the players. How about these fans here? They are coming together. These fans right here are waiting for over an hour just to get into the Blue Jays gift shop here to get something with that World Series logo on it. To get, are you guys feeling that togetherness, that bond that the Blue Jays have brought this country together? You feeling good?
Absolutely.
Countrywide. Where are you guys from?
Just outside Medicine Hat, Alberta.
Medicine Hat, Alberta. There's a lot of people from the prairies that come here to watch the Blue Jays. We've got some people from Saskatchewan over there. They're just walking in. But, I mean, how does it feel to be one win away from a World Series championship?
Goosebumps. It's electric. It's indescribable. Like, everybody's just totally amped up.
So what are you hoping to get inside the Jays shop? I mean, this stuff has been flying off the shelf.
Yeah, literally.
You can say everything. Hats, jerseys, sweaters.
Yep.
Hoodies.
Yep.
You're going to get it all. You're going to get it all. And are you going to the game tonight?
Yes, we are, yeah.
Where are you guys sitting?
Section 204.
Section 204. That's where the real fan. No, I say that everybody. But that's amazing. So you guys will have your swag to wear inside for the game tonight. There are people. Look, it's Halloween. People are dressing up as many different things going to this game. How about dressing up as Davis Schneider? And this is Kate. AKA Davis Schneider. You got the mustache. You don't even have tickets for tonight's game. You're just on your lunch break, hanging out, enjoying the atmosphere.
That's right. You know, I was coming down to my office, which is really close by to the Rogers Centre here, and I found out just at 8 a.m. when I was on the Up Express, Rogers was giving away tickets to tonight's game if you were in costume, and guess what? I was. So I raced down. Unfortunately, didn't make it in time to get one of those golden tickets, but came back on my lunch break to try to get onto the lottery for Game 7, which fingers crossed that's not even an issue. It doesn't even happen, but I was here. Plus, I was hoping that maybe one of the staff thought I actually was Davis Schneider and just let me in to get started on warming up, but no such luck.
I mean, it's very close. You look a lot like Davis Schneider. You just need the glasses. Where are the glasses?
I know. You know what? I messed up. I don't wear glasses, and I messed up on getting those sports glasses that he wears. He rocks them. I like that.
The costume's great. I love the mustache. It's a nice little touch. Davis Schneider obviously hit that home run to lead off Game 5 of this series. First pitch out of the park, and that really set the tone for the rest of the game. Davis Schneider becoming a fan favorite. Obviously, he's a fan favorite.
Absolutely. We're hoping he can bring it in again today. I think the whole team, we've got, it's going to be a hard road with Yamamoto up at the plate, up at the mound, but I think we've got it in us. The energy, the excitement, the city, the country, we're all behind this team. They're just incredible players. And the feeling is palpable down here, so I hope it is across the country.
Yeah, there was a great moment of Davis Schneider's father from the stands.
I got to
hang on.
tell
Andrew
you, we're
has
showing,
a question for
you know what? We're showing Steve and Elena Schneider right now. So there they are. I'm about to speak to them. So I'll ask them in a little bit what they think about all these Davis Schneider lookalikes walking around the Rogers Center.
Davis Schneider's parents are actually going to be on set. They're going to be on set in a minute. So they're watching you right now. So they see the what do you want to say to Davis Schneider's parents?
I mean, I'm just so happy for you. This is probably many, many years of you showing up, getting him to early morning practices, going, all out every night, cheering him on through all of the struggles that it is to be a young baseball player. Congratulations. This is a huge moment. If you've got an extra seat next to you and you want to shoot me a ticket, I'm here for it.
It'd be like having your son sitting next to you at the game. She looks just like him. Come on. She's done it. The costume looks amazing, Andrew. But what an incredible buzz around the city. It's Halloween. It's Game 6 of the World Series, and the Blue Jays have a chance to win it all tonight.
Unbelievable, yeah. And you were talking to a fan from Medicine Hat. I was told that Medicine Hat had a Blue Jays farm team from 1978 to 2002, so it's all sort of coming together. Canada's team, no doubt about it. Although let's talk about the LA Dodgers a little bit. Greg, Yoshinobu Yamamoto will be on the mound again for the Dodgers tonight. He has been incredible.
He absolutely has been incredible in this postseason. Back-to-back complete games, including Game 2 of this World Series, where he really shut down the Blue Jays' bats. Now, I'm going to say, hey, second time around, things might be a little different for the Blue Jays. Somebody else who pitched well in that game was Kevin Gausman. You might remember, Andrew, at one point in that game, he retired 17 straight batters. It was a real pitcher's duel up into the late innings of that game, and I think the Blue Jays are hoping Kevin Gausman can come up with another big one. See if the Blue Jays can get the bats going against Yamamoto, who has been incredible. But the Blue Jays are back at home at the Rogers Center, where they've played so well this season. Remember, 54 wins at home in the regular season. That was the best home record in the American League this year, and they're hoping to take advantage of that. It's Game 6 tonight. They've got 2 cracks at it if they need them, but they are hoping to finish off the Dodgers tonight in Game 6 of this World Series.
And Greg, I just got to tell you, as you were talking and you were interviewing the Davis Schneider lookalike, we had a sign from a fan that said "Wizard of Gauze," Wizard of Gauze. So the Halloween tradition continues. Greg, the CBC's Greg Ross, live outside the Rogers Center. Now, back in April, the Blue Jays' Davis Schneider was off to a rough start. So the team sent him to the minor leagues. They called him back up in June. He has vastly improved. On Wednesday, as you probably remember, Davis Schneider belted the biggest hit of his life, a leadoff home run on the first pitch of Game 5.
Game 5 is underway with a fly ball to deep left. Gone! The first pitch of the ball game, and Davis Schneider has hit it out.
Davis Schneider's parents watched their son give the Jays a 1-0 lead from the stands at Dodger Stadium. His dad, Steve, was lucky enough to have his camera rolling. Later, he posted his reaction on social media. He wasn't kidding anybody. To talk more about that viral moment and what it has been like watching their son play, I want to welcome David Schneider's parents, Steve and Elena Schneider. Thank you both so much for being there. Oh my gosh. Steve and Elena, talk to me about what it's like to see your son playing at this level in the World Series, and have you even been able to come down from that first pitch home run? I mean, unbelievable.
No, we're still up here somewhere. We're still in the clouds. I don't know how long it will be.
In the same place as that ball, right? The same place as the ball.
Exactly. Exactly. Actually, I was watching commentation of Dan and Buck. Although Buck didn't say anything, it was all Dan speaking about the ball flying out of the stadium. But Buck's arm was up before I think the ball even got out of the infield. I think Buck had a feeling that it was just going to go over the, and his arm was up. His mouth was closed, but his arm was up. So that was
so, Steve,
crazy.
It was just unbelievable. And so, Steve, you don't usually record your son's home runs, I understand, or you don't. That's just not something you usually do, but this time you did?
No. Well, a long time ago, he told me to stop recording them because he said there's so many views of it on Major League Baseball. I don't have to worry about it, which is right. But when he made his debut, I didn't have any reaction of us in the stands. I wish I had my camera out because I honored his request and didn't record it. And then we never had any memories of us other than what's in our head of us in the stands with his reaction to his debut home run. So I said, well, I'll just run it as at bats and see what happens. And then the first pitch was crazy. I mean, didn't expect it, obviously. Nobody did. He rarely swings at a first pitch. Takes a lot of pitches, most of the time. And, it worked out. And I was so happy I got my daughter's reactions, my wife's reaction, and the people around us, all the Blue Jays families sitting in front of us and behind us. It was just an awesome experience.
And Elena, did you either of you had a chance to speak to him about that and how good he's feeling going into this pivotal Game 6?
We really don't talk about baseball too much with Davis. It's usually ancillary things. Just how the dog is doing or what his sisters are doing or, something like that. It's usually not about baseball. I'll just text him every once in a while, like grade A, B, and I always text him safe travels and I love you. But it's not, we don't usually talk about baseball.
Yeah. I mean, I texted him after the game. Well, that was something special. Love you. And he said, love you too. And that was it. And we didn't even see him. Haven't seen him yet. He just went right to the field. We're in the same hotel, but he just went right to the field. We FaceTimed him this morning and just let him go to work. And hopefully we see him at the after the game and we're on the field again one more time.
Now, do you expect him to be in the lineup tonight? Do we know anything about that? I mean,
we don't know. He didn't know before.
He doesn't usually tell us when he's in the lineup.
Yeah. We find out when you guys do.
Yeah, we don't assume
anything
lefty-righty thing, but most of the time when there's a lefty, we kind of assume that he's in there. When it's a righty, not so much. Yeah. Although he was in there with when Will Warren, John put him in there for Will Warren when he had his 2 home runs, his first multi-home run game against the Yankees.
Yeah, and him leading off was a surprise to us, and I think to him as well. So that was fun.
So I mean, you're sitting there. He's leading off, and I don't know. I guess you just decided to turn the recording glasses on, right? And then, I mean, it must just have blown your mind. Well, we could tell from your reaction, Steve.
Yeah, I mean, the best thing about those is when you're holding your iPhone, to be looking at what's in the iPhone, or if you're watching what's on the field, you miss what happened and it's out of frame. So with the meta glasses, it's pretty cool. And it was just a great experience. I mean, the coolest part for me was I think it was at the end of the first inning. Mr. Springer was walking up the steps and he leaned over to me and said, "Your son just hit a leadoff home run in a World Series," and then he just walked away. And I'm like, "Yeah, George Springer's dad just told me my son hit a leadoff home run. That's George's job, so usually." So it was awesome. He said that we just love all the families.
The families are awesome.
Yeah.
Families are
Families are
awesome. And
great.
Steve, I understand
They are
that
so great.
your son kind of thinks those glasses are kind of dumb, but he's pretty happy that you have that recording. Is that right?
He doesn't pull any punches as far as that goes. But you know, I never said anything about his glasses, so you know, his aren't exactly the fashion statement.
And well, since we're talking about fashion statements, what do you think about all these? It's Halloween here in Toronto, as you know. We've been talking to some Davis Schneider lookalikes. They've got the signature mustache. First of all, what do you think of the lookalikes? And tell us honestly, what do you think of your son's stash?
I love it. I think it looks great on him. But even the first year in 2023, when he made his debut, there were kids, and we were getting pictures from people all over Canada, even in the States, about people who were Davis Schneider for Halloween. So we even got it in 2023. So I would imagine there's quite a few kids who were enjoying Halloween with the stash. And we even have one of where one is Davis and the other one is Alejandro. So they're together in a picture. That was a couple years ago. It's just so cute. I love it. I absolutely love it.
And the teachers in his grammar and middle school just sent us pictures today for Halloween. You know, 5 or 6 of the teachers are dressed. His old baseball coach from middle school's dressed as him. You know, a lot of the teachers are dressed as Davis. So it's pretty funny.
This is just amazing. You talked to Elena about family and how the families are amazing. These guys seem like families. They seem like brothers. I mean, you know, what do you think it is about this connection that this team has?
That's a good question. It's ineffable. I really don't know. The parents of just everybody. When Davis made his debut, Mrs. Springer was sitting in front of me, and I was starstruck about her sitting in front of me. Like, I can't believe I'm sitting behind George Springer's mom. And she couldn't have been nicer and more welcoming. John's, the manager's brothers came down and were congratulating Davis when he made his debut, and they couldn't have been nicer. There wasn't, from the very get-go, the day that Davis made his debut, everybody couldn't have been more welcoming. And it's just kind of like solidified as we've gone along for the ride. Also with the Yesavages, they're amazing people. They're so kind and so nice and just easygoing people. And I think that equanimity throughout all of the families and the girlfriends and the wives just make it such like a fun family. The Varlins are awesome. The Strahls are awesome. There's just so many awesome people in this organization that you can't, and Ernie's sisters and mother, you can't help but just get caught up in just the true love in the families, the extended families in the stands. I'm sure it's even more amazing in the clubhouse.
It is amazing. And Elena, just to let you know, I'll be speaking with John Schneider's brothers a little later on, and looking forward to that. Steve, I got to ask you before we let you go. I'll ask both of you, how are you feeling going into this Game 6?
I think they got a great shot. I mean, they've been playing so well as a team. You know, Kevin pitched such a great game the last time against them, and we just didn't score that, the runs to give them the run support. So I just think the guys are going to grind out the at-bats like they always do and get to them and, score a few runs, and Kevin keeps the Dodgers off the board or, doesn't give up any big hits, and I think they'll be fine. I really think that the guys are confident, and they got such momentum going into today. I just think they're just looking at the body language of some of the Dodgers, after the game and during the game. So, I don't know, the Blue Jays I think they kind of surprised them. I mean, they didn't surprise us because we watched every single game. And the biggest thing about the World Series and seeing all these national baseball writers come to Toronto, say, wow, look at this stadium. It's so beautiful. Wow, this Blue Jays team is something. I say, just get out of New York, get out of California, and go to Toronto once in a while to watch a baseball game, because this is the way it's been all year. The fans have been great. place is a sellout. The place rocks every single game, and I'm glad they're here to see what kind of experience it is and what kind of city Toronto is, and how beautiful a city it is, and how the fans have supported the team, because there's more to baseball than just New York and the East Coast and West Coast. There's a lot of baseball in between there, and I'm just so happy that the Blue Jays are getting their due as a team. Toronto's getting their due as a city, and all of Canada is behind the team, because it's been awesome. I mean, we can't be happier, and happier for the country and Toronto.
Well, and your son Davis has been a real champion of this team and this city, and I think a lot of people in this country appreciate that. Appreciate you taking the time to talk to us very much. Steve and Elena Schneider, the parents of Blue Jays left fielder Davis Schneider, thank you so much, and go Jays, go. Go Davis, go.
Thanks, Andrew.
Go Jays, go Jays.
Now, as fans count down to first pitch, let's bring in the CBC's Megan Fitzpatrick. She's up in the Marriott Sportsnet Lounge overlooking the baseball diamond where tonight's game will be played. And Megan, set the scene for us. What's going on up there and what's going on the field behind you?
Yeah, let's show you what's going on the field right now, Andrew, because you can see the grounds crew down there with their brooms out getting that baseball diamond ready. They just covered the mound back up. It had been uncovered and they were working on it, but they've put the cover back on there now, where, of course, Kevin Gausman will be starting off for the Jays. A little while ago, they were doing some rehearsals. We could hear people singing the national anthems. So that's a look at the scene. The calm before the chaos tonight. Here in the lounge and the restaurant, there have been people here all morning having breakfast with a great view. Now they're having some lunch, and some people I've been meeting are going to the game tonight, and they are literally from across the country. I've met people from across the country, but also from the United States. I met people this morning who were from Texas, who are Jays fans. I have met people who have come from as far away as Japan. They are not Jays fans. They are here to see Shohei Ohtani, of course, and not cheering for the Jays, but that's okay. They were still very fun to talk to. These guys are going to be fun to talk to as well, because they are from Newfoundland and Labrador, and they are here for the game. Who wants to tell us who you guys are and what you're doing here? I think they appointed you as the spokesperson, right? So I'll just move over here and tell us what you guys are up to.
So yeah, the four of us have been baseball fans for a really, really long time. We remember 92, 93, those World Series. We were all originally from Clarenville, Newfoundland, but living in St. John's now, and have been to a couple playoffs before together. But when it was the World Series, it was just like, we have to be here. So we're just so thrilled to be here tonight.
What do you think it's going to be like? You're going to be in those seats in just a couple hours. What do you think it's going to be like, the vibe in the stadium tonight?
I'd love to say I can imagine it, but I don't think anybody can really put their finger on it. I think it's just going to be on wheels and electric tonight.
And what's your prediction? Do you think they're actually going to take it tonight?
I really do. For one thing, I don't want to sit through tomorrow and wait nervously for a Game 7. It's been a magical season. I think they got a little more magic they can pull out tonight.
They're going to do it. I am talking. Thanks, guys. We've been talking to a lot of confident fans, Andrew, and a lot of people thinking they are going to do it tonight. And I think Russ is one of them, right? You think they're going to do it tonight, Russ?
Oh, it's tonight for sure. Absolutely.
And you're going to the game, right?
We're going to the game. We have season tickets. So, yes, we're going to the game.
But what I also want to hear from you, I want to hear about those other games that you went to. Tell us about what it was like to be in LA for the games.
Well, it was absolutely fabulous. I've never been to a ballpark that holds 56,000 people. And it was electric, absolutely and crazy. The Dodger fans were great. They treated us fabulous. Had a tomahawk steak in the outfield.
Did you get a Dodger dog? I heard that's a thing.
No, did not have a hot dog. That tomahawk steak, once you eat that, you can't eat anything else.
Eat anything else.
Yeah.
But you were there for that marathon game, weren't you?
We were there for the marathon game. And just want to let you know, no beers for 9 innings is a long extra game.
They stopped serving, you mean?
They stopped serving in the 7th inning of the thing. That was it. So it was a long game.
And I guess a bit of a disappointing ending to that game, but...
Listen, the World Series is a special event. Whether you win or lose is that. The Jays are going to win, but it wasn't a letdown. It was the greatest game I've ever seen in my life. So that's what it was. Yeah. The next night was the greatest game I've ever seen in my life. So.
And that one too. Yeah. So what do you think is going to happen tonight?
Well, we've got to get by this pitcher first. So I think we can do it. I think the guys are going to concentrate hard on getting some hits and that kind of thing. And I think we're going to win the World Series tonight.
Okay, we will see. Thanks. Have a good time at the game. Thanks for speaking to us. So, Andrew, again, we've been talking to fans here as well as down at the Jays shop, and we met lots of enthusiastic fans there who started lining up at 8 in the morning to get in the store, get their hands on World Series merch. So let's take a listen to a little bit of what I've been hearing from some other fans here at the hotel and in the Jays shop today.
When the Blue Jays started season, that this was even allowed to happen. Like, never as a fan have we got this far, and I didn't think this was even on the table. So to be here is surreal, and I'm just beyond excited for tonight.
I don't think my nerves could take a Game 7, so I'm really hoping they pull it off tonight. I have a good feeling.
It might be a once-in-a-lifetime thing. Went 32 years since the last time, and who knows? 32 years, I might not be able to come.
Flew in here. Not the best financial choice to be here, but we couldn't miss it.
One of those fans I met was from the UK. He said he started following the Jays in the 1980s when he was here on a work trip, went to a game because he had nothing else to do, and he's been following them ever since. A very loyal fan. He flew in yesterday. He's a little jet lagged, but he is excited. And yeah, this has been a good spot, Andrew, because, okay, there's the crowd getting excited. We not only met Davis Schneider's dad, also here at the hotel this morning, but we met Jays relief pitcher Braden Fisher. He's also a little tired, he told us, but he said the team is ready to go. And he also told me they're very thankful for all the support from not just fans here in Toronto, but all Canadians. And as I've been learning, there are fans around the world that are cheering this team on. So I'll give you one last look at the field. They're getting it ready there, Andrew. We heard some of the rehearsals for the national anthems before. That crew down there hard at work, and the countdown's on now. Just a few more hours to go, and I can tell you this lounge, I'm sure, and restaurant will be packed tonight with a lot of fans cheering them on from this side of the glass. Andrew?
Unbelievable. That's kind of giving me chills just looking at the field. I mean, I know there's nothing really going on there, but the countdown feels real. It feels close. Megan, thank you. The CBC's Megan Fitzpatrick at the Marriott Sportsnet Lounge in the Rogers Centre. Coming up, our special live coverage from the Rogers Centre of Game 6 of the World Series continues. We're going to take a look at how fans around the country are getting ready to cheer on the Jays, beginning in Windsor, Ontario. That's just ahead here on CBC News Network.
They could win it, and they are going to win it. One game to win, to be number one.
In just a few hours, the Blue Jays will try to win it all in Game 6 of the World Series. They're back home in Toronto with a 3-2 series lead. A victory tonight would mean their first championship title in 32 years. They still have to beat the Los Angeles Dodgers, a team stacked with some of the game's biggest stars. CBC News will be here live right up to first pitch. That's set for 8 p.m. Eastern. So let's talk with someone who knows a lot about the Dodgers. Michael Duarte is a sports reporter for NBC Los Angeles and has covered the team for more than a decade. He's here in Toronto for the series. Michael, welcome to Toronto. Good to see you. I don't want to, this may qualify as a bit of a spooky coincidence on Halloween, but the Dodgers starter tonight, I understand you were mentioning this recently, was in this exact do or die situation 2 years ago in Japan, the equivalent of the Japan majors, right? Tell us about that.
Yeah, great. Thank you for bringing that up, Andrew. So Yoshinobu Yamamoto, the Dodgers starter tonight for Game 6. He was with the Oryx Buffaloes in Japan, the Nippon League, they call it there. And he was in the exact same situation you just mentioned in the Japanese World Series. Game 6 on the road, down 3-2. In that game, Andrew, he threw a complete game shutout, 138 pitches, and a Japanese record 14 strikeouts to send his team to a Game 7. The Dodgers are hoping history repeats itself tonight.
Wow, 138 pitches. I mean, that is unbelievable. And he was so good the other night. I've lost track of what game that was.
Game 2, yeah.
Game 2, that complete game. And so do they feel that he's had enough rest, that he's ready for that kind of performance tonight, as the momentum really seems to have switched to the Blue Jays?
Yeah, no pitcher has thrown 3 complete games in a row in the World Series since Curt Schilling did it in the playoffs in 2004. The Dodgers are hoping he can do that again. Even if he can get him 8, I think their pitching is lined up, that if they can get one more inning out of somebody, they can do that. I think this is the right guy on the mound. If you're the Dodgers, you feel confident that if anyone can do this and get it to a Game 7, it's Yamamoto. But on the flip side, Andrew, the Jays have Kevin Gausman, their ace, going. I think that's exactly the situation they would like to be in as well in this game.
And continuing with the Halloween vibe, Wizard of Gauze is what I've seen on some
I
of
love that. I love that.
So you've covered this team for 12 years, the 2025 version. Give us a sense of how they're feeling collectively going into Game 6. Are they still have they gotten over maybe the shock that here they are in the fight for their lives?
Yeah, I don't know if they're completely shocked. I mean, they're definitely surprised they're in this situation, I'll say that, especially when they went ahead 2-1 to lose back-to-back. The biggest problem with the Dodgers has been the offense, guys. The offense has it's been non-existent the last 2 games, and that's, like you mentioned, a team full of stars, 3 MVPs in the lineup. That's something they're not accustomed to. But I think getting away from home, having an off day, I really think that 18-inning Game 3 exhausted everybody, including me, Andrew. I think they're finally getting some time to recover from that, get some sleep and recuperation, and hopefully the offense will change the approach. Instead of home run or bust, let's do kind of what the Blue Jays are doing. Let's put it in play. Let's make them play clean baseball, error-free baseball, get on base, run, steal bases, and move runners across, get hits with running the scoring position instead of just trying to hit a home run every time.
Yeah, exactly. You know, you gave us that really interesting story about Yamamoto and how he's done this before. He's come back, but I was just told that only 2 teams have come back from a 3-2 deficit on the road to win a World Series. So there's another statistic for you. I mean, who knows, right?
But the last time that happened was 2019 with the Washington Nationals. They went to Houston on the road, won the final 2, and guess who started Game 7? Max Scherzer, who might start Game 7 for the Blue Jays here if we get to that on Saturday.
All right, so how are Dodgers fans feeling? I mean, I know you're now here, but as you were leaving L.A., I mean, what's the mood in L.A.? I'm sure there are a lot of Dodgers fans here, too.
You know, there's a lot of fans that are seeing the flaws of this team finally show up on the game's biggest stage. We saw them throughout the season, defensively in right field with Teoscar Hernandez. He's been struggling throughout this series as well, and especially in Game 5 at home. He made a big error that turned a single into a triple. The bullpen has had woes all season long, and you're seeing it now in the World Series. So they're seeing it play out on the game's biggest stage, and they're a little nervous about it. But also, and I'd like to say this for fans back home and even someone here in Toronto, the Dodgers were in this exact same situation last year in the NLDS against the San Diego Padres. facing elimination. They went on the road, no starting pitcher. They had a bullpen game, no starting first baseman, no starting shortstop. They won that game 8-0. They went on to the do-or-die elimination game with Yamamoto on the mound, and they advanced out of it to the next round, and that was the biggest test they had. So it's a familiar spot. They can learn from that experience coming into tonight.
There's lots of math, lots of equations where this can go. That's why it's fun to just watch the ball game and see how it plays out, right?
Yeah, we all think we're experts until the game plays out. You know, that's why it's not played on paper, and we see, you know, the unexpected things. That's why I love this sport.
Michael, really good to meet you. Thank you so much. That is Michael Duarte of NBC Los Angeles with me here outside of the Rogers Center.
I've seen both World Series. I'm really impressed. I have to be honest, I was a little worried about the Dodgers. I've got two kids, 7 and 10, and it does remind me of when I was about that age.
Started to follow the team when I arrived here in Canada around 6 years. Around 6 years, yeah. I buy my head and I don't take it off, just never.
They're going to be up against some tough pitching, but it'll be good for them to be back at home and win it there.
Go Blue Jays, go!
Those are Blue Jays fans in Vancouver getting excited for tonight's Game 6 of the World Series. The team may be based in Toronto, but it is Canada's team, and millions across the country are hoping the Jays can win their first World Series title in 32 years. The CBC's Chris Ensing joins us from Windsor, Ontario, with more on that part of the story. So what are fans saying there today?
Andrew, it's really interesting living in a border city, man. There are moments where you really feel that American pressure, and in sports, it's like none other. So you live in Windsor, but the Detroit Tigers, they play 2.5 kilometers just behind my shoulder. We used to be able to actually see where they played from the riverfront at one point in time in this city. So what's the split? People say it's about 50-50. Okay, 55% of us are probably Tigers fans, 45% of us Jays fans, but that switches up once one of them gets eliminated. A lot of people here were cheering for this series that could have been. Instead of Seattle, the Blue Jays versus the Tigers. What a moment we would have had. Didn't happen. So now with the Blue Jays here in the World Series, some people are switching their hats, getting rid of those Tigers caps and putting on the blue. And what I've found talking to people here today is that there are some folks who are watching this game in silence saying, hey, I'm not cheering for either side, but would like Canada to pull off a big victory here. We've also heard how Windsor has maybe helped this World Series team get to where they are today. I talked to an intern who worked with the Jays last year. He assures me that what we see on TV, the friendship, the camaraderie, the team of the Blue Jays is true. He was here in Windsor as a lifelong Tigers fan, but once he got to Toronto with that internship, he was persuaded to be a Blue Jays fan. I've also spoke with some people who make bats out here. They got a beautiful story. The Backyard Bats Company. These are guys who used to build bats out of the shed of their grandfather. He was somebody who, for a long time, was cheering on the Tigers, but eventually saw the light with the Blue Jays. They have found a way to get their bats into the hands of some of the biggest stars. I asked one of the owners what this has been for him, living in a border city with so much on the line and his wood in their hands.
My grandfather was my best friend growing up. He taught me the game. I watched Blue Jays games in his big blue chair in his living room. Used to watch Cito Gaston, take trips to the mound. And this season I was able to handwrite a letter to John Schneider and thank him for using our fungo after we met him in spring training. So, my grandfather's looking down proudly, and I know he's really excited about this Blue Jays run, that's for sure. The fungo is a coach's bat, so it's an elongated bat that coaches use to hit fly balls and ground balls. So we got that bat in John's office, and no word of a lie, once that bat got there, the Jays started making a magical run mid-season. There was a time earlier in the year where his brother Kevin, our COO, was stressed out. It wasn't going that well early on, but this Jays team is something special.
Isn't that special? Hey, the border city connection to a team so far away and the ability to maybe make that big swing based on something we were able to build here. I've also talked to teachers, Andrews, who have said that they're making this a lifelong lesson, talking about a kid who comes in and, maybe loudly says something about the Jays in the classroom and then talks about how we can use our voices a little bit differently. Next day, the guy shows up wearing a hat. He says it's blue for the Dodgers. So still the subtle digs here in Windsor, but you can see the lessons we're learning as well.
Perfect setting for you, Chris Ensing, Canada's team, and there you are right on the border with Detroit in the distance. Thank you. That is the CBC's Chris Ensing live in Windsor, Ontario. And you're looking at a live shot from our drone showing the Rogers Centre here in Toronto. Thousands of fans are gathering around the stadium, and there are long lines outside the Jays shop as people look to get their hands on last-minute merch on what could be a landmark day for their team. But the excitement about the Jays is being felt right across the country. Coming up, we'll take you to Iqaluit, where fans are anticipating tonight's big game. Stay with us. We'll be right back here on CBC News Network.
I dare you to beat us in Toronto. Good luck.
For an entire generation of Blue Jays fans, tonight could be the night. After a stellar showing in Los Angeles this week against the Dodgers, the Jays return home to Toronto with a chance to win their first World Series in 32 years. From the superstar slugger to the rookie pitching sensation and a cast of gritty, never-say-die ball players. Fans believe the Blue Jays have all the ingredients to bring home the championship on Canadian soil. And welcome back to our special extended live coverage from outside the Rogers Centre of Game 6. I want to bring in the CBC's Jamie Strachan, who is outside the Rogers Centre. He joins me now live. So Jamie, let's talk about tonight's pitching matchup. What should we be looking for?
Well, I think, obviously we're seeing the pitching matchup that we saw in Game 2 of this World Series. On the mound for the Dodgers, Yamamoto. What more can you say about this guy in the postseason? He has been lights out. It's not just the Blue Jays who have had trouble hitting him. It's the entire league. Why is he so hard to hit? He has about 5 or 6 different pitches. He's coming at you from very different arm angles. It's very hard for the players to pick up the ball. The same way kind of with Trey Yesavage. Players have trouble picking the ball up off his bat. So the Jays will have their work cut out for them tonight, no question. But on the mound for them, their ace, Kevin Gausman. This is a guy who's taken the ball every 5 days for the Blue Jays since the beginning of the season. He's been very strong during the postseason. And listen, when he went into free agency, Andrew, he could have gone anywhere. And this was not a franchise that was on the rise at the time, but he looked at this front office, he looked at this team and said, I think I can win a World Series here. Tonight, he's going to get a chance to pitch the biggest game of his life. Here's what he told reporters about that opportunity.
Rogers Centre is going to be fun. It's going to be electric. It's going to be everything that it has been for the last month and probably more, So we're excited to get back there. Obviously, we're really good at home, so we feel confident playing in front of our own team. The fans there have been awesome, especially lately. they bring the energy, they pick us up when we need it. And so, yeah, obviously coming here was the goal to get back to Toronto.
Andrew, a couple of things also ahead of tonight's game. First and foremost, will George Springer be in the lineup? Arguably the team's MVP suffered that oblique or back strain earlier in this series, did not appear in Game 5. Manager John Schneider said he thinks he's going to be ready to play tonight. If he's in the lineup and Bo Bichette is in the lineup, which one of those players, both battling injuries, will be DHing? Which one will be playing in the field? But I think, throw all of the data out, throw all of the statistics out. This is Game 6. The Blue Jays were the underdog coming in. They've been the better team in all facets of the game, hitting, pitching, bullpen. So I think throw it all out tonight. Game 6 tonight. The Jays have a chance to do what they haven't done in more than 30 years, which is win a World Series in front of their home crowd here in Toronto.
And Jamie, some breaking Blue Jays news. I've just been told that 3-time MLB All-Star Devon White is going to throw out the first pitch tonight. Jamie, you've been following this team all year. They finished last in the AL East in 2024. What are you thinking about right now as they are on the cusp of winning a World Series?
Well, first of all, just on that Devon White news, Andrew, fitting, involved in one of the kind of seminal plays in Blue Jay history, that brilliant catch in center field that led to a double play. Many people on replay saying it should have been a triple play, so good to hear that news. Kind of what I'm thinking about this team kind of on my way into work this morning was kind of what a special moment this is for the city, for the country, for people who have been following this team, going back to when they were a kid. I've been going to Blue Jay games since I was a little boy, back at Exhibition Stadium, here through to the Rogers Center. And, you take everything into account tonight. They're at home. It's a Friday night. It's Halloween night. It feels like one of those special kind of seminal nights in this city's history if they can pull it off. And, people are comparing this team, looking back to 92 and 93, two very different teams. Those teams in the 90s were favored to win. They were stacked with all-stars. They were the favorites. This team has been the underdog since spring training. Nobody believed in this team. Vegas thought they were going to win about 73 or 74 games. Experts had them buried at the bottom of the American League East. But this theme of resiliency, sometimes it's a media cliche ascribed to a team, but this team has really come to represent that. They've shown it all year. They've shown it in these playoffs, down 2-0 going back to Seattle. What would they do after losing that 18-inning marathon in Los Angeles? Well, they bounced back with 2 wins, and here they are back in Toronto in Game 6, a chance to win the World Series. Could be a special night here for Blue Jay fans in Toronto, cheering across the country, and as we've heard, around the world. Andrew?
Jamie, well said, poetically said. You remember so much. I appreciate this. The CBC's Jamie Strachan live outside of the Rogers Center. Now, as Jamie was saying, the Jays fandom extends to every corner of the country, and that includes Canada's northernmost city, Iqaluit. Fans there have been avidly following every pitch, hit, and home run. The CBC's Mahnoor Mubarak is in Iqaluit, and she joins us now live. And Mahnoor, when we talk about it being Canada's team from coast to coast to coast, there you are, thousands of kilometers north of where I am right now, and yet that Blue Jays spirit is alive and well. How are people feeling in Nunavut right now?
Well, people are feeling really, really excited. They've been packing the Storehouse Bar and Grill right behind me. Fans broke into cheers when the Jays won their 5th game against the Dodgers. There's been drinks, prizes, giveaways, and just a lot of excitement for the Canadian team. CBC spoke earlier this week with the Storehouse General Manager, Valerie Hill, and she says it's great to see the community coming together.
Everyone's eyes are glued to the TV, so it's a group effort when we hold our breaths and then let out a big yay at the end. With the back-to-back home runs, this place went wild. You could not hear the person next to you talking. It was absolutely incredible. It's just so positive and so energetic. It's amazing.
The bar even got a shout out from Buck Martinez, the broadcaster, during Game 3 of the World Series.
Well, I know someplace else that's watching this game right now, the Stonehouse Bar and Grill in Nunavut. There's about 120 to 200 people at the Stonehouse Bar and Grill.
Well, it's actually called the Storehouse. Nunavummiut got a chuckle out of it. But rooting for the Jays is nothing new in the territory. People here have been doing it for decades, cheering on the team.
And Manor, what else have you been hearing about from fans up there? I mean, it's such an exciting time for everybody in the country.
Yeah, well, Dwayne Torden has been following the Jays for years, and he says it feels good to see the team doing so well.
This is unique. It's been a while since the Jays have been this deep, but obviously since 1993. It's exciting times and it's fun times. They're important to me, obviously. To watch every single player buy into the program, and each and every player from the dugout to starting to bench players all contributing in one way, shape, or form is a lot of fun to watch.
1993 was the last time the Jays won the World Series, and it was their second win in a row. And also, elders here in Nunavut have also been cheering on the Jays. We spoke to one elder who lives in Baker Lake, who's more than 80 years old, and she stayed up late watching Monday's marathon match, one of the longest World Series games ever played, watching all 18 innings. So fans, young and old, are watching the game and cheering on the Jays. The Jays are taking on the Dodgers again in Toronto, and if they win that game, they'll win the series. So tonight's the big game, and people in Nunavut are excited.
And we are excited to hear about that here in Toronto. Manur, thank you so much. The CBC's Manur Mubarak live in Iqaluit.
Thank you.
And our special live coverage outside of the Rogers Centre leading up to Game 6 of the World Series tonight. The Blue Jays have a chance to win it all, but today also happens to be Halloween. So for people in the West, game time is prime trick-or-treating time. We asked some people in Regina how they plan to handle that.
I'm going to stream the game on my phone and hopefully still get some trick-or-treating done.
I mean, I have a toddler at home, and so we're excited to go trick-or-treating with her, but I think we'll just be watching on our phones while we're out hitting the candy.
Have two people in the home and let one take care of the treaters, the other watch the game.
Well, I live in an apartment block, so we don't have trick-or-treaters, so I'll be sitting in my comfortable chair watching the game.
The TV will be on while I'm handing out candy. Easy peasy, no problem.
Thankfully, I have a toddler, so we're calling it in pretty early. We're going to start trick-or-treating early. I literally have a bowl just going to be sitting outside. They can help themselves. I'll refill it, and that's good.
Now, George Springer was a huge factor for the Jays in the playoffs and all season until he was injured in Game 3. Fans are hoping he'll be back in the lineup tonight. Coming up next hour, I'll speak to Springer's former coach. Now, lots of Canadians will be on the move tonight, heading to parties for the Blue Jays and, of course, outdoors for Halloween trick-or-treating, so we better check that forecast. Here's Chris Murphy from the Weather Network.
All right, well, your national forecast, obviously, go Blue Jays go. And don't forget this weekend, daylight saving time comes to an end, so you want to put your clocks back before you go to bed Saturday night if, in fact, your jurisdiction does that. Weather-wise, East Coast, Quebec, Eastern Ontario, still some soaking rains, and on the West Coast, some soaking rains and some strong winds. Let's start off on the East Coast. We've seen the heavy rains move from western New Brunswick and Nova Scotia eastwards this afternoon through the evening. Now, there may be some dry breaks around the HRM from this evening for trick-or-treating in areas to the west, but heavier rain towards Cape Breton, potentially PEI through Newfoundland. Locally heavy downpours for a few hours overnight tomorrow morning for the Avalon Peninsula, and strong winds. That will be post-tropical cyclone Melissa cruising by, but I think the strongest winds will be offshore, but but it's going to be a gusty day and evening, and even into tomorrow for the East Coast. There's your heavier rain. Now it's tapering off in the GTA and West, even a bit of snow up towards Algonquin Park, but Kingston, Ottawa, Montreal, Quebec City, it looks like for the trick-or-treaters, it will still be on the wet side. It will be gusty regardless all around. Saturday's a cool day, flurries up towards the Saguenay region. Sunday, snow showers north of Lake Superior. All right, we've had flurries this morning like we did yesterday in southern Saskatchewan, although it's not as windy in Regina today as yesterday. And there's our storm system that is bringing wind warnings up and down the BC coast, particularly Central Coast, North Vancouver Island, East Vancouver Island, and the Sunshine Coast. That will taper off this afternoon. Strong winds through the interior, including Prince George and the Caribou region. Heavy rain today, heavy rain at times tomorrow as well, and we'll be watching for strong winds to blow across the prairies this weekend.
As we look live at Toronto, the Blue Jays could get their hands on the Commissioner's Trophy and be crowned World Series champions tonight. We've just learned that three-time All-Star Devon White will be throwing the first pitch. The heavily favored Los Angeles Dodgers will need to bring their best moves if they want to force a Game 7 tomorrow. We will have more extensive coverage just ahead, right here on CBC News Network.
I gave everything to the fans. I gave everything to Canada, and all the stops that I made along the way. I'm just so blessed to be in this position.
Hey, thank you for always being there for us, and we're trying to win tomorrow, and I want to be you guys be loud in the game 6 when we get home.
I'm just so happy for everybody here, our fans, our city, our country. This is for them.
You heard it there. The Blue Jays are doing it for Canada. After 32 years and 5,059 games, Canada's team has almost reached the top of the baseball world. They are one game away from being crowned World Series champions. Hello, I'm Andrew Nichols outside Rogers Centre in Toronto. We are bringing you extended live coverage on CBC News Network today and tonight of the Blue Jays' quest to reach the pinnacle of professional baseball. We'll talk to family and friends of Jays players, as well as reporters here in Toronto and across the country. And of course, the fans who are ecstatic to see their team back in this position for the first time in more than 3 decades. The CBC's Greg Ross is also here at the Rogers Centre. He is with the many dedicated Blue Jays fans who have braved the late fall weather today. Greg, let's start with some of the details on the game tonight. Tell us about who's throwing the first pitch.
Yeah, we just learned that legendary Blue Jays center fielder Devon White will throw out the first pitch for the Blue Jays in Game 6 tonight. Not many of these guys here are going to remember Devon White patrolling center field at the Rogers Centre. You might. Not these guys. These guys weren't born. Devon White making that great catch in the 1992 World Series, which led to what should have been a triple play, but they called it a double play. We'll get into that later. But you remember Devon White. You remember watching him. I mean, he had such range in center field.
Unbelievable. Love Devon White. One of my favorites.
Yeah, but now people are they're looking to the present. They're talking about who will be in the lineup tonight, who might not be in the lineup. Turn around. Let me see the back of that jersey. George Springer, still waiting to get word on whether George Springer, who has a lower back issue, left Game 3 after taking a swing, fouled off a pitch, and he was done. Hasn't played since, but they say he's hour to hour. John Schneider says, hey, he's been taking some batting practice off of a machine. He's been in the field running, stretching, and they're hoping he's ready to go tonight. And so are you, because you want to see him. Now, you got the picture. He's got the tarp on there, but George Springer saying his tarp's off, no shirts, riding a horse. Toronto police have already said they're going to provide him a horse if the Blue Jays win the World Series so he can ride down the streets of Toronto. Tarp's off. Why are you wearing a shirt right now?
A little cold, a little bit cold, but you know, I mean, if George got his tarp off riding the horse, I might have to join him on the celebrations later tonight.
You're a young man. You don't remember 92, 93, the last time the Blue Jays won the World Series. What is this going to mean to you if they can pull this off today?
This means the world. I was telling my dad on the drive here, it doesn't seem real. This is the moment I've dreamed of, being a Jays fan my whole life, and I watched probably 160 of the 162 games this year, and it's coming down to this, and I missed a little bit of school for this. It's worth it to me, though.
These guys driving in from London, Ontario, worth missing school. I would miss school for a lot less than this back when I was a kid, but I'll tell you, this is a good reason to miss school. This guy getting up early this morning. What time did you leave this morning from Montreal?
I got up at 5 o'clock and was on my road over here.
Where is your family?
At home in Montreal right now as we speak.
Left the family at home in Montreal, said, sorry, see ya, I'm out of here.
I had to do.
You had to do it. It's the World Series. It's Game 6. And you're walking around here getting the crowd fired up.
Of course. Let's go Blue Jays! Let's go Blue Jays! Bring it home, baby. Bring it home.
We are hours away from first pitch in Game 6 of the World Series, and already the fans are lined up, ready to go, ready to watch the Blue Jays try to win the World Series in 6 games against the Los Angeles Dodgers.
Love the energy, love the fans. And speaking of first pitch, Game 2, Dodgers hero Yoshinobu Yamamoto will be on the mound tonight. He will make that first pitch. What will the Jays need to do differently this time against Yamamoto?
Yeah, well, they have to find a way to get hits against Yamamoto. They have to find a way to get that pitch count up. If there's one thing that is making these fans feel nervous, I guarantee it's the fact that Yoshi Yamamoto is on the hill for the Dodgers. He has pitched back-to-back complete games in this postseason. He was lights out against the Blue Jays in Game 2 of this series. That's got to be concerning for fans right now. You're shaking your head, no.
No. They're going to watch the fastball come in. He's a splitter pitcher. They got to see the fastball and hit the fastball when it's in the zone. Take good long at bats. That's what I'm thinking.
Yeah, well, that's easier said than done because some of the best hitters in baseball struggled with that in Game 2 of this series. Now, the one thing the Blue Jays do have going for them is they have their ace, Kevin Gausman, on the hill again, and he pitched very good in Game 2. That was a real pitcher's duel. Kevin Gausman at one point retiring 17 straight Dodger batters in that game. He made a couple of mistakes in the 7th inning, couple of home runs, but Gausman was very good, kept the Blue Jays in that game. If they can get the bats going, Kevin Gausman will likely get the job done on the hill. You're confident with that?
100%. 100%. Listen, we saw Yamamoto. We saw the adjustments we're going to make, and we're definitely going to bring it home today.
Well, that's the thing. Seeing him for a second time now. The Blue Jays are maybe one of the best. They are resilient, one of the best offensive teams in baseball this year, and there's no doubt getting a second crack, a second look at Yoshi Yamamoto. Hopefully that'll help these fans. Hopefully that'll lead to this man going tarps off on the streets of Toronto, and you'll be joining him. Absolutely. You'll be right behind.
Absolutely. Right. You know it.
You know it. So we're here again outside Gate 2 at the Rogers Centre. These fans still have several hours to go, Andrew, before these doors actually open. It's a cold, rainy day in downtown Toronto. It's Halloween. The kids won't be trick-or-treating if they're coming here tonight. They'll be coming to watch baseball, so who cares if it rains? We got a dome, and we've got Game 6 of the World Series at the Rogers Centre.
No, nothing could rain on this parade. The excitement is everywhere, Greg. Thank you. The CBC's Greg Ross live outside the Rogers Centre. Now, back in April, the Blue Jays' Davis Schneider was off to a rough start. So the Jays sent him to the minor leagues. They called him back up in June, and he was vastly improved. On Wednesday, Davis Schneider belted the biggest hit of his life, a leadoff home run on the first pitch of Game 5.
Game 5 is underway with a fly ball to deep left. Gone! The first pitch of the ball game, and Davis Schneider has hit it out.
Davis Schneider's parents watched their son give the Jays a 1-0 lead from the stands at Dodger Stadium. And last hour, I spoke to them about that moment and what it means to them.
So I said, well, I'll just run it as at bats and see what happens. And then the first pitch was crazy. I mean, didn't expect it, obviously. Nobody did. He rarely swings at a first pitch. Takes a lot of pitches, most of the time. And, it worked out. And I was so happy I got my daughter's reactions, my wife's reaction, and the people around us, all the Blue Jays families sitting in front of us and behind us. It was just an awesome experience.
And Elena, did you either of you had a chance to speak to him about that and how good he's feeling going into this pivotal Game 6?
We really don't talk about baseball too much with Davis. It's usually ancillary things. Just how the dog is doing or what his sisters are doing or, something like that. It's usually not about baseball. I'll just text him every once in a while, like grade A, B, and I always text him safe travels and I love you. But it's not, we don't usually talk about baseball.
Yeah. I mean, I texted him after the game. Well, that was something special. Love you. And he said, love you too. And that was it. And we didn't even see him. Haven't seen him yet. He just went right to the field. We're in the same hotel, but he just went right to the field. We FaceTimed him this morning and just let him go to work. And hopefully we see him at the after the game and we're on the field again one more time.
I'll ask both of you, how are you feeling going into this Game 6?
I think they got a great shot. I mean, they've been playing so well as a team. Kevin pitched such a great game the last time against them, and we just didn't score that, the runs to give them the run support. So I just think the guys are going to grind out the at-bats like they always do and get to them and, score a few runs, and Kevin keeps the Dodgers off the board or, doesn't give up any big hits, and I think they'll be fine. I really think that the guys are confident, and they got such momentum going into today. I just think they're just looking at the body language of some of the Dodgers, after the game and during the game. So, I don't know. The Blue Jays I think they kind of surprised them I mean, they didn't surprise us because we watched every single game. And the biggest thing about the World Series and seeing all these national baseball writers come to Toronto, say, wow, look at this stadium. It's so beautiful. Wow, this Blue Jays team is something. It's like, just get out of New York, get out of California, and go to Toronto once in a while to watch a baseball game, because this is the way it's been all year. The fans have been great. Place is a sellout. The place rocks every single game. And I'm glad they're here to see what kind of experience it is and what kind of city Toronto is, and how beautiful a city it is, and how the fans have supported the team, because there's more to baseball than just New York and the East Coast and West Coast.
That's right. There's Toronto. That was Steve and Elena Schneider, the parents of Blue Jays left fielder Davis Schneider. And it's not just the parents who factor into a player's development. Of course, coaches also play, a pretty key role in shaping a young athlete's future, both on and off the field. My next guest is Robert Dowling. He's the former high school baseball coach of George Springer. He joins me from Avon, Connecticut. Robert, really appreciate you taking the time. Thank you.
Oh, no, thank you for having me on. It's a beautiful day here in Connecticut, but it's an exciting one for sure for all the Blue Jays fans, and I certainly count myself among them. If I appear to be a little bit tired, it's because I just got back from California. This morning I was out in Los Angeles for games 4 and 5, and the Blue Jays are playing incredibly well. They have such a team-first approach, and tonight could be the night. It's certainly going to be hard, but I know that the Blue Jays fans will be excited, and I know that the team will be ready to show them their best.
Well, it's nice that you've got some sunshine. It is not a beautiful day here, but it's feeling very beautiful to everybody in this city. Let me tell you that. And one of the reasons it's feeling beautiful is because of George Springer. Now, we don't know, but what's your sense? It sounds like John Schneider, a Blue Jays manager, says he's pretty much ticked all the physical boxes, and so we should learn probably pretty soon whether or not he's going to be in the lineup. What's your sense? Do you think he's going to be well enough to play tonight?
Yeah, I mean, I'm certainly not, privy to any inside information. I certainly expect that George is going to make himself available. I know how much he wants to compete for the Blue Jays, and this is an incredible moment for him. And so, no matter what his level of discomfort is, he's a gamer, he's a competitor, and I know that he wants to be out there. And if he's given the opportunity, I know that he's going to give his best. He certainly always did that, throughout his career. I certainly saw that in him as a younger guy, and he hasn't really changed all that much. And so I know that he's excited about the opportunity tonight, and if he's able to go, he will be out there.
Tell me about what it was like. You said you're a little tired from traveling across the country. You were in LA for games 4 and 5. What was that like?
It was great. I mean, again, I was motivated to go out there and root on the Blue Jays in LA, and there were certainly a lot of Blue Jays fans that were there. So the Blue Jays travel very, very well, and just really excited for the team. I mean, I think that the pitching for the Blue Jays especially has been dominant. I mean, I don't need to go over all the stats with you guys because I know that you're attentive to it as well. But, there's a human element to sports. I think we all get excited about the, athletic ability that is demonstrated. But I really focus on the human stories and, some of the guys that have had such an incredible journey this year and are contributing to the Blue Jays in such meaningful ways. Those things are awesome.
Tell me about that. Tell me about what's really standing out for you for the human aspect of some of these Jays players.
Well, I mean, we can go through so many of them, but I think that, the pitching has just been so outstanding. And I know that you guys and everyone who's paying attention to, the Blue Jays, I mean, for a guy to go in Game 5 and give up, and pitch the way that he pitched against that star-studded lineup when, a few months ago he was in a very different environment. I think that really speaks to the Blue Jays front office in terms of identifying talent, their development team to put guys in place, and then of course the coaches and the manager, to be able to just calm nerves and get those guys to do things team first and really compete. And I think that that part of it is really special. I always think at that level everyone's got a lot of talent, but the guys who win are able to really bring the best mental part to the game. And I think that the the Blue Jays guys have been doing that in this series. And certainly as someone who knows George so well, I think that's one of the things that has really distinguished George in his career, is just his mental composure, his toughness, his readiness to compete and really bring his best self to whatever opportunity he has. He's not overwhelmed by the moment. The Blue Jays have not been overwhelmed by the moment. They haven't been intimidated at all. They've brought their best stuff. I saw that in LA firsthand, and we'll be watching tonight with a lot of enthusiasm.
Yeah, and I want to talk about George in a moment, because he's the heart and soul of the team, and he always brings it all when he can. But what did you think of that night, the other night, when the Blue Jays won, Shohei Ohtani starting pitcher, and no George Springer, because he was out with this injury that we hope he has recovered from and that he'll be back tonight? I mean, there were a lot of people that just they were wondering whether they could do it with that combination.
Yeah, I think that, they certainly miss George. I mean, George is an irreplaceable guy, but I think that one of the things that, I've seen is just the team approach that the Blue Jays have. And, I think that when you have that kind of team first approach, you're just ready for the moment. And that's clearly Schneider the other night, I was at the game, first pitch of the game, he hits it out of the park. And I think that what Schneider did was he just kind of removed the leadoff batter and just moved everybody up a spot, which I think was, he doesn't need my advice, obviously, but I certainly understood what he was doing there. And so we were expecting a competitive at bat, and he got a pitch and he hit it. And you should have heard LA. Like, they were so ready to go wild that night. And the Blue Jays performance, certainly Schneider, and then the pitching just had them quiet all night long. It was, as a Blue Jays fan, it was something great to see.
So, of course, that oblique injury that we talked about kept George out of the team's last two games. What performance do you think he'll be able to give tonight if he is able to play and he's in the lineup? Looking pretty good, but we'll find out soon after coming off that injury.
Yeah, I mean, he'll be ready. He's a warrior, and I know that word gets kind of thrown out a lot, and so maybe it's not the perfect word, but it's the word that comes to mind. And so he's going to bring his best self. I know it was really difficult for him to come out of that game, and as a George Springer fan and friend, I could tell you that if he was in that lineup, I felt really good that in that extra inning affair in Game 3 that he was going to be a difference maker. You just can't give a hitter like George 7 or 8 at-bats in a game and not expect that he's going to make a difference. And so, it is what it is, and I'm just really pleased to see the Blue Jays come back in Games 4 and 5 and put themselves in a position to have a special night tonight.
It was so good to talk to you, Robert. Thank you, George Springer's former high school baseball coach, Robert Dowling. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, and go Blue Jays, and let's hope George is out there tonight. I know he wants to be.
The Blue Jays are Canada's team, and fans right across the country are hoping the team can win its first World Series title in 32 years tonight, hopefully with George Springer. The CBC's Chris Hensing joins us from Windsor, Ontario, with more on that part of the story. So tell us about what fans are saying there today.
Well, let me tell you first, Andrew, we are in the border city, and there is a lot of Detroit Tigers fans dressing up tonight as supporters of the Blue Jays. It has nothing to do with trick-or-treating. The fever is starting to catch a hold out here. Typically, the spread is about 55% Tigers fan, 45% Blue Jays fan, but that has shifted now. If the team across the river's out of the playoffs, then we're heading up to Toronto and cheering on the Jays. We are seeing it when we go to watch parties. People decked out in the jerseys, cheering them on, and we're hearing about it in the schools too. Girls at Bat is a program that the Blue Jays put on with communities across Canada, and they've been here to Windsor before at a public school where Paul Cowan teaches. And I spoke with him this morning about what this moment is like as a teacher, the opportunity that it provides. First, let's take a look at what he was wearing.
I have my game jersey on. I've worn it every single game day without washing it. It's currently not public transit appropriate. It kind of reeks a little bit, but it's sort of my way of absorbing any stench. And my blanket is actually something that I'm wearing as a cape, just a way to have some fun, show pride, and spread some love for the Blue Jays.
That smells why we did that interview over Zoom. Just wanted to make sure I wasn't in that era. But I didn't want to mess up his aura either. Now, I caught him during the middle of a school day, and he spoke about how this moment can go beyond fandom. A bandwagon's a good thing to ride for the joy, but there's lessons in there too. He's talked about how he's used some of the Jays pitchers to talk about how there's a value in being able to find people who are maybe underpaid, and how they can maybe translate that into higher wages like we see with the Dodgers. He's talked about how you can use these moments to have fun with each other but not disruptive. A kid who comes in saying, hey, the Blue Jays suck, well, that's not the way to talk about it if you're a Seattle Mariners fan. Maybe we can try something different. Next day, the kid shows up wearing a Seattle Mariners hat. A subtle dig, doesn't disrupt anybody. It's a different spirit, a different conversation, a different way to use his voice. And those are the lessons that he's trying to leave with the students that he has inside of his school. He talks about how they're playing catch almost every day now. At one point, it was 20 kids out there with gloves, 40 kids out there with gloves, 60 kids out there with gloves there every day on their lunch break, trying to just get the spirit of activity going on there during this run. So much now that he doesn't actually have enough gloves for kids. But this is what he sees as an opportunity to take things off of the field and really get people into that spirit, use it as a bit of a motivation. We've also heard from lifelong Tigers fans who are saying that this is a moment where they're ready to cheer on Canada. They're looking for that moment to be together and celebrate something as a team. All types of emotions and feelings here in this border city, Andrew, but tonight it does feel as if things have shifted for the Blue Jays, the Detroit Tigers, maybe next year.
Love the spirit, and if you're worried about the stench, try Zoom. Good job there, Chris. Thank you. The CBC's Chris Ensing live in Windsor, Ontario. Vladimir Guerrero Jr. is having a postseason for the ages, but going into Game 4, he had yet to hit a home run in the World Series. That all changed. In the top of the third inning, the Jays were trailing 1-0 with Nathan Lucas on first base.
Hit well to deep left center. And this one will go.
Guerrero hit that homer off Dodgers pitcher Shohei Ohtani. The blast flipped a 1-run deficit to a 1-run lead and ignited the Blue Jays offense. Toronto scored 4 runs in the 7th to put the game away. The Jays won it 6-2, tying the series and proving their resilience after that heartbreaking 18-inning loss in Game 3. Stay with us here on CBC News Network. Our special live coverage continues.
Toronto. Good luck.
For an entire generation of Blue Jays fans, tonight could be the night. After a stellar showing in Los Angeles this week against the Dodgers, the Jays return home to Toronto with a chance to win their first World Series in 32 years. From the superstar slugger to the rookie pitching sensation and a cast of gritty, never-say-die ball players, fans believe the Blue Jays have all the ingredients to bring home the championship on Canadian soil. Well, from the Beavers to Nelly Furtado, stars are rallying behind the Toronto Blue Jays as they take on the Dodgers for a pivotal Game 6 tonight. While all eyes are usually on the action on the field, it's hard not to notice the high-profile fans in the stand. The CBC's Griffin Yeager joins us now with more on this. Griffin, there seems to be a ton of star power at this year's World Series. I mean, the list just goes on and on and on, but you've got a medium-sized list to tell us about?
Yeah, the star power is definitely high at the World Series. I mean, when you have LA on the opposing end, Hollywood really became the backdrop to this World Series out in LA, but also in Canada too. So let's talk about the ones cheering on the hometown team for the Jays. We got to start off with Geddy Lee, longtime fan. He is no sort of a bandwagon. He's been a season ticket holder for many, many years. You can see him here at that 18-inning marathon of a game that so many of us lost a little bit of sleep over. Just beaming, happy to be there supporting his team, but also bringing it back to Toronto. Game 1, we had Drake in the house. Drake is no stranger to supporting his Toronto teams, and he chose to bring out a new flashy statement. He's got that necklace with a Blue Jay and a Raptor hanging off of the CN Tower, so a little flashy, different style, but happy again to support the team. Also, another hometown star, The Weeknd, has been playing up the Blue Jays. He's released some new merch, getting fans excited, but also what I would like to call a little bit of, I guess, a hype video for this hometown team. Take a look.
Now, these Blue Jays, armed with a new edge and a never-say-die attitude, find themselves on the brink of a legacy, all on their own. Our city buzzing.
And it sure is buzzing. Everyone's getting excited, but we can't finish up just yet. We got to talk about the Biebers. The Biebers took the World Series as an opportunity to go on a little bit of a date night. Justin Bieber sporting, of course, a Bieber jersey. That's Shane Bieber, but a little fun for the Bieber family, a little night out. We've also had Nelly Furtado in the house for some fans. Annie Murphy for those Schitt's Creek fans out there. And we got to talk about the stars that are on the field as well, supporting the Blue Jays, singing that national anthem. There's been Alessia Cara, we had Deborah Cox, and the list goes on. So the star power has been really high, and now all eyes are on who's going to be in the stands tonight supporting the Blue Jays for Game 6.
Griffin, thank you. So much fun to see all that as well. The CBC's Griffin Yeager.
Thanks so much.
Tonight, the Blue Jays and their famous fans will be hoping for a replay of Game 1. In that game, the Jays' bats were booming. The Dodgers took an early lead, but the Jays erased it in a hurry and put up 9 runs in the bottom of the 6th inning. The big blow, Addison Barger's grand slam, which capped off an 11-4 victory.
I tell them, with the game on the line, I shine.
Game 5 is underway with a fly ball to deep left. Gone!
I'm a champion, I'm a champion, I'm a champion, I'm a champion. It's my competition, they envy me, followed by dessert, yeah, the sweet taste of victory. So let me ask, what you think of the future?
That exciting Game 5 set up a potential World Series win in tonight's Game 6. So let's talk now about what we can expect on the field tonight. The CBC's Jamie Strachan is outside the Rogers Centre. He joins us live. So Jamie, let's focus on the pitching matchup. What should we look for there? Oh, you're inside. Look at you. You're inside. Wow. Tell us about what it's like inside before we get into that. You're everywhere.
Well, I can tell you, it's like right now. It's so quiet in here right now. It's kind of that calm before the storm. You can look around the field. They're putting, towels on the chairs. Fox and MLB are setting up their on-field studios. Everyone's setting up their equipment. This is a big deal. First pitch in about, I think, 5.5 hours now. And let's talk about what people will be seeing on the field tonight. First, the pitching matchup, Yamamoto versus Gausman. Everyone knows the Yamamoto story. He has been unhittable in the postseason. The Blue Jays learned that in Game 2 when Yamamoto really baffled them with a wide array of pitches from different arm angles, different slots. Very hard to pick up the ball out of his hand. On the mound for the Blue Jays tonight, someone very familiar to fans, Kevin Gausman. He's been the Jays' ace all season, steady, reliable. He's taken the ball every 5 days and really been very solid during the postseason. I mean, listen, Kevin Gausman was a big-name free agent before he decided to sign here in Toronto, and he looked at this franchise when everyone else was looking at it with doubt, and he said, this is a franchise that can win a World Series. Well, he will get to be the architect of that narrative tonight, getting the ball in the biggest game of his career. So how are the Blue Jays feeling? 2 very kind of easy wins in Game 3 and 4. Not a lot of tension in those games. Now back here in Game 6, playing at the Rogers Centre, a place they have been very difficult to beat, one of the best teams in baseball. Manager John Schneider talked about the vibe on the plane and how his team is feeling going into Game 6.
I was impressed with just kind of the back and forth that was happening and the not getting too high and kind of getting ready to get on a bus and get on a plane and come back here and get ready to play. So the vibe was good, but it was nothing different than what it has been this season.
And Andrew, a couple of questions swirling around the Blue Jays heading into this Game 6. The health and status of George Springer, first and foremost. Springer has been the engine of this team all year, arguably the team's MVP. He hurt his back or his side swinging, left the game mid-at-bat in Game 4. Manager John Schneider says it looks like Springer is ready to play tonight. Question is, with Bichette, Bo Bichette's lingering injury, it's been very hard for him to move around, but he has swung the bat very well. So which one of those players will have to play in the field tonight and which one will DH? Something to watch for. The lineup should be released in the next few moments, and we'll get a look at whether George Springer is in the lineup for this pivotal game tonight.
All right, we'll be sure to come back to you for that. But for now, Jamie, thank you. That is the CBC's Jamie Strachan inside the Rogers Centre. My next guest is hoping for a last-minute ticket to tonight's game from a high-profile person with very deep pockets. Katrina Nielsen is from Vancouver and joins us now. So, Katrina, you have a sign. Tell me a little bit. Tell me about this sign.
So the Marlins man is the absolute legend in orange.
Hold it up. Yeah, okay.
Sitting behind home plate every World Series game. Here he's a good guy, likes to help people out, so I'm hoping I can join him with my big hair behind home as well.
So your big hair, so you're all decked out for him. You're like, come on, you're ready to go. So why, and I understand, where are you from?
I'm from Vancouver.
Yeah.
Came all the way here for World Series. Pretty excited. It's a big deal.
It's a big deal. So tell me why it's a big deal. What do you love about this team?
I mean, just their connection is like none other. We gotta love Kirky. We love Vladdy. My personal favorite would be Ernie Clement. So.
Yeah, and tell me, so you came here from Vancouver. Have you been a Blue Jays fan a long time? Have
Yes.
you come with friends or family?
I come with friends to games quite often.
Yeah.
The Jays have been my team since I was born. So.
And tell me about that, because, we talk about it being Canada's team, and Vancouver's thousands of kilometers away, but Blue Jays fever it's felt from coast to coast to coast, right?
Everywhere, yes. Yeah. Hats are flying off the shelves.
And so what's it like in Vancouver before you left? What was it like? Were people
absolutely
just
buzzing. The energy is high.
Yeah.
Here, though, is times a million.
And so tell me, how long have you been here, and what's it been like? Have you been around?
Oh, I've been here all week. I flew in Monday, and I got to stay up real late for the 18th inning. So, yeah.
It sounds great. And what are you going to do? What are you going to say if you don't get a ticket?
This is my only option.
I love the confidence. I feel it for you. Katrina, thank you. That is Katrina Nielsen. Thank you very much. Now, Katrina is just one of the millions from coast to coast to coast rallying behind the Toronto Blue Jays ahead of Game 6 of the World Series tonight. And the stakes, they couldn't be higher. In just a matter of hours, the Jays will attempt to win it all. The team just needs one more win to bring home its first championship in 32 years and only its third title ever. We'll have much more coverage for you just ahead on CBC. Welcome back to our special extended coverage from outside the Rogers Centre in Toronto. How are you showing your Blue Jays spirit as this World Series approaches its conclusion? Would you write a song to show your excitement? Well, that's what my next guest did. Ryan Baker and Kyle McIntyre penned the song We Want It All in the hope of providing a tone and unforgettable experience as the team chases the championship. Take a listen.
First and it's Vlad now. Bring back Bo. Double play. Tic-tac-toe. What a game. Andreas Hernandez, Isaiah. Kind of for left at the Vladdy. throw. Ernie's been clutch. Luca's been clutch. Dropping them buns. Saved by the judge. Wave by the Jazz. Get back on the bus. Kirky went deep. Barger went deep. Over the wall. Into the seats. The city's alive. We all on our feet.
Ryan and Kyle join me now to talk about that song. Before we talk more about the song Game 6, the Jays could clinch the series tonight. How are you both feeling ahead of this game, Kyle?
It's surreal experience just to be here. You know, anthem aside, just being here is amazing.
Ryan, what do you think?
I'm feeling pretty optimistic about tonight. I think we close it down and we celebrate tonight.
Celebrate tonight. So tell me about this song. It's a great song. You really sort of captured the spirit of this moment. What inspired you?
I mean, Ryan's been a lifelong Jays fan. Myself, you might see some old T-ball footage of me hitting some dingers or something, but this is Ryan's. You know, the Blue Jays mean a lot to him. So we've been focusing on writing sports anthems for a while, and we just kind of put this together, put it online, and it really took off. So.
And why are you such a huge Jays fan?
I was just born a Jays fan, I would say. It's part of my life. It's part of who I am. Like I said, my whole family's Jays fans. It's just my identity. So we decided to make this to help the Jays, help the fans, help the country get behind us, and get some energy for a big win.
And what's the response been like to this song? I mean, people are talking about it big time.
It's been crazy. Yeah, I mean, we're here on CBC, so response has been amazing. Yeah, couldn't be happier.
And what's in the song that you think sort of captures, what the spirit of this team is this year, that the momentum seems to be here?
Well, we made a song before, an OK Blue Jays remix, which has kind of got the ball started. And then we decided, why not make something what's going on with right now? Kind of point out some of the key moments, that Springer dinger when we were down in the 7th inning. Just stuff like that the fans and the players can really resonate with, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, and the OK Blue Jays remix, tell me a little bit about that.
I mean, that same thing. We've been making music together, since we were kids, and putting out content, material, and we threw this anthem together, put it online just like we would anything else, and it went viral. It caught fire. So
we've been thinking about the OK Blue Jays song this week, and not a lot of Major League Baseball teams have their very own song, and this is just iconic, right? I mean, you must remember it as a kid coming to a game, singing that song. Yeah. Can you tell me some of those memories?
That's kind of where the inspiration came from, actually. Hearing that song, it's been instilled in my brain since a child, just coming to this place and being here a lot. The dance moves, everything about it, it's a part of the Blue Jays culture, right? So we wanted to take it, make it a little bit more modern, put a little twist on it, the jingle chain twist, and the fans reacted amazingly. So we're so happy. We're so grateful.
All right, so before we let you go, what do you think is happening tonight? Did I ask you that already? Or what's going to happen?
Yeah, it's going to happen tonight. We're feeling it. Just the energy in the city's unreal right now. So I think we take this Game 6. Let's go.
And then what if that happens? I mean, I don't know how old you are, but I don't think you're not old enough to remember 1992, 93. I don't think you were alive.
I was alive.
Okay.
I don't really remember it, but I was alive. The city's going to be nuts if it happens tonight, and I'm going to be nuts if it happens tonight. So yeah, we're looking forward to a good game. We know it's going to be great competition, but let's go Jays. Let's do this tonight.
Absolutely. It was so good meeting you guys. Thanks you so much. You really captured a spirit of the city with this song. I appreciate it. Musicians Ryle Barker and Kyle McIntyre, thanks again for taking the time.
Game 5 is underway with a fly ball to deep left. Gone! The first pitch of the ball game. And Davis Schneider has hit it out. What a start. His first hit of the World Series, his first postseason home run. How about Davis Schneider? And the Blue Jay fans making a ton of noise. And now Guerrero rips one to deep left, and it's gone. And 2 batters in, they are up 2-0.
That's the voice of the Jays on Rogers Sportsnet, Dan Schulman, in the booth during Game 5 of the World Series. Earlier, we spoke to him to get his thoughts on Toronto's team.
Nathan Lucas and Ernie Clement and Davis Schneider and Addison Barger and all of these players had great years and really turned this into a deep offensive team. And now in October, and this has been the way through the season as well, but one day Mason Fluharty gets some big outs, and then Braden Fisher gets some big outs, and Eric Lauer has a big performance. Like, there are just so many guys. It's not just the stars. The stars have been great. Gosman and Hoffman and Guerrero. Kirk has been great. Varsho's had big hits. Bichette is back. Springer, obviously, and hopefully he'll be playing tonight. But every single guy on this roster, every single one of them, is doing something to help this team win. It's just amazing.
That was Dan Schulman, play-by-play announcer for the Blue Jays games on Rogers Sportsnet. Now, the excitement ahead of the game tonight has reached fever pitch, but no one seems more ready for it than Jays manager John Schneider. When addressing the media yesterday, he sounded primed to go.
It feels great. I can't wait. For one, it's nice to be back here. You know what I mean, and sleep in your own bed. But I can't wait to see what this place is like tomorrow. You know, watching it on video from across the country with the people here watching. Never seen anything like that. Never seen a watch party like that. So I'm excited as hell to see what this place is like tomorrow. The guys are too. They're talking about it as well. We can't wait. You know, you kind of want the game to start right now, but it should be fun.
For a closer look at John Schneider's year as team boss, we're joined by Kevin and Matt Schneider. They are John Schneider's brothers. Kevin and Matt, you guys have been following how is he feeling right now? How is John Schneider, your brother, feeling right now?
He's doing good. We saw him. We landed this morning from New Jersey. We went in and saw him in the clubhouse, and he's ready to go. He's ready to go for sure.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, he's embraced this whole thing really well. He's trying to take it all in stride. But, you know, we've said for a while now, for about a month, that this script of this season has been written. So we're just trying to go along for the ride and embrace it.
Has he written this script, do you think, or a lot of it?
Honestly, I think it started in spring training. You know,
Yeah.
It's just kind of setting the standards and you know what they wanted the team to be about. And I think the country and the whole world has seen it unfold. Right? They're gritty. They never give up. This has been their goal. They believed in it. They authentically believed in it from day one. And the results have spoken for themselves. So.
We talk a lot about how it feels like a family. I mean, they feel like a family. They feel like a group of brothers. I mean, is that? I think a lot of that comes from your brother. Is that?
Yeah, I mean, I think culture starts in the clubhouse, right? And he does a great job at doing that. But I think at the end of the day, like, the guys have to go out and execute, right? And the guys have to kind of buy into what he's doing. So I think it's just been an unbelievable ride, and here we are at the culmination of it all. So we're thrilled.
Are you surprised? Are you surprised that your brother has brought them this close?
No, honestly, no. Like, we believe in John so much, right? Like, it's cool. Most people don't know, right? He was drafted by the Blue Jays as a 21-year-old kid out of University of Delaware, and he's been with them for 24 years as a player and a coach. So we say to everybody his whole story, like, he loves this city. He loves this country, you know? So this was kind of his goal all along. So to see his work pay off, it's surreal, right? But surprising, no.
But there have been a couple of incredible moments. One of the moments, of course, I think is when he walked out to the mound and was going to say, Scherzer, that's it. And tell me about, did he talk more about, I mean, he said he thought he was going to kill him. Tell me a little bit more. Did he talk to you about that moment?
I mean, I think that just feeds into his overall kind of approach this year, which is like, I think he says, let it rip. You know what I mean? Like, he's kind of learned the first couple of years. He's learned the ropes, right? And now he's just in this place of being himself, right? And allowing his guys to be themselves back, which is why I think everything's really clicked.
I know with Max, he wanted that, right? Like, Max is one of the best pitchers to ever live. He's a Hall of Famer, right? That's what he's known for, Mad Max. And I remember when he was doing Zooms with him, you know, back in the winter, and he kind of knew they thought they were going to get him. He said, hey, I hope to have one of those, you know, legendary mound visits where you yell at me and scare me or whatever it is, show me who you are, and couldn't happen at a better time.
I think the last thing he told Max is that he better execute, right? Yeah. So he said, I'm gonna keep you in, but you better execute. So
I love it. Also hearing John saying on the plane, he watched a movie, he had a beer, he liked kind of hearing the guys. It was not too high, not too low. just felt like they were just flying back home, just kind of keeping it all calm. Is that just who John is?
Yeah, he's just one of the guys, you know, and I think that's part of his approach is he's relationships first, right? Like he wants the guys to know that he cares about them, and he does. So yeah, watching the movie, having a beer, that's who he is, and I think that helps with his connection with each one of the guys.
What do you think this would mean to him if they were to win it tonight? Tomorrow night, you know, but they were to win it tonight?
I mean, it's the culmination of everything, right? I think, Kev mentioned it, right? He's been with the organization for 24 years. He's got a tremendous amount of loyalty and respect for not only the organization, but the city and also the country, right? So he knows he's doing this for them, but he's also doing it for a lot more. So it would obviously mean the world, and we're all here to support him.
And, you know, you're right. You both said it, and he said it so many times. The players have said it. It is Canada's team. You've seen it, right? You've seen, I mean, I was talking to a reporter in Iqaluit in Vancouver. Everywhere, you feel the pride. You see fans from all over across the country going to these Dodgers game. I mean, what's that like to kind of see that sort of pride in a team?
It's unbelievable. It's special. You know, we grew up from New Jersey, you know. Don't hold it against us, but we grew up as Yankee fans. Right. You know, it's kind of what you had to do there. But since he's been here, everywhere you go, seeing the Jays fans, they travel well. They're just so supportive. It's pretty amazing.
Do you think this is a surprise to some on the East Coast, on the West Coast of the U.S., some in the U.S. media saying, what is going on with this Jays Canadian team?
I think so, right? You know, they did not look to be in this position, right, when the season started in March. But here we are, and there's this little streak of like destiny that's been kind of written. It started out, you know, at the end of the summer, and it's kind of thread its way through the playoffs. And I don't know, like I said, we're just so thrilled to be along for the ride.
It's been great talking to you both. Thank you so much. We appreciate this very much.
One more.
Go Jays. Oh, just final predictions for what do you think? Is it tonight or tomorrow?
I think it happens tonight. Yamamoto is obviously one of the best pitchers in the world. Have all the respect in the world for him, but I kind of just have a feeling it happens tonight.
Jays in 6. Let's go.
All right, let's go. Kevin and Matt Schneider with me here outside the Rogers Center. Thank you. Now, Blue Jays World Series hero Devon White will throw out the ceremonial first pitch ahead of Game 6 tonight. He was a key part of both Jays championship teams in the early 90s. And many will remember the incredible catch he made in Game 3 of the 1992 series. The Atlanta Braves had 2 runners on base, and there was nobody out. What happened next nearly went down in World Series history.
Here's Dave Justice, left-handed hitter. The pitch to him, fly ball center field. Back goes Devon White. It's hit deep. He's still running back at the wall. Jumps and picks it off the wall. Sanders. There's a throw to first. The runner is out. The throw to third. They have a chance for a triple play. Gruber runs for Sanders. Tags him. No, he missed him.
Yep, the Blue Jays were that close to a triple play. In fact, many Jays fans believed this day that it was a triple play. To this day that it was a triple play. Back then, the league didn't have the instant replay challenge system that is in place today. If it did, you can bet the Jays would have contested that call, and maybe it would have been a triple play. The Jays went on to win that game and the World Series. Now, the following year, the Blue Jays boasted of baseball's best lineup, full of stars like Paul Molitor, Robert Alomar, and John Allroot. But their opponent in that year's Fall Classic, the Philadelphia Phillies, were no slouches with the bat either. And in Game 4, both teams put on a hitting clinic.
The 1-2 pitch. Little looper. Long run for Dykstra. In right center. Can't get it. Borders around with a tying run. Henderson to the plate with the go-ahead run. 15-14 Toronto.
No control, nothing, no program, nothing. You heard that right. Devon White's 2-run triple made the score 15-14 for the Blue Jays. The Jays and Phillies combined for 29 runs. That is still the highest scoring game in the history of the World Series. The Blue Jays held on to win that game and their second World Series title in a row. And you are looking at the crowd gathering outside the Rogers Center ahead of Game Series of the World Series tonight. More ahead.
This one will go. And another strikeout. He got it. 2. Line drive to right field. Diving catch. Barger. Game 5 is underway with a fly ball to deep left. Gone!
The first 5 games of the World Series have not been short on big, dramatic moments, from grand slams to great defense and electric pitching performances. The Jays are now on the brink of their first championship in 32 years. Hello, I'm Andrew Nichols outside Rogers Centre in Toronto. We are bringing you extended live coverage on CBC News Network today and tonight of the Blue Jays' quest to reach the pinnacle of professional baseball. We'll talk to family and friends of Jays players, as well as reporters here in Toronto and right across the country. And of course, the fans who are ecstatic to see their team in a position to win a World Series right here on Canadian soil.
I was telling my dad on the drive here, it doesn't seem real. This is the moment I've dreamed of, being a Jays fan my whole life.
Bring it home, baby, bring it home!
Let's go Blue Jays! Let's go Blue Jays!
Also at the Rogers Centre today is the CBC's Greg Ross. As always, Greg is in the thick of it with Blue Jays fans who've assembled here ahead of this pivotal Game 5, just 5 hours away. How are fans feeling ahead of Game 6?
Well, Andrew, I'll tell you what, it's incredible the lengths that people will go to get inside, just to be there for the atmosphere inside Game 6, a game where the Blue Jays have a chance to win the World Series. This guy, Nick, he came out here early this morning to get a spot at the front of the line. They have general admission tickets, wanted to get in first, but you got to get out of here to go home to be with this woman who's on FaceTime. That's Rachel on FaceTime, his wife. You have to get home to be with the wife to take the kids trick-or-treating.
I have to get home. The kids need to go trick-or-treating. I made a vow to my wife, but I love the Blue Jays, so I'm trying to do everything. And I'm going to do it.
His two loves, his wife and the Blue Jays, and of course look at that beautiful young little daughter of yours. So obviously getting home to take her trick-or-treating is very important. Hey, Rachel, I got to say, Rachel, you're a pretty good wife to let Nick come out here and stand in line early this morning, but he's coming home. He'll be home soon. So everything's good at home? All right.
I'll be home soon, I promise. I promise I'll be home soon.
Oh, it's a love affair. It's so sweet. It's the Blue Jays, and it's his wife, Rachel. These fans. Hey, and some fans don't have tickets, Andrew, and they're trying to get tickets. If you've ever heard of Marlins Man, he goes to every World Series game, and regardless of where it is, he wears his Marlins jersey. He always sits behind home plate, and he brings 2 tickets. And he finds a random fan, and this woman right here is hoping that he will take her. You've never met Marlins Man. You're just hope you got
to meet him tonight.
You got the orange sign, hoping to get his attention. Do you think you'll have any luck?
I think I would look great behind home plate with him tonight.
Now, I got to say, what if he doesn't come in this entrance? What if he goes in like gate 11?
I mean, I'm hoping enough people are talking about this that he gets word.
Hopefully he's watching CBC News Network right now. That would be good for you, but you're hoping to sit in there. You're going to great lengths to get in there.
Absolutely. This is my one and only shot. This doesn't happen very often, so.
You're a big Blue Jays fan, obviously.
Absolutely.
Feeling good about this could be the night.
This is the night. Six in the 6.
6 in the 6. She says it's going to be the night the Blue Jays finish off the World Series, Andrew.
And Greg, for the second time in the World Series, the Jays will face Dodgers ace Yoshinobu Yamamoto. I mean, this guy has been incredible. What can you tell us about who the Jays are facing?
Well, we saw what he did against the Blue Jays. I'm sure if I talk to some of these fans over here, they might be feeling a little nervous about the prospect of having to face Yoshi Yamamoto tonight. He's got back-to-back complete games, and he was lights out against the Blue Jays in Game 2 of this series. But What do you think? Can the bats come alive tonight? They've had a chance to see him now. They got a good look at him in Game 2. You think we'll see a different scenario tonight in Game 6?
I got a good feeling. We're facing probably the best pitcher in baseball right now, but to be the best, you got to beat the best, right? So optimism.
And I think if you want to feel optimistic, you think about the way Kevin Gausman pitched in that same Game 2 where he was beaten by Yamamoto. You remember Gausman at one point retired 17 straight batters in that game. That was a true pitcher's duel. It was old school, old-time pitcher's duel. They're going to need Kevin Gausman to be at his best. He is their ace. Are you confident in Kevin Gausman's ability?
He's been our number one all season, right? Trey Yesavage is a young stud, but to win tonight, Gauss has got to be on. He's got to pitch a great game, and the bats have to come alive. Get to Yoshi early, and we got this.
I'll tell you what, the Blue Jays have worn these white panel hats for good luck throughout these playoffs. You got the World Series white panel hat. That's a hard souvenir to come by for these playoffs. You got one. He's wearing it proudly tonight. We'll see what uniforms the Blue Jays are wearing tonight for this important Game 6 of the World Series. The Jays looking to close it out tonight in 6 games on home turf here at the Rogers Center, where they've played so well this season. 54 wins at the Rogers Center during the regular season. That was the best regular season record at home in the American League. And they're hoping to add to that tonight, Andrew, against the Los Angeles Dodgers in Game 6.
And rainy and dreary, and now I can see the sun trying to poke through. I think everything is aligned, Greg. The CBC's Greg Ross live outside the Rogers Center. So let's bring in former Blue Jays general manager JP Ricciardi. He is also an analyst for the New England Sportsnet. And JP, thank you for joining us again. We talked just 24 hours ago. That's another day of build-up for the players. How do the guys keep an even keel? I mean, this is not a game against any old team in the month of May, right?
No, I think if you're the Dodgers, it's a welcome day off. I think if you're the Blue Jays, you wish you could have played the next day because you're on such a hot streak. So it's all a matter of just keeping your emotions in check. Nothing changes outside of the fact that, you know, you keep the rhythm going and you get to the ballpark and keep your same routine. And these guys know, they've been through it. They're pretty schooled in what to do.
So do you think, I mean, the Jays have even talked about it. They kind of wish they could have just played yesterday. But do you think that is a little bit of an advantage for the Dodgers to just kind of catch their breath, assess what's happened, and show up tonight?
Well, I think the biggest concern for the Dodgers is if their bats woke up. It's not a matter of if they woke up. I think offensively they have not been very good. And I think right now they need a spark somewhere in their offense. And I just don't see it. I don't see this offense really generating a lot of traction on the bases. I think they're swinging and missing a lot of lazy fly balls. Outside of Ohtani and Teoscar Hernandez and Freddie Freeman, the rest of the lineup has been really very, very sparse. So I think in the Dodgers case, it's more, do our bats wake up and can we get back in this series by being a little bit more productive offensively? I think all the momentum is on the Blue Jays side. I don't see how the Blue Jays, I don't see them losing 2 games.
You don't see it. Okay, so breakdown, you've talked about how the bats need to come alive because there's been a lot of focus, as there rightly should be, on Kevin Gausman, on Yoshinobu Yamamoto. He had that incredible game for the Dodgers, but he can only be so good, right? I mean, Yamamoto can play a perfect full game again, but as you're saying, if those bats don't come alive for the Dodgers, you just don't think that'll be good enough.
Well, it's a lot of pressure to put on a pitcher to have to be perfect because he's not going to be perfect. You know, if you look at the other night, the Blue Jays jumped to a 2-0 lead. You would think that that's not insurmountable, but when you're not swinging the bats, it's insurmountable. So if he falls behind in any way, shape, and form, I don't think there's a lot of confidence right now in the Dodger bats. So he's going to have to be really nails tonight in order to keep the Blue Jays off the scoreboard. And that's a lot of pressure, especially the way the Blue Jays are playing. They're able to produce runs, you know, walks, move up on balls in the dirt, create runs every possible way you can create them, whether it's the long ball or it's continuous at-bat after at-bat where they're passing the baton, base hit, a walk, a stolen base, whatever it is, they're able to produce runs. The Dodgers aren't. So there's a ton of pressure on Yamamoto today to keep the Blue Jays off the scoreboard, and I really don't see how he's going to limit them, to scoring at some point. And once again, the onus then falls on the Dodger offense, and right now it's not a very good offense.
Now, we want to look back because last year the Jays finished last in their division, so worst to first. And a lot of the guys on this team were there in 2024. So what's different?
Well, I think Guerrero's having a great postseason. He had a very good season, but a better end of the season. Bichette's had a great year. Springer's had a 180-degree turnaround on the season. Their starting pitchers have posted. They've gotten a better year from Varsho. I think that the club has performed better because guys have lived up to what their capabilities and their talents are. I think the year before they had a lot of problems as far as doing things that they're capable of doing now. So, it's baseball. Sometimes things go, you could have the best laid plans and things don't work out. And sometimes you sit there and say, I'm not so sure we're as good as maybe we think we are, but all of a sudden you play better. And, there's also that sixth sense that's kicking in with them, that little bit of mojo. They got a lot of confidence going right now. And they got a lot of confidence in guys that you wouldn't have sat here and said in February, wow, these guys are going to be big parts of our season. But you look up and the Clements and the Bargers and the Lucases and the Jimenezes and the Schneiders, all these guys have contributed. So right now they've got a lot of mojo going, and they got to keep riding that train.
Players can become legends in games like this, right? Thinking Kirk Gibson in 1988, Reggie Jackson in 1977, Joe Carter in 93. Who do you think is poised for a memorable moment tonight, JP?
I'm going to pick, if this was a horse race and I had to pick someone to do something out of the ordinary that you probably wouldn't think would, I'm going to pick Lucas or Barger. I'm going to take two picks because I think they're left-handed. They get a better shot against Yamamoto than maybe the right-handers do. I'll put Vlad and Bichette and Springer to the side because they are the best players. But if you're looking for someone who unconventionally may rise to the occasion, I'm going to put my money on those two guys for tonight.
Yeah, that would be something to see. You think Vladimir Guerrero Jr. could have the best postseason home runs in the Major League Baseball history in the next night or two?
Well, he's hot, so it would be hard to bet against him. And you watch his at-bats, his balance at the plate, his plate coverage. He really, really looks, in a baseball term, hitterish right now. And that's a very dangerous man to have up. The problem that the Dodgers are going to face, if he comes up with nobody on base, he's a lot easier to pitch around. If he comes up with guys on base, as hot as he is, he becomes even more dangerous. So I think traffic in front of him is going to be a really important thing for the Jays. But this is what you pay guys to be, the guy in October. And he's doing it as, compared to Mookie Betts is really, really scuffling. Muncie's really scuffling. Smith has been kind of up and down, mostly down. So the players that the Dodgers rely on are not responding. But Vlad has really carried the weight and been that Superman for him.
And Springer, do you think Springer's in tonight? And if he's not, they've done it without him.
Yeah, I think Springer is hurt a little bit more than they're leading on. I got to believe the lineup's posted by now, if anybody knows if he's in the lineup. But I keep thinking they keep saying he's potentially going to play, possibly to put in Dave Roberts' mind that he may pinch hit at some point and maybe alter his decision coming out of the bullpen. But I don't think what he pulled, it looked like a lower oblique. And you don't come back from those in 2 or 3 days. So I think it's a little bit of a cat and mouse game. I hope Springer plays because I like him. I like him as a player. I like watching him play. But I got a sneaky suspicion that he's not going to play the rest of the series.
All right, JP, good to talk to you. Thank you. Former Blue Jays general manager and MLB executive JP Ricciardi, thank you very much once again for chatting with us.
No problem. Take care.
Let's talk to a former player now. Rance Molinix played 10 years with the Toronto Blue Jays and wound up his career on that 1992 team that won the World Series. We reached him in El Paso, Texas. And Rance, thank you so much for taking the time to talk to us.
Oh, my pleasure.
Your team, your old team, is just one win away. What's going through your mind today?
One more win, just kind of like I'm a fan like everybody else and all those people that are outside that ballpark this evening and all over Canada. So I'm thinking one more win, but for me, what they need to do is just approach this and continue to play like they have in the postseason. And if they do that, I'm very confident that they'll end up world champions, if not tonight, tomorrow.
And what is it that you like about how they're playing in this postseason?
Well, what I like is the way they've pitched and played defense. Obviously, they've been clutch in a number of occasions offensively. Lately, Vlad's been Vlad, and some other players have really stepped up and in some big moments and gotten some big hits for them. But they have pitched extremely well, and they've played defense exceptionally well. And those are what wins these close ball games. And I expect that that's the way they're going to perform this evening. But you know, you have to go play the game, and we'll see how it rolls.
Looking back on those Blue Jays teams you were on, are there any memories that come to mind when you watch this team play today?
Well, I think that the thing that those teams that I played on, and if I were to compare them to the Blue Jays in 2025, is first of all, they play to win. That's first and foremost. You can see that by the way they move runners, the way they'll cut down, try to make contact. But they also have a lot of depth in that lineup. And they don't have to rely so much all the time on their big guns. And I think that compares very well to some of the teams that I was fortunate enough to play on in Toronto. And if you go back to 92, you look down through that lineup, there was a tremendous amount of depth. We didn't need Joe Carter, and we didn't need Dave Winfield to necessarily step up. There was others that could get the job done, and that's what I see in the Blue Jays, this version of the Jays in 2025.
That's a nice link, Rance, to that time. Trey Yesavage has been phenomenal for the Jays this postseason. What's it like to watch such a rookie perform at this level on the World Series stage?
Well, it's incredible what this young man has accomplished just this season alone. I think he started in April. He finished up in the big leagues, and now you get into the postseason. And going into Game 5 the other night, I can promise you there was probably a lot of people that had never heard of this young man, had no idea, who he is. But he made three of the best hitters in baseball the other night look terrible at the plate. So he really dominated, and he has stepped up big time. And so far in this postseason, most certainly in the World Series, he has been the hugest surprise. He's been the biggest surprise, and his performance, I think, is the best we've seen going into tonight's ball game by either a pitcher or an individual player, position player.
Yeah, it's unbelievable. Only 8 Major League Baseball games in his life, 5 of them in the postseason. You hold, Rance, the Jays' franchise record for pinch hits. What went through your mind when you saw that Addison Barger pinch hit grand slam home run in Game 1 of this series?
Well, first of all, obviously he was comfortable with the situation. And from my standpoint, when you're pinch hitting, you just need to be committed and all in as to what you want to do, i.e. the pitch you're looking to hit. And when you get it, you let it go. There can be no concern or worry about outcome or even thoughts about the situation. That's what I think it takes to be a successful pinch hitter. And the other night, based upon the result, he was just focused on what he needed to do. He wasn't overwhelmed with the situation. There was no guesswork as to how they're going to attack me. I'm looking for one particular pitch. If I get it, I'm going to let it go, and whatever happens, happens. And as it turned out, he hit the ball out of the ballpark.
And Rance, can I just ask you about the other night, that ridiculous Schneider first pitch home run, and then Vladimir Guerrero Jr. Just on the third pitch, another home run. What did you think of that? to start the game?
Well, I obviously, I mean, as a fan and as a Blue Jay fan, that was very exciting and great to see. But it looked to me like, and I don't know because I'm not sitting there when they're laying out their plans and talking about how they want to attack Snell. But obviously, both of them, at least early in the game and maybe through the entire lineup, they were looking to say, look, his out pitch is his changeup. He has a great one when he can command it. So if we get a fastball early in the count, let's jump it, let's get on it, and not let him get ahead of us by taking a fastball for a strike. And 3 pitches into the ball game the other night, or 4 pitches into the game, he found himself down 2-0. And I think that probably psychologically affected him a little bit, because now for a while he started to be a little bit too fine. And as the game progressed, the Jays were finally able to add on a little bit and make it a little bit more of a comfortable situation for him. But I think they were looking to jump the fastball early and not let him get ahead with it so he could go to work on you with his changeup, which is one of the best in baseball.
Rance, what are your predictions? Do the Jays win it tonight? Do they win it tomorrow? What are your thoughts?
Well, I think they win it tonight. And the reason I'm saying that is because Kevin Gausman has been outstanding in the postseason. He pitched a very, very good ball game in his only start so far in the World Series. He unfortunately ran into Yamamoto, who pitched a 4-hit shutout. Those things are going to happen, or pitched a 4-hitter, complete game. Those things, unfortunately, will happen once in a while, but he pitched well in the ALCS, and I just think Kevin Gausman is due to win one tonight and win the big one in the biggest game of all for the Blue Jays tonight. So that's my prediction. I think he's going to pitch extremely well, and I think the Jays are going to offensively be more productive against Yamamoto this evening. But I caution you, we still have to step back and watch the ball game. But that's my thoughts going into tonight.
They are valuable thoughts. We appreciate them, and we appreciate you taking the time, Rance. Thank you very much.
Oh, my pleasure. Thank you, and let's go Jays.
That was former Toronto Blue Jay, Rance Mullenix. And coming up, our special live coverage from the Rogers Centre of Game 6 of the World Series continues. We're going to take a look at how fans around the country are getting ready to cheer on the Jays. We'll take you to Edmonton just ahead here on CBC News Network.
Within the first few days of them making the playoffs, everything that we had just disappeared. And I think that the Jays will come out winning tonight. Now, having said that, I shouldn't predict anything because anybody I cheer for tends to lose.
I'd like to see the Jays win, obviously, but it wouldn't bother me to go to a Game 7 either. I just think it's going to be tough with that pitcher on the mound. He had a complete game last time, so I think it's going to be tough, but they've proven they can do it.
I think they will win, but you know, you're always nervous leading up to those big games.
Vladdy. He's having a crazy postseason. I think there's only Barry Bonds ahead of him and a few stats, and then I think Randy Arozarena is another guy that's the only guy to have more hits in a postseason. So it's pretty cool to watch that kind of unfold, especially in the first year of his big contract.
I think that the Jays are going to bring it back to Canada, and that's the long and short of it. It's coming back home.
Coming back home, long and short of it, the Toronto Blue Jays making it to the World Series has been a real treat for longtime fans, but it has also generated a whole new wave of supporters and sparked fresh interest in the game of baseball right across the country. And the CBC's Sam Sampson is among those who've recently jumped on the bandwagon to learn more about the sport. She joins us now, and Sam, tell us about where you are.
I don't know why you're laughing. This is a very serious moment here, Andrew. I am in heaven, essentially. I'm combining Halloween with a patriotic sporting event. Can't you tell? Look, when I'm here at this diamond watching the Edmonton Riverhawks, I get a classic combo, a hot dog and a pop. And they were all out of hot dog costumes, so this is what we got going on for Halloween. Really, geographically, I'm at Remax Field in downtown Edmonton, and this is where, as I mentioned, the beloved Edmonton Riverhawks play. And it is a beautiful day. We've got a baseball academy playing some kickball behind us, and we also have Jake Lanferman, the head coach of the Edmonton Riverhawks. Thank you so much for joining us today. Come on in, come on in.
Thank you very much for having me.
So you have obviously, baseball's your life.
Yeah.
You played, you're coaching now. How have you seen, during this World Series, the baseball interest just go bananas?
Yeah, I mean, the watch parties down here at Remax Field have been amazing. We've had a ton of local community support to come watch them down here. And yeah, I think about the Jays when I was growing up, and Roy Halladay and Vernon Wells, that stemmed my liking for baseball. And I think Jose Bautista did that for the last generation 10 years ago. And we're seeing it right now with Vladimir Guerrero Jr. and the Jays that are making a postseason run right now.
So, I mean, Blue Jays, the only Canadian team, obviously, in Major League Baseball, and now making a run for the biggest trophy in baseball. But personally, I understand that there's a bit of family shifting alliances, allegiances here in terms of sports. What's going on there?
Yeah, I have 4 nephews, but my oldest nephews, James and Nick, they actually they play baseball and hockey, but they got to go down to an ALCS game where the Jays played in Toronto, and it's shifted them away from hockey, I'd say, and my job helps that as well. But they love baseball, and I think we're seeing it at the grassroots level in Edmonton and all of Canada.
Which is amazing. And you also had sold out crowds here for the Riverhawks. So, I mean, Hockey City / Baseball City? I don't know. You heard it first. That's all I'm saying. As Andrew mentioned, there are so many new fans because of this World Series run. We're going to play a bit of a game. Let's define these baseball terms, and by let's, I mean you, okay? What's a walk?
A walk would be 4 consecutive not consecutive, but balls to a batter that gets them at first base.
What's a wild pitch?
A wild pitch would be a pitch that the catcher can't contain that is wild for the catcher, that gets by the catcher.
What does it mean for a player to tag up?
On a fly ball.
Oh.
On a fly ball, if they were to tag up, then they could advance to the next base.
What's a double play, Jake?
Double play would be 2 outs consecutively, lots of ways to do it.
What's a grand slam?
It would be a home run, bases loaded, 4 runs would score.
And bonus, what's a pinch hit grand slam?
Pinch hit would be what Addison Barger did, and it would be pinch hitting in that at bat and doing the same thing.
A history-making moment in Game 1, I believe, of this series. Thank you so much for helping us out, everybody at home, so that they can follow along a little bit better in tonight's game. Thank you.
Thank you.
That's Jake Lanferman. He is the head coach for the Edmonton Riverhawks, and we are looking for more history-making moments in Game 6 tonight in Toronto, and we'll be watching here in Edmonton.
Yeah, we love that, Sam. We loved Jake giving it, just spelled it out so simply and easily for us. Sam, thank you. You're looking great. The CBC's Sam Sampson live in Edmonton. Toronto is electric today, and who better to help mark this occasion than Superfans and electric music chart toppers Loud Luxury. We'll speak to the DJ duo just ahead. You're watching CBC News Network.
they could win it, and they are going to win it. One game to win, to be number one.
In just a few hours, the Blue Jays will try to win it all in Game 6 of the World Series. They're back home in Toronto with a 3-2 series lead. A victory tonight would mean their first championship title in 32 years. They still have to beat the Los Angeles Dodgers, a team stacked with some of the game's biggest stars. CBC News will be here live right up to first pitch. That's set for 8 p.m. Eastern. And the CBC's Thomas Dagla is inside the Rogers Centre, joins me now. And Thomas, we're still hours away from the game, not that many hours. What's the latest from there on the field?
Well, the announcement from Major League Baseball landing in our inbox just a short while ago about Devon White, one of the legends who was part of that 1992-1993 World Series winning team here in Toronto. He's going to be throwing out the first pitch. You know, the Jays have really been leaning on these former players and legends from Toronto throughout the postseason, and they've now landed on Devon White for Game 6 of the World Series. He was part of that very famous catch and then play, should have been a triple play in Game 3 of the 1992 World Series against Atlanta. It was not a triple play because of a mistake by the umpire, but let's not get into that right now. The point is the Jays are apparently trying to seek inspiration if they can from those teams who won the World Series 92, 93. Remember, 93 was the only time ever that the World Series has been won on Canadian soil, and the Jays are going to be looking for that tonight, or if they have to, tomorrow. Don't have to explain how this works. Of course, if the Dodgers win tonight, they force a Game 7. Either way, whoever wins, it's going to be won here in Canada, in Toronto at Rogers Centre.
Absolutely, that is a guarantee. What should get the Blue Jays lineup for tonight? We should get it, very soon. Obviously, a key player that we're watching for is George Springer. Still no news yet, right, on whether he's in the lineup or not?
No, just checking my inbox very quickly again. Usually these lineup announcements for the starting lineup for the Blue Jays through the World Series with the 8 p.m. or 8:05, 8:10 first pitch. Usually that announcement has been coming from the ball club around 4:30 Eastern, sometimes a little later. John Schneider, the manager for the Blue Jays, has been saying for really the past 2 games now, ever since Schneider appeared to hurt himself on his right side, sort of his back, his hip, around that area. Schneider has sort of been saying that Springer has been day to day. He's been a big part of the Blue Jays, really their MVP through the regular season. That title, you might say, has shifted to Vladimir Guerrero Jr. through the postseason, but still a home run hitter this postseason. Here is the latest update from John Schneider on the status of George Springer.
Just making sure he feels comfortable and confident tomorrow. You know what I mean? And not just for, one at bat, to go in and to compete and kind of get locked into a game. So he's kind of checked every box physically so far.
And just to give you a sense, there should be, not to jinx things, but if the Jays do win tonight, there will be a celebration on the field. There's going to be a celebration in the clubhouse. And from being with the team when they clinched the American League Division Series at Yankee Stadium, Andrew, it was so special to be standing pretty much where I am right now when the Jays were celebrating on the field that first series win since 1993 on the field with their families in New York City. You can imagine how special it would be to have that moment with their families on the field in front of thousands of fans who are sure to stay inside and take in that moment with the team, Andrew.
Yeah, that would just be really special. I just want to update our viewers. We will hear from John Schneider at 4:30 Eastern, so that's a little over an hour from now. Thomas, let me just ask you, you've been following this, you've been traveling to LA and back. Just what's going on the field there behind me, and what's the atmosphere like there a few hours out from first pitch?
It's really busy here. I mean, I don't know if Murdad can show you. We're really crowded here. This is not what things normally look like before a baseball game here. I can count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, about a dozen cameras here along the third baseline. It's electric here. You have broadcasters from across the United States who are used to covering Major League Baseball. Everyone who's descended on Toronto, this is the center of the baseball world, at least for the next 48 hours.
Sorry to interrupt you, Thomas, but guess what? The lineup is out as we speak. And so Springer is in. He's leading off. Then Then Nathan Lucas, Vladimir Guerrero Jr., and Bo Bichette. So there you go. There's 1, 2, 3, and 4. So that is something. I mean, that's got to be good news for the Jays. The news just keeps on getting better. The momentum definitely has swung, and you kind of feel that. But there's still a baseball game to play, right, Thomas?
Yeah, I mean, that's the lineup you want. What's extraordinary here is the Jays have played through this postseason with tremendous success without some of their best players. Bo Bichette was injured the first 2 series. George Springer has been injured for the World Series, but now you see both of them back in the starting lineup, which is great news. Not to diss our friend Davis Schneider, who batted leadoff in that crucial Game 4 in Los Angeles, and had that leadoff home run with the first pitch of the game. But good to see George Springer back in the leadoff spot.
Thomas, thank you. The CBC's Thomas Dagla live inside the Rogers Center. Blue Jays superstar Vladimir Guerrero Jr. has been running around on baseball fields since he could walk. His dad played for the Montreal Expos in the 90s and early 2000s. Have a look at this video from the last day of the 2002 season. That is 3-year-old Vladimir Guerrero Jr. on the field at the Olympic Stadium with his dad. He gets a hug from the catcher, a bumps fists with several other players. Just 17 years later, little Vladdy suited up for the Blue Jays for the first time, and now he's trying to lead the Jays to their first World Series title since before he was even born. Another look at Toronto. Canada is getting ready for the Blue Jays to potentially become world champions. This could happen tonight if the Jays defeat the Dodgers in Game 6 of the World Series. But the Jays still face some challenges, including supremely talented Dodgers pitcher Yoshinobu Yamamoto. Yamamoto went the distance for the Dodgers in Game 2, throwing 105 pitches, pitching for 9 innings, and striking out 8 Jays batters, ultimately helping the Dodgers win 5-1. At Rogers Center, he is one of the toughest adversaries the Jays need to overcome to win. Now, support for the Jays is coming from all quarters. Andrew Fedek and Joe DePace form the Canadian DJ group Loud Luxury, and they're joining us all the way from Los Angeles today. Thank you both for taking the time. Appreciate this.
Hello. Thank you for having us. We're bringing it home.
You're bringing it home. Okay, and I know you're away from home. You're in LA, but Andrew, you two are massive Blue Jays fans, but you're based in Los Angeles. What has it been like supporting this team in enemy territory during this series?
Treacherous. Very treacherous.
Definitely a lot more electric than being in Toronto. I mean, you wear a Jays hat out in public and someone's definitely going to say something, but we're proud of the team no matter what, and we're not going to hide that just because we're in LA.
And Joe, how did you two become such big Jays fans?
Well, I'm from London and Andrew's from Mississauga, so we would always go to the games as kids, and we were actually able to go to Game 3, which was crazy because that was, I believe, the longest game ever. Went to like the bottom of the 19th, but I'm glad that it's back in Toronto, because when they win in Toronto, I think it's going to be something pretty crazy. I wish we were there. We have to be in Vegas tonight, but if we could have been, we 100% were exploring options to come back.
Yeah, I bet you were. So, Joe, what was that crazy Game 3 like? I mean, did you stay right to the end?
We stayed from the beginning until the very end, and let me tell you, that was a crazy game to experience, especially being in LA. And then let me tell you about the traffic home afterwards. That was pretty insane also. Even at like midnight, I think the games like ended at like 12 or 12:30 or something like that. And like even still trying to get home, it took like over an hour and a half.
Yeah, I mean, it was insane here. It was 3:30 in the morning or something. You know, people were waking up in the middle of the night.
I know, it's crazy.
Still be on?
I've been seeing all the footage from the watch parties.
It's crazy. Yeah. So, Andrew, if we do see a victory tonight, could we perhaps see a performance during the parade? Is that a possibility?
I hope so. No one's called us yet, but maybe they just don't want to jinx it. And hey, worst case scenario, I'm rooting for a win no matter what tonight. Sadly, we have to be in Vegas because we're playing a Halloween show there. But if it goes to Game 7, we can easily get on a plane from Vegas and make it to Toronto. So there is a silver lining no matter what.
This is very true.
All right. Who are you loving the most, Joe, in terms of a Blue Jay?
Which one? Sorry,
player?
I didn't hear that.
Who are you loving the most in this series?
Oh, Vladdy.
Which player are you loving the most? Vladdy.
Vladdy's been killing it.
Yeah. I mean, he could beat the postseason home run record in the tonight.
It's crazy.
Could happen.
It's nuts.
Yeah. And tell me why you like him so much.
I don't know, just good energy. He's going out there, and I mean, all of them are really giving it. They're all like, even the other night when it was, you could just see at the end, like everybody was just like pushing and pushing and pushing. So they want it, and I think it's their time.
Andrew, your favorite player or your prediction for the next couple of nights?
Woo! I'm not good with predictions because they tend to turn out wrong, so I don't want to jinx anything. But since Joe touched on Vladdy, who's been our real MVP, for me, Trey Yesavage, it's an incredible story. We love an underdog, and him basically starting the year in A baseball and making his way up to being the youngest pitcher, I think, to throw the most strikeouts in World Series history is incredible. They're going to make a movie about that someday.
It is absolutely incredible. 12 strikeouts, the most in a World Series game by any rookie pitcher. He's only played 8 Major League Baseball games, 5 of them in the postseason. It's all the stats are just nuts on that guy.
He's barely old
really
enough
great
to drink.
Talk to
it's
you
insane.
guys. That's right, in the United States, 21, right, in those states? Andrew Fedek and Joe DePace from the Canadian DJ group Loud Luxury, thank you.
Thank you so much.
Go Jays, baby.
Go
And
Jays.
you were looking. Go Jays, go Jays. You are looking at a live shot from our drone showing the Rogers Centre here in Toronto. Thousands of fans are gathering around the stadium, and there are long lines outside the Jays shop as people look to get their hands on last-minute merchandise on what could be a landmark day for their team. But the excitement about the Jays is being felt right across the country. Coming up, we'll take you to Iqaluit, where fans are anticipating tonight's big game. Stay with us. We'll be right back here on CBC News Network. Welcome back to our special coverage from outside the Rogers Centre in Toronto, leading up to Game 6 of the World Series tonight. The Blue Jays have a chance to win it all. You can see the fans lining up. The crowds are getting bigger as we speak. But today also happens to be Halloween. So for people in the West, game time is prime trick-or-treating time. We asked some people in Regina how they plan to handle that.
I'm going to stream the game on my phone and hopefully still get some trick-or-treating done.
I have a toddler at home, and so we're excited to go trick-or-treating with her, but I think we'll just be watching on our phones while we're out hitting the candy.
Have two people in the home and let one take care of the treaters, the other watch the game.
Well, I live in an apartment block, so we don't have trick-or-treaters, so I'll be sitting in my comfortable chair watching the game.
The TV will be on while I'm handing out candy. Easy peasy, no problem.
Thankfully, I have a toddler, so we're calling it in pretty early. We're going to start trick-or-treating early. I literally have a bowl just going to be sitting outside. They can help themselves. I'll refill it, and that's good.
A toddler, clearly the ticket. The 1992 World Series was an important moment in baseball history. It was the first time a Canadian team claimed the championship title. And with the Jays one win away from repeating history, we want to take a look back at Game 6 33 years ago. Here is the CBC's Jeannie Lee and her original report from October 24th, 1992.
Excitement. If you build it, they will come. Thousands did, equipped for the serious job of being a fan.
Well, you need to be a fan. You need flags. You need your mother.
Flags, shirts, your mother, your son, a day off school, bats, balls.
You said a day off school. You mean to say that you're not at school today?
That's right. To all my teachers. Ha ha ha. I'm one of the bosses.
That helps.
That does help a little bit. Yes. We're going to win today, too.
Take care of that briefcase.
Right.
And they came armed with stats, the win all mapped out.
He's got 116, 117 RBIs. He's got to come through for us, else we got big, big problems.
Who's that?
Carter, Joe. Love him.
We are going to go get them today. We're going to chop them up today. Okay?
Or are they going to choke today?
No!
The Jays are number one! Guzman, number one!
Come on, Joe, you got to do it for us today. You got to do it. I sat too long. Lost my wife for a whole season. Come on, Joe, baby, do it for us today.
Fly ball hit deep to center field.
He did, a 2-run homer in the first inning.
It's exciting. It brings the city together.
Who needs ball tickets? Who needs seats?
As usual, anyone with deep enough pockets could score good tickets. For lower level seats near the bases, ticket scalpers, or brokers as some of them like to call themselves, were asking $100 to $250 each. Canada's credit rating may be down, but on this day, all that mattered was pennant fever. That was way up. Jeannie Lee, CBC News, Toronto.
33 years later, here we are. Lots of Canadians will be on the move tonight, heading to parties for the Blue Jays and, of course, outdoors for Halloween trick-or-treating. We'd better check for that forecast. Here's Chris Murphy from the Weather Network.
All right, your national forecast for one smart cookie to another. We are going to be dealing with some active weather. So this is the trick-or-treating hours, and we've got some heavy rain up and down the coast of BC, although a lot of the winds should be easing to a degree. Meanwhile, we've got rain for eastern Ontario, Quebec, and through the Maritimes, especially the eastern Maritimes and western Newfoundland. So you'll get a break in and around the GTA. It's going to be a cool night in southern Manitoba and Saskatchewan. But again, it's really the east and the west coastal areas that will get the worst of it. Gusty conditions into Newfoundland, St. John's. Rain showers arriving likely later in the evening. Could get some breaks in Halifax and Toronto, but Ottawa and Montreal dealing with the rain showers. Look at that, -1 in Regina. We do have for the Jays, of course, 7 degrees. It's going to be a cool one. Watch out for blizzard conditions today for the Yukon as well, the Dempster Highway specifically. And how about tomorrow? We've got CFL. It's semifinal Saturday. The Blue Bombers at the Alouettes. It's going to be a cool, brisk day, but that should be good for Game 1. And Game 2, of course, will be in BC Place, but there'll be some scattered showers out and about. Here's a look at your Saturday forecast, but I want to wish all of you a happy Halloween for today.
This is another look at Toronto this hour. The Blue Jays are getting ready to face the Los Angeles Dodgers in Game 6 of the World Series. If Canada's team wins tonight, they'll clinch the title. Lots more on our special Blue Jays World Series coverage coming up right here on CBC News Network. taking you live to Toronto now, where the Blue Jays are speaking with the media ahead of Game 6 in the World Series against the Los Angeles Dodgers. Here is Bo Bichette.
Got the second row up front, Bradford.
Bo, when your hitting coach and your manager have been asked about how the offense has changed from last year to this year, given the success you've had, they always like to use this comparison to like a golf bag, having different clubs for different situations, different pitchers. Sounds simple, very hard to implement. To your mind, how accurate is that comparison, and how do you think the offense has evolved since last year?
Yeah, I mean, I think first off, we have a ton of talent who, I mean, myself in particular, who didn't perform to our capabilities last year, so that plays a part. But yeah, I mean, I think we train to be able to do anything in the batter's box. It's not perfect all the time, but we train to be able to move a runner over, get a big hit when we need to, get the ball in the air, hit with 2 strikes, whatever the situation may call for. So, you know, I don't think this is by accident. We've worked really hard for it.
And how has it been working with your Dave Popkin in his first year on that job?
Yeah, he's been awesome. I mean, you know, I know he gets praise, but he probably doesn't get enough. The energy he brings every day is second to none. I've never experienced that from a coach. The passion, and obviously when you have that type of passion, you tend to really learn about your craft and learn what it takes, and he's helped all of us for sure.
Got Alden and Steve in the second row.
Hey, Bo, knowing Vladdy for as long as you have, how have you seen him evolve as a leader for this team this season, and I guess particularly in these playoffs?
I mean, I think he's always had great leadership qualities. The effort he plays with, the work he puts in, all of that. I mean, I think the biggest thing is just growth in his life. He's older, more mature, but I think it takes someone who desires to get better as a leader to make those growths, and he definitely has.
Go to Steve.
When you walk in here today, is there any thought in your mind that this might be the last time you put on a Blue Jays uniform or put on that cap or that kind of thing?
I mean, I'm trying to win a World Series, so I mean, I'd be lying if I hadn't thought about that at some point during the season, but I got a World Series to win.
Got Mike in the second row on your left, and then Pete.
Just how happy are you with your decision to come back and play here?
I mean, I don't know if it was a decision. I think I just got to a point where I was healthy enough to do it, and everybody believed in me to be able to come out.
All right, we apologize. We're just having a little bit of technological issues there listening to Bo Bichette, but that is Toronto Blue Jays shortstop Bo Bichette, who will be 4th in the starting lineup for the Blue Jays tonight. We learned also Springer, Nathan Lucas, and Vladimir Guerrero Jr. will start things off for the Jays. And the CBC's Greg Ross was listening in. So, Greg, that is the big news, that George Springer is in and he is leading off tonight.
Yeah, that's great news if you're a Blue Jays fan. George Springer back in the lineup, didn't play in games 4 or 5, left game 3 after taking a swing in his first at-bat. He grabbed his back and obviously was in some pain. He had to leave that game, but now he's back in the starting lineup. He'll be at his regular spot, leading off at DH, and that means for Bo Bichette, who we were just listening to, he's moving back to second base. Now, for the last couple of games, it was Bo Bichette playing DH, which I think a lot of people thought was probably a good thing for Bo, considering he was coming off a sprained knee, hadn't played since September 6th because of that sprained knee. So now, with a little bit of extra time to heal up, he'll be back at second base, which is where we saw him play in game 1 of this series and game 3 of this series. So he seemed like he was okay in those games. Maybe the range isn't what we're used to when Bo is playing shortstop, but he seemed okay. He'll be there the most important thing is you've got Springer's bat in the lineup and you've got Bo Bichette's bat in the lineup. Those are two big bats. They are the two of the best hitters on this team. They had incredible seasons. Bo Bichette led this team in batting average and RBIs this season, despite the fact that he missed that last month of the season. So having those big bats for this very important game against a very good pitcher is important. Let's see how the fans are feeling. We got, look at this. These guys, you're happy that Springer is back in the lineup. That's big news for you.
Oh yeah, I was really, really upset when I saw him swing the bat and he reached for his back. But now I'm so happy that he's back in the lineup.
And you got your Halloween costume, so you're gonna do Halloween and Blue Jays tonight.
Sure am. I'm a mouse.
All right, you guys are in general admission. Is that it?
Correct.
This is a daddy-daughter night.
Yeah, it is. Yeah.
Very special night. Obviously, you probably have taken her trick-or-treating many times, but not on this side. It's a different kind of treat tonight.
It sure is. World Series Game 6. Sorry, no Game 7, guys. Game 6, we got it.
All right, so they're confident. Look
And
at
we
the
want to hear
confidence.
more
Look at
from
the
fans,
smiles
and
on
we
these
will in a
faces.
second, though, Greg. But we're going to just listen to Bo Bichette speaking. We got our audio problems fixed.
Just wondering what Don Mattingly has brought to this group and what he's meant to this group.
Yeah, I love Donnie. He obviously brings a ton of knowledge, experience, a drive to win. I mean, I think this means as much to him as anybody in that clubhouse, being in this moment, having an opportunity to win a World Series. And then, I mean, when you talk about calm, he's about as calm as it gets, and I think that rubs off on everybody. So he's had a huge impact.
The left center aisle in the back, Jamie.
Bo, in Canada alone, they're anticipating an audience that could push 10 million people tonight. Have you ever pondered the impact that you've had on so many people?
No, honestly, but I'm hoping that we can win one more game and we can kind of take a step back and see it. But yeah, I mean the numbers this World Series is doing, not only in Canada but everywhere, is unbelievable. I even had to kind of take a step back and be like, dang, this is pretty cool.
Up front, your left, Bo, Ron.
What have you learned from having Max around all year, and what has been his impact on the team and the culture in the clubhouse?
Yeah, I mean, obviously he's been great in the playoffs so far on the field, but he's brought a ton. I think we've all learned a lot from him. I think he's had a huge part in bringing us together. Obviously, he's the oldest guy in there, but he brings everybody together. Always trying to have fun, get camaraderie, all of that. I think he's shown a lot of us what being a team is.
And on your knee, is any work needed to be done on it in the off season, or will it heal by itself?
It'll heal by itself.
Second row front, Jeff.
When you saw George in the Seattle series get hit in the knee, and Nate in Game 1 fell off the knee, and Ernie's playing banged up, did that kind of give you an extra motivation? I got to get out there even if I'm not 100%?
That was always the expectation for myself.
Third row, your left, Bo.
Bo, how do you prepare to face a pitcher like Yamamoto, who had so much success in Game 2?
Yeah, great pitcher. He seems to, he has a ton of weapons, seems to have trust in all of them. He seems to be able to kind of do what he wants with all of them. So, we got our hands full. I think we'll kind of just have the same approach we've always had, is meet the moment. So if that means getting run over, getting a runner in, being patient, being aggressive, whatever that means, we'll try to make those adjustments during the game.
Did you notice a difference because you faced him late in Game 2 versus trying to get at him early?
Did I notice a difference, like, in my at-bat?
Yeah.
I saw two pitches and they were both the same, so I wouldn't say I had much of a day against him.
We'll go to the back with Shy.
Hey, Bo. How would you compare your process of execution these few games of World Series to maybe your previous experiences in the postseason?
For me individually?
Yes.
I'm not sure how much different. I think I have a lot more experience in my career, so I think I have the ability to slow the game down when needed. But in terms of preparing, in terms of, what I'm trying to do out there, I don't think much different.
Do you feel different in any way because of that experience?
Yeah, but I think I feel different probably because I haven't played in 2 months. But yeah.
Fair.
A bit further to your left.
Hi, Bob. You just mentioned you just saw 2 pitches against Yamamoto in Game 2. Do you believe that plays in your favor? How do you take that for today?
No, I don't think it probably has anything to do with today.
Other questions for Bo? Standing on your left.
Hey, Bo.
We'll just get you the microphone. Sorry.
Okay. Hey, Bo. So I'm Richard Trapansky. I'm here from Billboard Canada. I just want to know, if you win tonight, what is going to be your victory song that you're listening to?
I don't know. That's not something I've thought about. I'm a huge Bieber fan, so to see him in LA was cool. So maybe we'll rock some JB.
Nice, thank you.
Other questions? Anything else for Bo? All right, Bo, thank you so much for making the time.
All right, thanks, guys.
Good luck tonight.
Bo Bichette, Toronto Blue Jays infielder. He will be in the starting lineup, 4th, otherwise known as the cleanup position. He said he was talking about, he was asked, and CBC's Greg Rotz was listening in, asked about Yamamoto, who is the starting pitcher for the Dodgers, saying he's got a ton of weapons. We've got our hands full, but we got to do what we have always done and meet the moment, and the moment is here, Greg.
Yeah, the fans are feeling the moment out here for sure. Yes, there's some nerves about Yamamoto. Why wouldn't there be? I mean, he was spectacular for the Dodgers against the Blue Jays in Game 2 of this series. Hey, Kevin Gausman wasn't so bad in that Game 2 as well. At one point, retiring 17 straight Dodger batters. So we'll see if we get another pitchers duel in Game 6 tonight. The bats are going to have to come up big. Hey, one bat that came up big for the Blue Jays in Game 5 of this series was Davis Schneider. You might remember he led the game off. First pitch, knocked it out of the park at Dodger Stadium. It's Halloween. People are dressing up. They're dressing up as Davis Schneider. We're going to do something special for you here, Andrew. We're going to do a Davis Schneider lookalike contest. We'll get our camera guy, Joe, to swing around this way, Joe. We got our Davis Schneiders. Joe, we're going to swing over here. We got our Davis Schneiders over here. And we're going to have the audience here. These are our judges over here on this side, Joe. Joe, these are our judges over here. Okay. So round of applause. We're going to go through Davis Schneider by Davis Schneider. Round of applause. Here's Davis Schneider, number 1. Round of applause. Is this our best Davis Schneider? All right, that wasn't bad. Davis Schneider, number 2. They got the mustache. Okay, so far, number 1's winning. This is Davis Schneider, number 3. Okay, and now Davis Schneider, number 4. He's got the goggles. He's got the... He's even got the name on the back. And, sir, it looks like you are our winner. Come on over here. Okay. You actually had a full beard going into the day, but you trimmed it down just to get this costume right.
Yeah, and I colored my mustache with a Sharpie to get it the right tone. So
you had to get the right tone. You got to use the Sharpie. It looks great.
Thank you.
You look just like Davis Schneider.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
It's a nice touch to have the name on the back that you taped on there.
Had to go all the way for it,
You had to go all out. Are you thinking Davis Schneider could have another big game for the Jays today?
Of course, yeah. Another...
He's not in the starting lineup.
Well,
first pitch.
He's going to have a good game.
You got George Springer back in the lineup. He's leading off today.
Fantastic.
Nathan Lucas is batting second. Vladdy back to number 3. And you got Bo Bichette, as Andrew was just talking about. He's going to hit it in the cleanup spot for the Blue Jays. That's big. You got Springer's bat back in the lineup. You got Bo's bat back down under in cleanup. I mean, that's a good thing against Yamamoto.
I love it. Yeah, I got to do my research. That sounds fantastic.
Davis Schneider, obviously a popular guy. These fans...
You know why there's no nerves around Yamamoto?
Why is there no nerves?
Because it's Vladdy time, baby! It's Vladdy time! It's Vladdy time!
All right. They're hoping that the Blue Jays come with the big bats. That is their biggest bat. Vladimir Guerrero Jr., 8 home runs in this postseason. That is the most ever in Blue Jays franchise history, the most career postseason home runs for the Blue Jays. Derek saying, let's bring it home. We've got it. There is a lot of energy right now for these fans who have lined up hours before first pitch to be a part of this.
Unbelievable. Love the David Schneider lookalikes, and got to say, yeah, number 4, the goggles, the stash, it worked. It was pretty close. All right, Greg, thank you. CBC's Greg Ross, live outside the Rogers Centre. And fans are continuing to find ways to honor the Jays during this World Series. My next guest is one of them. Logan Dorna is 8 years old, and he recently turned his prosthetic eye into a tribute to his favorite team. He joins me now live with his mom, Talene, and his dad, Serge. Appreciate you all taking the time to talk to us. Thank you so much.
Thank you for having us.
So, Logan, we've had a lot of massive Jays fans come on our show, but none of them have honored the team in the way that you have. What can you tell me about your story?
Okay. So when Logan was 6 months old, he was diagnosed with a rare ocular cancer called retinoblastoma. So he lost his left eye. Since then, we've always had a discussion as he was getting older about having this fun eye. And we were due for his regular appointment to receive a new prosthetic eye, as he receives one every 2 years. And this time around, he had asked for a baseball fun eye because he just started to play baseball himself this spring and developed a love and passion for the sport. So he designed this eye over the summer, and it just so happened to be around the playoffs. So it kind of worked out. But Logan, do you want to take it away? Do you want to tell them a little bit about your eye?
Or tell me what you love about the Jays.
What I love about the Jays are how good they are at batting.
They're pretty great at batting. Who's your favorite batter? Who's your favorite Blue Jay, Logan?
Max Scherzer and Yesavage.
Max Scherzer and Yesavage. Yesavage, the young pitcher that has just done so amazing. What's it been like for you to be like taking in this series, watching them so close to maybe winning a World Series tonight?
It's pretty wild.
It's been good.
Yeah, it's pretty good. I mean, we were his age when we witnessed Joe Carter hit that home run out of the park. So we're kind of reliving that once again through him. So it's a pretty surreal moment for us as well. And yeah, we're so happy to be a part of it.
And it's so special. And we're showing now, Logan, and Serge, you can jump in here. We're showing you've literally got the Jays logo on your eye. I mean, that is really a special tribute to this team. Serge, what do you think of that?
I think it's great that his newfound passion for baseball, he's able to show it to the world and show what he can do.
And have you told the Jays about this? Have you had any feedback about it, or?
Yeah, well, the Jays actually shared a tweet a few days ago saying that that's our guy, we received 4 tickets to Game 6 from the foundation, so we were able to go for Game 6, and a generous anonymous donor sent Logan and Serge to Game 7, so they witnessed that Springer Dinger in person. Yeah.
Wow, that's amazing. So, Logan, what do you think of that? The Jays say you are their guy.
I feel proud and amazing.
Yeah, I bet you do. What was your reaction when you saw the eye for the first time with the Jays logo on it?
I didn't even have words. It was just so amazing.
It was just so amazing. You were speechless. You didn't even have words. And Talene, I understand that Logan was diagnosed with retinoblastoma at just 6 months old. So how has his story and what he's been through shaped your family?
It's brought us closer as a family. It's made us stronger, and we're just so happy to see him feel confident, embrace his difference as a strength, being able to go out there and wear the special eye without having any kind of social fear. It's pretty amazing. We're just really proud of him, and we're just glad that we're able to come out of this such a negative experience and make it a positive one. So we're proud of him, and we're proud of just his confidence beaming with pride.
And Serge, what's the response been like from the Blue Jays community since Logan shared his story?
Oh, it's been great reading all the positive comments that we've seen under all the posts. It's been really outpouring of positivity that we've seen.
Pretty amazing. Logan, what message would you like other people to take away from your story?
We talked about this, and he had said to be yourself. Remember? To be yourself, right? A little shy, but yeah, just be yourself. Yeah.
You are wonderful, Logan. It was such a pleasure to talk to you. It was such a pleasure to talk to you, Talene, and Serge as well. Thank you both very much. Logan, you think they're going to win it tonight?
Yeah.
Yeah,
I think you're probably right. I think you're right.
And also,
that's Logan Dorna and his...
Go ahead.
I just said because I said because Springer was playing. Yeah, we're gonna win this game.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah, Logan. That's right. We just found out George Springer is going to be leading off tonight. So you've said it. With Springer in, you think they're going to win tonight. I think you're probably right. That was Logan Dorna and his parents. Thank you all very much.
Thank you.
And our special live coverage from the Rogers Center of Game 6 of the World Series continues. We've been talking to fans and seeing how they're feeling across the country and getting ready to cheer on the Jays. Coming up, we'll take you to Windsor, Ontario. We'll also likely be hearing from Blue Jays manager John Schneider. That's coming up in just a few minutes from now.
I've seen both World Series. I'm really impressed. I have to be honest, I was a little worried about the Dodgers. I've got 2 kids, 7 and 10, and it does remind me of when I was about that age.
Started to follow the team when I arrived here in Canada around 6 years. Around 6 years, yeah. I buy my head and I don't take it off, just never.
They're going to be up against some tough pitching, but it'll be good for them to be back at home and win it there. Go Blue Jays, go!
The Blue Jays may be based in Toronto, but they are Canada's team, and millions across the country are hoping the Jays can win their first World Series title in 32 years. The CBC's Chris Ensing joins us from Windsor, Ontario, with more on that part of the story, right on the border. What are fans saying there today, Chris?
Yeah, well, fans are trying to figure out if they're all in right now. This is one of those times where you got to decide in a border city where your allegiances lie. You know, you right across from the river here is Comerica Park. To get there and back is, you know, a couple minutes on a good day, depending on the border. It's a lot easier to be a Tigers fan than it is a Jays fan in a city like this, but it doesn't mean they don't exist. The split, about 60-40, 55-45, probably more Tigers fans than Jays fans, but some people argue that too. This is different though. You know, it's Halloween, everybody's dressing up, and we're seeing folks that are pulling on full Blue Jays outfits now. They are all in. This is their time. I spoke with one fan, a teacher who is out here in Windsor. This is not a costume. This is what he does on the days that matter most. Game days for the Blue Jays. Take a look at what he's wearing.
I have my game jersey on. I've worn it every single game day without washing it. It's currently not public transit appropriate. It kind of reeks a little bit, but it's sort of my way of absorbing any stench. My blanket is actually something that I'm wearing as a cape, just a way to have some fun, show pride, and spread some love for the Blue Jays.
Bad smell, good vibes. Mr. Cowan there has taught his kids lessons based upon what they're seeing in the World Series. One is how students can use their voice differently. Sometimes kids will come into class and make fun of him a little bit, some light teasing because he's a Blue Jays fan. And he's shown them that there's other ways to get a chirp in that doesn't disrupt a class. One kid showing up with the Seattle Mariners hat the next day didn't say anything, just a quick point to the logo. By the time he gets into the World Series, the kid says, "Hey, listen, teacher, I got a blue hat now, I'm ready." Turns around and sees the students wearing a Dodgers cap. So always a bit of playful action going on there that he's enjoyed. And we've seen that throughout the city here with watch parties. The city of Windsor's throwing one tonight in Game 7 if necessary. And they're gonna have folks ready, lined up in front of a huge TV to cheer on what has become Canada's team. Even in a border city where it's not always so down the line on who you support. One more person to talk about is the guys behind Backyard Bats. These are guys who are in the Windsor area. They spun wood bats in their grandfather's shed. A guy who followed the Tigers until the Jays came around and then tried to pass that tradition on to his family. Well, the owner of that group was able to get some of these bats into the hands of the managerial staff with the Blue Jays. So when they're out, you know, hitting balls for the players to warm up with, they're using bats that are made out here in the border city. One of those connections there where a lot of folks are cheering them on today, hoping for their success, but already seeing some success here themselves based on this run there, Andrew.
Chris, thank you. That is the CBC's Chris Ensing live in Windsor, Ontario. And we are going to show you the scene live here in Toronto, where we are waiting to hear from Blue Jays manager John Schneider. He is expected to speak to the media in just minutes from now, just 3.5 hours from the first pitch of this World Series Game 6, where the Blue Jays could win tonight. The Blue Jays say their team is different. The players are close, like family, and the fans can feel that. Ernie Clement calls them a group of, quote, uncommon men. The players say they play for the name on the front of their jersey, not the back. That they lose as a team and win as a team. Tonight, they're hoping to take their bond to a new level and become World Series champions. Let's go back to the Blue Jays media room where Blue Jays manager John Schneider is taking questions.
Cool and calm as you can find, kind of getting ready for a start. So it's nice. It's nice that I line up this way.
And when you contrast this year to last year, what's been the biggest difference with Gausman?
Oh man, I think his delivery has been consistent. I think he had a normal spring training. His stuff has held, and I think that just all that goes back to his delivery being kind of on point throughout the year. Really, second half and postseason, it's been exactly where he wants it to be. And when he's got his good life to his heater, he's usually pretty good, and that's been really consistent all year.
We'll stay there with Ben.
Hey, John.
Hey.
Seeing George back atop the lineup, what went into him being back in there for you?
He was pretty close in Game 5. I think having the extra day and a half helped. I think kind of just the feedback we got from him in the last couple of days helped, and watching him swing. So maybe a different story if the season has the potential to just be 2 games. If it had the potential to be another 2 weeks, maybe a little bit different. But he's ready to go.
We'll stay there with Mitch.
John, I'm just wondering if you can remember what you were doing last year on Halloween.
Sitting at my neighbor's driveway, drinking a beer and giving out candy. So this is way, way better.
No costume?
No, I think Halloween's a made-up holiday anyway. I don't dress up. It's kind of like my least favorite holiday of the year. So if it's a chance to hang out in the neighborhood and have a couple cold ones and laugh at some costumes, I'm all for it. But I like this costume a lot better.
Right up front, Gregor.
John, Bo's obviously done everything he can to get back to this point, and he obviously has an important offseason for his career coming up. I'm just wondering what you think it says about his character that he fought so hard to get back, even though there's always the risk that could have set him back for something this offseason.
Yeah, man. I think that he kind of he gets overshadowed a little bit. Bo's been so good for us this year and his entire time here, really, and I'm happy for him to be on this stage. He did not. It was hard for him mentally and physically for a couple weeks, kind of down towards the end of the year, into the first couple rounds. I think his mental toughness really came through, and he's been such a he's grown up a lot this year. You know what I mean, in terms of what he wants to do, how he wants to do it. Who he wants to be in the clubhouse. So I'm just thrilled for him that he was able to get back and, to be kind of on this stage and contributing the way he is.
The second row, Jeff, if we can get you the mic.
Yamamoto in Game 2 is outstanding. What can you take from that game into tonight?
I think that we've done a good job of adjusting against good pitchers when we see them again. He's tough, man. I said it after Game 2. It felt like he was almost like 3 different pitchers in the first, middle, and last part of that game. I think you have to watch how he's deploying, and see what his stuff is like, right? Every game is different for every starter based on their stuff and their location. So any mistakes that he does make, you have to be ready for him. And if he's throwing strikes, I think you got to try to force some action too and try to take advantage of the way we make contact. And we'll kind of see how the game starts. Hopefully we can stay on him early and not let him settle in like he did last time. I think our best chance to score was in the first inning last time against him. But I think that we have a good game plan going in. Again, you're talking about the best of the best when you get to this stage, when you're facing pitching. So he's a tough matchup. But I think we have a good game plan going in.
After Game 5, when you hit 2 home runs in the first 3 pitches, post-game, Blake Snell thought the Blue Jays were lucky. Do you share that opinion?
No.
We'll go to Mike in the 5th row in the left center.
I will say I think he's a great pitcher. You know what I mean? Like I said this yesterday, I don't want to wash over that. No, I thought we took good swings early on his fastball. And I think we led the league in batting average this year.
Go to Mike in the back.
Hello, John.
Hey, Mike.
Talking to a few of your players, there's sort of been an odd continuum of how they're feeling right now. Like, Bo says he's felt emotions that he's never felt before in his life, and a lot of people have said playing in the World Series is living up to what they thought. But a few guys have said they don't feel like it's the World Series, and they've used the word surreal, and they can't believe it. Where do you sit on that spectrum? Is this like World Series living up to what you thought it was going to be? Can't quite believe this is what's going on?
Yeah, I'm trying to just take in the stuff that comes with the World Series, and every game's a little bit different. I think when the game starts, it gets back to some normalcy. In real time, you don't think about the things that are going to be said or written or remembered, when you're kind of in it. But this is the only place you this is why you sign up to do this, right? As a player, manager, so you have to enjoy it, but there always comes a time, a game or, a game 6 or a game whatever. It's you got to take a step back and appreciate it, but I think the more normal you can make it, the easier it is to go play. But I have found that kind of operating in real time, even if it was game 3, 18 innings, you don't really think about the magnitude of anything historical or, things like that in the moment. You're just trying to do what you do. But I'm trying to take it in as well.
And as far as Max goes, when we were in LA, Chris was up there saying that he wanted Max on this team because he thought you guys needed someone like him, not necessarily on the mound, someone who is going to question everything, who is going to, ask management, front office about every possible everything and really be a bug in your ear. How is that translated, and how much how much do you think that has helped?
Quite a bit, Again, it's not like one person coming in and changing anything. I think that we kind of did that collectively after last year. But Max, he's great because he's not afraid to question base running, question defense, question offense. He still thinks he's our best base runner on the team from his days with the Nationals. So he's not afraid to push the envelope. He's not afraid to be curious. He's not afraid to share things that he's been through that maybe I haven't been through. I already had my 20-minute sit down with him today, and he's been great. I think when you've been through things like this that not many people have, you can really offer some good advice and feedback. And I think that he's helped not just pitchers, but he's helped our players kind of have an edge about him throughout the entire year, even when he wasn't pitching, which says a lot about his character. So he's been great for us, more than just on the mound.
Fourth row on your left, Jason.
Hey, John. A year ago, their team won the World Series, and your team was coming off a last-place finish. Now you're up 3 games to do in the World Series. A year ago, did you think this was possible? And if you did, was part of it that baseball is amazing sometimes?
Yeah, I always have that positive outlook, you know what I mean? Sometimes to the point of frustration to myself, really, or people around me. I think you always have to say, yeah, that could be, the possibility. And baseball is great. It really is. It's crazy to think about regular season games that affected where we are, and every postseason game that has a twist and a turn. You never know. You know what I mean? You never know who's going to do what, or I hate matchups and predictions. You got to go play. You know what I mean? And I think that we've done a good job of understanding that as a team. So I guess to answer your question, yes, I thought it was a possibility, even when I was giving out candy 365 days ago. But yeah, man, it just makes you appreciate the game so much, and that timing is a part of it. Who's playing well when? I just love how in it and engaged all the guys are right now.
Tyler, stay there.
John, besides just having an optimistic nature like that, what was it about last year that you thought maybe that's an outlier and that's not who the real Blue Jays are, that you didn't need to make wholesale changes? The front office didn't need to make wholesale changes to the roster. What fueled that belief, realistically, that you could bounce back the way you did?
What's up, Miggy? I think just trusting people is kind of what it came down to. You know what I mean? I think that, you know, last year there was some stuff that happened that we weren't expecting, you know, whether it was health, luck, performance, you know, things like that. I think being kind of convicted in what you do and how you do it, and then being able to take a step back and say, we need to make some changes, you know, whether it's myself, Ross, players, coaches, you know. I think that, again, that started like in September when we were still playing, you know, trying to like do it while guys were still here as opposed to the off season. So I think just trusting people, and, you know, for as positive as I am, I think Ross is the same way, you know. It would be easy to kind of knee jerk react to last year. I don't think he did. I don't think I did. I don't think we did. And I'm thankful for that, you know, and you trust people and you trust that what you're preparing for is right. Players have to go do it, and they've answered the bell. I just really, you know, when this spring training started, I tried to just really be myself. Again, not that I wasn't, but this job is hard, you know what I mean? And it takes reps, and it takes messing some things up, and having some success, you know. But I think going into it, like, truly authentically saying, hey man, this is what we're doing, this is what we believe, and you guys got to trust me. I think that has helped. I think kind of like communicating that to the guys has helped. Never really felt more aligned with a whole organization, front office, coaches, and players than I have this year. So I just try to be consistent with that, and I think, you know, it kind of rubs off to the staff and the group too.
I'll do two last quick ones. Third row straight ahead.
Hi, John. Hi, John. Alejandro Kirk has been playing great the whole series, but are you aware what he did for the country of Mexico?
Recently? No, I'm not.
He's the first ever Mexican-born player to hit a home run in the World Series.
Oh, Kirky. He's got 3, doesn't he? Kirky, man, he's like one of my favorite people ever. You know what I mean? He's just so lovable, so likable, so consistent. I know he takes a lot of pride in that, you know, and he's really close with his family and people back home. Couldn't happen to a better guy, to be honest with you. You know, I've been so proud of his growth this year. Just kind of an unassuming guy that continues to deliver on the biggest stage.
We'll finish up quickly in the back, straight ahead.
John, I remember in spring training when we spoke and you talked about, you know, David coming in and Lou helping out, and it seems like on the field it's been different offensively for the team. How much credit do you give those two guys, and how have they transformed the way you guys want to play offensively this year?
Yeah, I think it was something, again, going back to your question, I think it's, you know, I think we had the people here, right? And I think that we just had to tweak kind of the way we prepared or the way we communicated certain things to players. They've been, I give them a ton of credit. And Hunter Mentz, too. You know what I mean? Hunter had been here for a couple of years, so to kind of evolve a little bit with a new hitting group, you know, is hard to do. And he's been instrumental just like they have. But their energy, their positivity, their content, their work ethic, I think has just been really, really clear from day one. And I'm talking day one, like when I hired those guys. Like, they started flying the guys and talking to them, and they were prepared to give them feedback, you know. So it was cool that the timing of it was what it was. You know, I think that the guys that have been here, George, Bo, Vlad, Kirky, Varch, they were ready for a little bit more. And Pop and Lou and Hunter were able to offer that for them.
All right, John, breaking news, Miguel Rojas is here, so
all right, let's bring him
let
in.
you go.
Thanks, guys.
And you've been listening to Toronto Blue Jays manager John Schneider talking about George Springer, saying, you know, he was pretty close to being ready for Game 5, but he is ready for Game 6. And the CBC's Thomas Daigle has been listening along with me from inside the Rogers Centre. And I don't know if you could hear better than I can, because the dance party out here has started. I don't know if there's something going on in there, but it is loud everywhere. Let's talk about today's starting lineup, Thomas.
Oh yeah, the starting lineup is interesting in that for much of the postseason, the Blue Jays were without Bo Bichette, one of the best hitters in the American League. He is back in the lineup, and crucially, as you heard from John Schneider there minutes ago, George Springer is back leading off once again. He has been hit by a couple balls a couple times in the postseason. He has been seemed to have some tightness in his right side after taking an at-bat in Los Angeles. He left the game, and this is the first time we're now seeing him back in the starting lineup. Just extraordinary when you talk about what this team was facing a year ago. John Schneider there a minute ago talking about what Halloween 2024 was like for him. 365 days ago, his team had not qualified for the playoffs. They had something like 20 fewer wins than they did this season. And it's the same core roster, but many of them have overperformed, and including George Springer, who's really had a career year, a breakout resurgent year, if you will, after his season as World Series MVP 8 years ago, if you can imagine, Andrew.
Chandra Kumar. Okay. Supendra Chandra Kumar.
Now, a couple other notes that I found interesting from John Schneider's media availability there as he took questions from a room full of journalists just down the hall from where we are here at field level. He talked about making this feel normal. John Schneider's a very even-keeled guy, after attending a few of these media availabilities and seeing him in the dugout through the regular season and the postseason. He talked about the importance of making this feel normal, all while taking in the grandiose nature of the World Series. He was the bench coach here in Toronto, got the call up as the interim manager a couple seasons ago, and somehow has taken this team all the way to the World Series. He talked about what his Halloween was like 365 days ago. Not only was his team out of the playoffs, he talked about being in his neighbor's driveway, drinking beer and handing out candy. He said he would much prefer to be doing what he's doing now, which is managing this team, the Toronto Blue Jays, to potentially what could be the first World Series win, the second World Series win on Canadian soil, but the first in 32 years, Andrew.
Yeah, unbelievable. So let's talk about the pitching. Blue Jays hitters face a real challenge tonight. What's the pitching matchup for Game 6? Oh, and Thomas, can you hear me?
Now,
we're talking about the pitching matchup for game.
Pitching, right. Let's talk about pitching here. Hi, Andrew.
Pitching.
Yeah, sorry, but miscommunication in my ear here. Let's talk about pitching. Right. Yamamoto, the ace from the LA Dodgers, is going to be taking the mound tonight. He has pitched two complete games in this postseason, which is just extraordinary. But Yoshinobu Yamamoto going to be trying to repeat that a third time tonight after holding the Jays to a single run in Game 2 here at Rogers Center. Of course, on the other side, the Blue Jays sending veteran ace Kevin Gausman to the mound, who, as you heard from John Schneider minutes ago, feels rested and ready to go, Andrew.
Thomas, thank you. The CBC's Thomas Dagla inside the Rogers Center. All right. For some fans, this is a once-in-a-lifetime experience. For others, it's a return to long-cherished memories. Joining me now is Supendra Chandra Kumar and his dad, Chandra Kumar. They are here with me. They've experienced the Blue Jays' last World Series win in 1993, right, Dad? While Supendra is witnessing it for the first time. Thank you both so much for being here. So let's talk a little bit about Game 6. So you witnessed sort of the last World Series win, right, Chandra Kumar? Tell me about what that was like.
Actually, it was 10 months maybe at the time. We are celebrating the 1993 series, World Series. We are incredible like that. We went to the jungle floor and take the too, and excited people and everybody. First time to Canada at the time.
Amazing, right? So obviously you were 10 months old, so you have no memory of that whatsoever. Of course not. But here you are, 32 years later. Imagine, how are you feeling tonight?
Oh, absolutely ecstatic. I was my mother was pregnant with me when they won the World Series in 1992.
So they watched the games growing up, and obviously being in such a setting in 1993 and, watching the Blue Jays win it back-to-back was quite the exciting moment, right? So I have a photo as well,
Yeah,
too.
come on, let's see that. Look at that.
I have a picture from back in the day when I was an infant, me wearing the Blue Jays fit as well too. But I'm very excited for this moment. It's such a memorable moment for the city of Toronto. I'm looking forward to see what's to unfold.
And what's this like, Chandra Kumar, to be able to share this with your son, all grown up, where he will remember?
Proudly, he's following the Torontanian like that.
It's pretty great, right? And I understand that you are a super fan. So for those who don't know, tell me a little bit about, you travel everywhere with these guys, right?
Yeah. So what I do is I start a passion project, I Love My City project, where I take Toronto sports memorabilia merch with me around the world. So I take this Blue Jays flag, which I brought over here.
Yep.
And I take this flag around the world.
You can open up for us, sure.
Just, the OG rap Blue Jays logo that I take to various places.
Yeah, there you go. Nice. Yeah.
I visit Sydney, Australia, the Opera House, whether it's a Coliseum in Rome or the Gates of Heaven in Bali. I visited various places with the Blue Jays jersey, the Blue Jays flag, and took pictures around the world and visited within various landmarks and build that source of connection of the city of Toronto wherever I go.
That's amazing. And so, what does this mean? Why did you become a Blue Jays fan so many years ago?
Actually, we born in Sri Lanka because actually we are following the cricketers, no? But actually, when we back here, only baseball is a very tough game for that.
Right. So it was cricket for you, then it became Blue Jays, but cricket's becoming quite popular in this city as well.
Of course.
But for you, I mean, you were born with this. You were born ready to be a Blue Jays super fan, right?
Literally. So we've been waiting 32 years for this moment, and it's quite remarkable. And obviously, we have Game 6 happening tonight. We want to obviously go in our direction and hope for the best. But it's Game 6 in Toronto. We know what happens with Joe Carter back in the day.
Oh yeah. So tell me about that. So was Springer in the starting lineup? Is this it? Is that just what was that extra little bit that was needed?
Yeah, Springer Dinger. We saw what he did in Game 7, right? The 7th inning, remarkable, absolutely remarkable to see something like that happen. He's come a long way with us, and we're so grateful for Springer, and we're looking forward to seeing what he does. A couple of home runs today will be quite the awesome thing.
It was awesome to talk to you both.
Likewise.
Thank you both so much. That's Suprajit Chandra Kumar and his dad, Chandra Kumar.
I wanted to let my dad know too that I have tickets to the game tonight, and he doesn't know.
He doesn't know?
He doesn't know, so he'll be going to the game tonight.
You're going to the game tonight, and you didn't know. Amazing.
I just told him right now, right live on CBC.
I love it. That's amazing. Blue Jays super fans on set joining me, and more importantly, going to the game tonight. That was the scene in Toronto 32 years ago, and the unofficial fan chant song, Whoop, there it is. Many may remember that one. Fans spilled out onto Yonge Street in downtown Toronto. They were climbing lampposts, others losing a few articles of clothing. And of course, the police were out in force to keep the celebrations safe. Blue Jays World Series hero Devon White will throw out the ceremonial first pitch ahead of Game 6 tonight. He was a key part of both Jays championship teams in the early 90s, and many will remember the incredible catch he made in Game 3 of the 1992 series. The Atlanta Braves had 2 runners on base, and there was nobody out. What happened next nearly went down in World Series history.
Here's Dave Justice, left-handed hitter. The pitch to him. Fly ball center field. Back goes Devon White. It's hit deep. He's still running back at the wall. Jumps and picks it off the wall. Sanders. There's a throw to first. The runner is out. The throw to third. They have a chance for a triple play. Gruber runs for Sanders. Tags him. No, he missed him.
Yep, the Blue Jays were that close to a triple play. In fact, many Jays fans believe to this day that it was a triple play. Back then, the league didn't have the instant replay challenge system that is in place today. If it did, you can bet the Jays would have contested that call, and maybe it would have been a triple play. The Jays went on to win that game and the World Series. Now, the Blue Jays could get their hands on the Commissioner's Trophy starting tonight if they win Game 6 in the World Series against the Los Angeles Dodgers. Kevin Gausman will be the starting pitcher for the Jays tonight. And on the opposite side of the aisle, Dodgers superstar Yoshinobu Yamamoto will be back to challenge Canada's team as the wind really picks up. Enjoy the game, everyone. Thanks for watching. I'm Andrew Nichols.